Hello and welcome to this new lecture where we are going to start C++. So as promised, we have got this for you in the very simplest format. Let's start with C++ and let's see why this is actually required and why do we need C++ when we already have a beautiful language which is still used in today's world as C. So C++ was created as an extension of C. What is the meaning of that? That C language was already there, but there was a need of one more language which was much more advanced, much more reliable, and much more faster with a lot of functionalities. And then C++ was made according to the same thing. And the best thing is that it also accepts the code from C language. If we go ahead and keep the exact same code, it is going to execute it. And one more thing, all the syntax which you will see in C++ will be exactly similar, be it the loops, be it the for, be it the while, be it the variable creation. Almost every single thing is going to be very similar like what we did in C language, and that is why this is going to get covered little faster, though there are a few more topics which are much more advanced like structure union and object oriented, due to which this is used more than your C language. C++ is object oriented, and that is the need of the hour, that is the need of the day in which we are going ahead and creating the projects. We actually need object oriented with the with respect to the classes and object, and that is why it is here. As soon as we go ahead, when we are exploring classes and object, you will actually get to know what is this object oriented programming language, or what are the concepts of OOPS like encapsulation, inheritance, abstraction, and why do we actually need them. Moving ahead, let's go ahead and do some program by printing our hello world, printing our name, and printing things with the next line. So we are here in our replit. We have to click on create REPL. We have to search for the template of C++. We have to go with one which is having the replit on it. You can give the title. I'm not giving any title. I'm clicking on create REPL. Let it load. So what we see over here is has include IO stream. So this is the very first thing which we have to do. Instead of your C language which was having has include std io.h, here we just go ahead and use IO stream. So we are going to include IO stream, which is input output stream. Moving ahead, we have very similar int main which is present in C as well, and because it is of int type, we can go ahead and give return 0 as well, but that is completely optional. But if in case we keep it, that's not going to give us any trouble. Printing here is definitely little different. Okay, if you see over here is std, and then we have double colons, then we have C out, and this is the symbol of 2 lesser than, and then inside the quotation we give our print. Okay, so actually let's understand this with a little different approach. Instead of printf, we are going to use cout, this. Instead of scanf, we are going to use cn, this symbol. We do not have to use modulus d and stuff like that. That is gone. Things are going to be much more simpler, and you have to accept it. Okay, as soon as we go ahead move on with different programming languages, things will be different, and we actually have to accept those changes, and this is going to fasten up your work, and this is much more reliable. Believe me, just trust me, and let's go ahead with that. You will be surprised that what is this std. Basically this is the standard input output code. So in case if you really want to remove that, or if in case we really have to print one more thing, I have to go ahead and write stdd and cout, and here I have to give my name Prashant Mishra, and if in case you want to use a next line, we give \n, and let's run it. Okay, here I made a typo. This will be cout instead of couy. And this is going to give us our name, which is Prashant Mishra. And one thing which may look very odd to you will be this std. So let me tell you that we can actually remove it. Otherwise, we have to use it in almost every single statement, and that is how it works. But that will be a very tough task, so let's remove it, std. And if you try to run it without this, it is going to throw us the error that it don't know what cout is, because we are not meeting these standards. So in order to remove this line, we have to just add one single line using namespace std, using namespace std. So what we are doing is, we are telling the computer, we are telling the program to run all the lines in the standard input output stream only. So it says execute the code below using the standard namespace, which is std, and now we no longer have to put that std double colons, and things are much more simpler over here. So one more thing, if in case you want to print more than one string, let me actually remove it, remove everything. Let's write cout Prashant Mishra. Okay, this is how you will be able to print your name. I forgot to have one more lesser than symbol, and there we go with our output. If in case you want to add one more thing, you can even go ahead, hello, good morning. Okay, so this is how we can actually add one more string to our print statement or cout statement. Okay, but if you see, things are a little odd that it is coming the very same line. So in order to go to the next line, either we can give \n, or we can also use endl. So if in case you really want to use endl, what we have to do is, we have to create one more gap, and this is how we will write endl, and this is how we will even print our variables. Let's go ahead and write that, and our output is Prashant Mishra, hello, good morning. And this is what we have seen, first program of hello world, printing our own name and printing in next line. So we can either use endl, which is very similar to end line, or we can use \n. Moving ahead, this is one more thing, C++ comment, which I really wanted to discuss. This is very similar to what we have done or what we have discussed in the last class. What is comment? Comment is notes to the humans, notes to the humans. Okay, and they are going to get ignored by your machines. Computers ignore the comments. There are two types of comments. One is single line comment, and the multi-line comment. Okay, not the double, multi-line comment. So how we go ahead with the single line with 2//, how we go ahead with the multi-line, we started like that and we end it like that, and everything in the middle is your multi-line comment. Let's go ahead and put that in our code and quickly execute this. So this is my single line comment. If in case I really want to, if I write something, see that is coming in blue. If in case I want to get with the multi-line comment, this is my multi-line comment, and I have to end it with this, and everything in the mid you are writing will be a comment. Okay, everything you're writing in this will be a comment and will stay green. Okay, so this is how we write our multi-line comment, and this is it in today's video. What we have learned so far is how to actually print something inside our C++ file and what are comments. In next video, we'll be learning about variables and data types. Till then, see you later. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to the topic of variables and data types. In the very first video, we will be learning all about variables and identifiers and its rules. And in the second part, we'll be learning more about the data types. So everything is almost similar. There are changes here and there which we need to learn. So I will go a little fast. But if in case you think I'm going too fast, you can slow down the video by using the controller and play it in 0.75x. Though I will be not going in to a lot of details because things are almost same. Here and there few changes are there which I'll be covering, so you don't have to worry. It is just a revision for you. Rest everything is exactly same. Moving ahead, what are variables? We have already seen variables are more like containers where we can store some sort of data. And what is this data? Data could be anything like name, age, class, grade, marks, or stuff like that. Okay, and we just store some values, and for that we even give some name. Let's suppose we want to store our name, so we will give it as name equal to Prashant. Okay, and in front of it we will also mention what type of data type it belongs to. It belongs to a string, so we will be mentioning string. Now you'll be thinking like, why string, why not char? Because in C++ we do have the data type for string as well, and that is why it is an extension to C language. So all the problems which we are having in the C language is actually resolved in C++ up to very certain extent, I would say. Okay, so this is how we are going to mention our variables. Moving ahead, types of variable, there are int, which is there to store the numbers, the whole numbers. Then we have float and double, which is used for storing the floating point or the decimal values. We have char to store single character. We have a string to store the entire word or the sentences. We have bool to store true or false values. Bool is just for storing true or false, 0 or 1 values. Moving ahead, let's see how these values are created. We are here. Very first, I'll be going ahead with the one by one. Int age equal to 10. So this is my integer type of variable. Next, we are going ahead with the float. Float marks equal to 55.7. Double total equal to 78.9. So float and double are exactly same. Okay, here I made a small mistake. Float marks equal to 55.7 and double total equal to 78.9. Then we are going ahead with the char grade equal to A. Okay, then we are left with the string name equal to Prashant. It is this simple to create a string, and that is how we take the data type. We give name equal to Prashant. Then we are left with boolean. So bool, my bool, this is the variable which I'm going to create, and I'm going to give it as true. Okay, and for that we don't have to put any quotation. We can either have true value or false value. How to put a false value? Like that, FALSE. That's it. Okay, so let me just keep here true, and while we print this, it will be coming as 0 or 1, not true or false. Moving ahead, let's display all the types of variables which we have. So how to go ahead and display something? So we write cout. Okay, let's actually see with the printf. Okay, printf modulus d, and here we are going to write age. Let's see if this is going to get printed. So as I mentioned that it is going to hold all your C commands as well, so it will actually print your value. And here we can give \n, but this is not what we are going to keep in our practice, because this is going to take us take a lot of time, and due to which we will avoid writing it. So we will actually write cout. Okay, cout, and here we are going to give age. So this is how we print every single variable no matter what. Okay, cout age, it will actually print your age. If in case you also want to give the message like age equal to, so I'll give here age equal to, and this is how we print our message along with the variables age equal to age. Okay, this is how we print. If in case you want to give next line, so here we can either have this \n, or which is much more advised to keep is end line, which is endl. Okay, this is how we go ahead and give our message along with the variables. Let's go ahead and do one more time. Now I'm going to display marks. So very first I'm going to put my message. My obtained marks are okay, and then again this extraction symbol, and then we will print the marks. Okay, let's see how this is going to come. So it will come like my obtained marks are marks. And if in case we want to go to the next line, we have to write endl. If in case you want to add some more message, this is how we do. This is how we add more message after our variables. Okay, this is how it is coming. So we have to make sure that we are keeping the space, otherwise that space will not be mentioned, and that will give us some error, a little bit of error. Okay, let's remove that and actually keep endl over there, endl, and this will go to the next line. This is how we are printing your marks. In a very similar way, let's actually go and print everything very properly. total and then endl, then cout grade endl, then cout name endl, then cout my bool and endl. Cool. Let's actually print it and let's see what we are getting in the output. So we are getting age equal to 10. My obtained marks are 55.7. Your total printed is 78.9. Your grade is A, your string is Prashant, and your my bool value is 1, which is responsible for holding the true. So if it is true, it will be printed as 1. If it is false, it will be printed as 0. Moving ahead with the slides, we are going to do one small program of addition of two numbers. Okay, let's see how that could be done. So we are going to take two values, int num1 equal to 10, comma int num2. We will not write int if we are going with the same line, num2 equal to 20. Now we just have to print the addition. So cout addition of above two numbers are space num1 plus num2. Okay, and then endl. This is how we will be going ahead and we will be printing our data. Cool. Let me just go ahead and click on run. So on running this, what we are getting is addition of above two numbers are 30, 10 plus 20. Even we can give here some value like result and we can store that separately. Int result equal to num1 plus num2, and in this way you can go ahead and do any sort of operation to get your output. So it is actually very similar to what we have done before in C language, but here we are doing it with the cout, and the printing method is little different. Actually it's very simple, I would say. With respect to printf, here we have to remember modulus d, modulus c, modulus s, modulus l, a lot of things, but here we don't have to. It will automatically check what type of value that is and it will get printed. So that is why C++ is actually better than C. Declaring the multiple variable together. So if in case you want to declare multiple variable together and if they are of the same data type, remember if they are of the same data type, then we go ahead like this: int num1 equal to 10, num2 equal to 20, and num3 equal to 50. So this value is getting stored. What if they have the exact same value, like A, B, C are having the same value as 10? So int A equal to B equal to C equal to 10. Now in this way, everything A, B, C both will have, like all three of them will have the value as 10, but we have to put them separately. Okay, we have to put them separately. A comma B comma C and A equal to B equal to C equal to 10. So we are assigning the 10 to every single variable. Okay, so this actually goes into the buffer. It will say A equal to B. Now it will check what is the value of B. Value of B is C. What is the value of C is 10. So what will be the value of B? 10. What will be the value of A? 10. It goes like that. It gets stored in the buffer and then it checks what is the next value, and then whenever it is getting the next value, it goes in the reverse form and then it assigns the value. Okay, I hope you would have understood this, assigning the multiple variables, if it is the same value, if it is the different value. Okay, moving ahead, rules of naming identifiers. You have already seen this. Names can contain letters, digits, or underscore. It is everything same from C language only. Names can contain letters, digit, and underscore only. So I'm going to write few of the variable names and tell me if it is correct. Name, age, one age, age 1, one age, 5 age, underscore 5 age. This is 5, okay. Underscore 5 age, then P underscore 2, P1 name. Okay, these are the variables. You just need to tell which one is correct. So names can contain letters, digit, and underscore. Let's have few more variables which are definitely will be wrong. Name, dollar, $ME, mama percentage, and uncle 4, 5. Okay, so there are few variables, out of which the first says that it can only contain letters, digit and underscore. So this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. These three values are actually wrong. Name, because they are containing special characters. They are not containing, they are containing more than your letters, digit and underscore. Going to the next, name must begin with a letter or underscore. So it should either begin with a letter or it should begin with the underscore. Due to which these two variables are wrong because they are beginning with the 5. These two variables are wrong. Okay. Names are case sensitive, so my var, because v is capital and v is small over here, they are different variables. Okay, names cannot contain white spaces or special characters, so here we are not keeping any white space. If you see, the reserved words like C++ keywords such as int cannot be used as names. Okay, so we are not using anything like that, so which means all your variables, this is true, this is correct, 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 this is also correct. Okay, and this is how we go ahead and define different names. But it's actually okay to keep simple names and not keep underscore in front of the names. That will actually not make a lot of sense, and I hope you do understand the complexities of it. Moving ahead, the constant. What is the meaning of constant? Let me just go ahead. So constant we have already learned. If in case for any value, okay, we want to keep the data as fixed, like pi. Okay, pi equal to 3.14, and later you do not want to change it. Later you do not want to change it. Okay, I just mentioned it as int. It will be float or double. Okay, and later we don't want to change it. So on cout pi and it will actually give you your values, which is 3.14. okay, I missed one extraction symbol, due to which we are getting a lot of error. Yes, this thing is actually very bad, that C++ gives you like very lengthy and it's hard to recognize, and we got it here. What is the meaning of constant? That once we give the value, we cannot change it later. Once we give the value, we cannot change it later, and we'll try to keep it in the capital, so that whenever we use it, we get a message to ourselves that this is my constant value. And this is not mandatory, but we do this as a clean practice, clean coding practice. Okay, 5.2. Now this is going to give me the error, and it will say that we cannot change the variable of constant, though the errors will be very big. But here, if you can see, is const double pi, that is the error. Variable pi is declared as constant over here. Okay, so const qualified type const double, and it's basically saying that we cannot assign or change the value of constant. One more thing, this is something good that you understood. Now what if I just want to define the variable over here and declare it little later? Okay, I want to declare it little later, like 3.14. Is that allowed? No. If you are keeping a constant variable, we have to put the values then and there, and that is how we go ahead and actually run your program. So if I keep on run, if I click on run, so it will actually give you the error that will say that you have to assign the value then and there. Okay, and now we will remove it, and this is how it's actually coming as true. Okay, now my entire thing is correct, and that will actually print the value. So this was all about your constant. See you in the next video with much more topics. Till then, see you, tata, bye bye. Hello and welcome to this video where we are learning data types. So there are total of int, float, double, char, bool and string type of data types, which is 6 in our C++. Here we can see that string is an added thing which we have to explore. And in order to use your string, we actually have to put one more header, and we will also see what that header is all about. And because we have already printed these values, so it's actually good. So go ahead and print this data with some sort of project. So here we are going to store the students details. Okay, here we are going to store students detail, and we are going to have one output based project. Okay, where we are going to have students detail. Okay, now very first we'll quickly go ahead and come to our code. In order to use string.h, we have to has include, not the dollar include, has include, and then we have to give string, and then it's done. We just have to include our string header file. Very first, what all values we are going to ask the user? It will be int age. Okay, let's see actually what all values we are going to ask. String name. Okay, then double marks or float marks. So let's understand what is the difference between float and double. We are using it from a quite long time. So float is taking your 4 bytes of memory, okay, and double is taking your 8 bytes of memory. The only difference between float and double is that it stores the decimal precision up to 6 or 7, but 8 bytes stores decimal precision up to 15. So after decimal, how many values can come? In float we can have 6 or 7, but in double we can have at least 15. Okay, so this is the only difference in float and double. So we took float marks. We are taking a string roll number or string ID, whatever you can say, string ID. Okay, and then we took the marks. We took, let's also take the grades. Let's actually take grades. So char grades. What else do we need from our student? Age is done, name is done, marks is done, ID is done, grades is done. Let's actually go ahead and take that much data. So very first we are going to ask the user to enter his or her name. Cout, enter your name. Okay, and we are not going to put ender because it will go to the next line, which will not look good. And here we are going to take C in name, and let's see how this is going to look. Enter your name will be more like this, where we are entering our name, Prashant Mishra. Okay, it's done. Next is we are going to ask the user to enter the age. Enter your age, and this has to go inside the quotation. Okay, and we are going to put some space so that it could come like this, which will look good. Cin age is done. Cout. Now we are going to ask the user to enter his or her ID. Enter your ID. Cin ID. Cout. Enter your marks. Enter your marks. Cin marks, not a marks, marks. Cout. Enter your grades. Enter your grade. Okay, Cin grades. This is how you will be able to see that for any variable, be it int, string, float, string, or char, we are doing the same process. Now we are going to display the data. Okay, let's put the comment, displaying the data of the student. So how to display the data of the student? We will simply go ahead and use cout. Cout, we'll say hello Prashant Mishra, hello name. Okay, we'll have ender. So it will come like what? It will actually come like hello Prashant Mishra exclamation mark without the spaces. Cout, you are age years old, age years old. Okay, ender. Then what we are going to mention, your ID is cout, your given ID is ID, and then ender. Go to next line. Cout, will enter marks. You scored a total of marks in your exam. Ender. And then we are going to write something which is you belong to grade A, B, C, whatever. You belong to grades. Okay, let's actually put ender. and C out will have the breakage of the line \n. Cool. Let's actually see how this program is coming and if this is really looking good or not. So moving ahead, it says enter your name. I'm going to put my name, Prashant Mishra. Oh, this is not good. It didn't ask me anything. Is it not taking my name with the space? Let me just go ahead and check. Okay, yes, space is causing the trouble. We'll work on it. Okay, enter your age 34, enter your ID 67, enter your marks 99, enter your grade is A, and it says hello Prashant, you are 34 years old, your given ID is 67, you scored a total of 99 in your exam and you belong to grade A. Okay, you belong to grade A. And that is how it is printing grade A. The only problem which this is having is it is not able to work with the spaces, and again it has the same problem that space is counted as the escape sequence. So we can use fgets in order to get rid of that problem. And how to use fgets in a very similar way how we actually printed in the C language. So here we are going to pass our name, then we have to pass the size of name. Okay, and then here we have to pass, let's suppose we want to take only 100 characters, so let's give it as 100, and here we will be writing stdin, and let's click on run and let's see what is. Okay, here we can see we got some error, no matching function. Oh, I totally forgot that it has get line. Okay, so my bad, it has get line. And what exactly we have to pass over here is we don't have to pass these many things. We simply have to give your C in, and then we have to mention our variable. And then let's click on run and see if it is working. So on running this data, what we are getting is Prashant Mishra, enter your age 24, enter your ID 56, enter your marks 99, enter your grade A. So hello Prashant Mishra, you are 24 years old, your given ID is 56, you scored a total of 99 in your exam, you belong to grade A. So that is how we use get line C in comma name to get your string input, the entire line input. So what is the meaning of get line? It is taking the entire line as input. So this is it in this program, and this is how we use different type of data types, and this is how we take input of normal int, string, float or character, and we have also seen how to take the entire line if it is belonging to the string as the input. So this is it in this video. We will be meeting in the next video with the operators. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello and welcome to the new video where we are going to see and learn how to take input from the user. And once we take the input from the user, we will make sure that all our content is based on taking the input from the user, because that will actually solve a lot of our problem. And here we are using cin and the extraction operator. So how we actually go ahead and take the variable input from the user is not using scanf, but we can even use scanf. But we are going to avoid that. We write cin. We have already seen that cout is actually used for printing the values on the console. So cout, that means go out and print. Cin means taking the input. And for cout, we actually use this operator. For cin, we will be using this operator. And here we write the value for which we are taking the input. If in case we have more than one input, we can write it like this. Okay, and then we take our input. Let's go ahead and check how to actually take input. Very first, I will mention int age. Okay, a string name, and I really want to mention those two things. Hey, my name is Prashant and I am 10 years old. So for that, I'll write cin, enter your name. Let's see if that is something which we can do, and if that is actually allowed inside cin or not. Enter your name, and here we'll write int age. So we'll run it and we'll see that it is not going to get printed because of certain things, because we are directly passing this message over here. So in order to get that sort of message, what we have to do, what we were doing inside C language, that we have to print it using cout only. Enter your name, and then after that we can have a small colon space, and then it will come like enter your name, and here we can actually pass our name. Look at this, here we can pass our name. Cool. Now let me just change this to enter your name from enter your age, and then I will write cout enter your name. I am giving that a space because it should give the space over here and the colon to separate. That is actually not required. Okay, cin name. So I got two values, which is age and name. Now let me just quickly go ahead and print that out, that hey, I am Prashant. Hey, that will go inside the message. Hey, I am, and here I will write the name Prashant, and I am age years old. I am age years old. We will also have to give space over here because at the end that age thing will not get any space. Okay, so this is how we have to print. Let me go ahead and run the program. So what we are doing over here, it is asking enter your age. We are entering our age. It is asking enter your name. I am entering my name. It says hey, I am Prashant and I am 45 years old. Let me go ahead and click on run again. Enter your age 78. Enter your age Rahul. And hey, I am Rahul. I am 78 years old. This is how we take input from the user. Though cout is not necessary, but to display that message over here, we are putting cout, and then we are taking the cin. And again we printed cout, and again we took cin to take the input. Just look at the difference. The only operator which is having a different thing is the extraction operator. Here it is the lesser than symbols, here it is the greater than symbol. Okay, and then we are printing using the cout. Hey, I am is a message. Next we want to put variable, we will put the extraction symbol, and then name, again the extraction symbol to separate the data, then our message, then age, then message, and then at the end endl to break the line. Let's actually go ahead and take the input from the user and do a little bit of addition. Okay, so what we are going to do is int num1 comma num2 comma result. Okay, so cin will directly take num1 num2. Okay, num1 num2, we are not doing anything, we'll directly take the input. If you want, maximum you can give is cout enter the values, not values, values. Okay, enter the values, and here actually we'll put endl because we are not going separately for both the variables. And then result equal to num1 plus num2, and then we will simply print this result. And how do we do that? Cout addition of above number is, and then we'll give a space, and here we will print result, and post the result we will give our endl. Okay, and now let's see if it is actually getting printed or not. So very first what we have to do is, it will say enter the values 45 and 5. So addition of above number is 50. Here we do not have to worry about taking the input with modulus d or making or putting the format specifiers. On the other end, while printing as well, we don't have to do any sort of data like this. So that's it in this video. We will meet you again with a different video with a different topic. Till then, tata, see you, bye bye. Hello and welcome to this video where we are going to learn more about operators. Let me quickly go ahead and present this in front of you. In operators, there's no change between C and C++. And that is why I've decided to not go ahead with this again. If you really want to have a good revision, what you can do is you can go back and check the video. That will actually help you a lot. In this video, let's utilize like what sort of questions will get asked in your operators. Very first, operators are used to perform operations on the variables and values. So what sort of questions may come in front of you? One question in front of you may come as int a equal to 10 divided by 45 into 23 modulus 45 divided by 45 modulus 4 into 21. And in order to solve, your BODMAS is not going to help you a lot. Okay, so what you have to learn is a table and precedence table. If you just go ahead and search precedence table, precedence operators, okay, and this will give you the entire operators C++. This will give you the priority of the operators, like what should come first and what should come next. If you see, the very top precedence or the priority is given to your A++ or type or the bracket or the square bracket, and even this is followed left to right. Even this is followed left to right. So post increment, post decrement, and the brackets, these are followed left to right. Then we have pre-increment and some unary plus unary minus operators. Then we have type of, then we have this is pointers, this is address, size of, new, delete. All those things are right to left. All those things are followed right to left. I will not confuse you a lot. Then a into b, a divided by b, a modulus b, they are having precedence left to right. So whatever is coming first, we will be multiplying. Let's suppose here, this was our question, a 10 divided by 45 into 23. So what should we do? Divide, multiply, and percentage, and divide. Divide, multiply, and percentage, and divide. So if you see over here, divide is over here. Okay, so divide is over here, multiply is over here, and percentage is also over here. So divide, multiply, percentage. So we have to follow left to right approach. So 10 divided by 45, that will be the value. And because they are in the form of integer, we have to take care of the integer as well. That will be multiplied with the 23, and that will be divided by 45, and then whatever will be the remainder, and then that will be divided by the total value of this. Why? Because your brackets are having much more values. So 45 modulus 4 into 21. 45 modulus 4 is, I guess, 11. If I'm not wrong, yes, 11 into 21. So the total number will get divided by that, and only the first part, not the decimal part, only the first part will come as the output. Let's actually go ahead and try to copy this. We won't be able to copy. Let's actually go ahead and print it and then see what will be the output. So over here, cout 10. Okay, the question was over here, 10 divided by 45 into 23 modulus 45 divided by 45 modulus 4 into 21. So if that is your question, so the output will be something like this. It will take some time to load, and that will give you your output. So the output is 0. Because of something, the output is 0. You have to check if it is the modulus or if it is something else. So what I feel is, what could be the answer, because it is coming as 0 point something something something, and due to which the output is 0, because here this number was getting very big. It was multiplied with 21. So that is how we have to apply our brain, because mostly this will be given in the technical round, and where we will have just 1 minute or 30 seconds to solve a problem. So just check if this value is actually lesser than this value, and if we are dividing it by the greater value and it should be present in the int, so definitely we have to print 0. And in a very similar way, we have to follow this precedence in order to solve this thing as well, and that will be your answer. Okay, we have true or false, 0 or not. So 4 greater than 5 is 0, and is used. That means all the values we have to take care of the table. If you remember that I gave you one table for and I gave you one table for or. So 0 0 is 0, 0 1 is 0, 1 0 is 0, 1 1 is 1. Basically, if all the values are true, then only you will get 1. On the other end, if all the values are false, then only you will get false, rest you will get true. Okay, rest in every place you will be getting true. So 4 greater than 5, 0 and is used, so output will be 0. 4 greater than 5, 5 greater than 4, then it will be 1. Then whatever value or 0 will be 1, and whatever value and 0 will be 0. So this is how I just took 10 seconds to solve all 4 questions, and if you know how to do it, then only you will be able to solve, else you will have a lot of difficulty. Moving ahead, increment, pre-increment, post-increment, and these type of values will be there. So here, if a is 15, here you will get 16, here you will get 15, here you will get 14, and here you will get your value as 15 only because of pre-increment and post-increment. If you don't know, you have to go back to the operators, look at that, then come back and solve this problem. Moving ahead, so 1 equal to 5 equal to 5, so output will be 0 over here. Why I can say the output will be 0? Let's actually show you. See out, 1 equal to 5 equal to 5, so output will be 0 over here. We can see that it is giving some overload operator has higher precedence. Okay, let's actually print this up using the printf modulus t 1 equal to 5 equal to 5. Okay, and now this will not have any error. So what we got is 0 as the output. And why exactly did we get as 0? 1 equal to 5. So what we are getting is 1. Very first we will go left to right. 1 equal to 5. Is that equal? No. So the output will be 0. Equal to 5. So 0 equal to 5. Is that true? No. So output will be 0. What if we keep 5 equal to 5 equal to 5? Still the output will be 0. And why so? Because let me show you the output. And why it will be 0? Because 5 equal to 5. What is the output? 1 equal to. So this is giving me the output of 1. And now we are checking with the 5. So this gave me 1 equal to 5. Is 1 equal to 5? No. So we will be getting 0. Now when can we get 1? If I keep here 1. 5 equal to 5. 1 equal to 1, 1. So we will be getting the output as 1. Cool. So that is how we go ahead and solve different questions. Int a semicolon 3 equal to a. So here we are having the problem, and due to which it will not get executed, and this will give you the assignment error. This will give you the assignment. What is the error? Assignment error. Okay. If you don't know, and if you see that things are wrong and they are not following the proper thing, you don't have to go in this much detail. You can just mention syntax error. Or even if you don't want to mention that, if you know what is runtime error, which comes during the run, if you know what is compile error, which comes during the compile, you can run if it is a compile time error or the runtime error. Okay, so this is going to be one of the compile time error itself. So that's it in this video, and this is how your operator questions will come, and this is how you have to solve your question. Till then, take care, bye-bye. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome to this video where we are going to learn about control structures, and it is very similar to what we have done in C language. So we won't be going ahead and digging deep into the every single semicolons, commas or brackets, but instead we will explore much more advanced version which is going with the programs so that we can understand the concepts and logic little beautifully. Still, I will go ahead and cover things in a little short because these things were quite tough and they are very important. So due to which I cannot escape them completely, but yes, I have to go ahead and test them out a little so that you can also have a better understanding of these things with respect to your C++ language. So we will be covering if statement, else statement, else if statement, nested if else statement, switch statements, for loops, while loops, do while loops, break and continue. Moving ahead, let's explore the if condition. This is very similar to what we have done before in the C language. We have to write the keyword if, and inside this we have to give a bracket where we will be passing the condition followed by the curly bracket, and we can write our code in here. So when the condition is true, then only my code will get executed, but if it is false, my code will not get executed. Code will not get executed. So let's actually quickly go ahead and check this out. Moving ahead, I'm writing here that play equal to false. Okay, and this will be the bool type value. Bool play equal to false. Moving ahead, let me just quickly go ahead and check if play. So if I'm simply writing play, it will automatically check what is the current value of play, if it is true or false. Okay, and based on that, we don't even have to check if it is true or false. It will automatically take that. So let me just quickly go ahead and show you if play cout and we are printing, we can go ahead and play and with the and del. Okay, so let me just quickly go ahead and run this. So we can even write equal to false, equal to true. Okay, so that value we can give over here, but we can even skip that part if it is 0, 1, true or false. Okay, let me just quickly go ahead and run this. So it will say nothing. Why? Because the initial value was false. Let me change it to true, and when true, play is equal to true, it will say we can go ahead and play. This is how your if condition is working. Let me go ahead with one more simple example. Here I'm going to write int age equal to 19. Okay, if age greater than 19, cout, we are eligible to play the game. If my age is greater than 90, so 20 and ahead, we will be eligible to play the game. Okay, let me just write and del, and let's see what it is giving. As of now, because my condition is false, why? Age value, which is 19, is not greater than 19. It is actually 19. In that case, we will be not getting anything. Why? Because my condition inside the if condition is false. If I change that to 29, where my condition now became true, so it will actually execute this line of code. It will execute, we are eligible to play the game. Okay, this is how your if condition works. Moving ahead with the else condition, how does your else condition work? It will very first come only with the if condition. It will only come with the if condition. Okay, so here we are having condition bracket. If in case my if is not getting executed, and when will that condition be true? When my if condition is not getting executed, only when my value inside the condition is false, and due to which this will not get executed. Only in those cases we will run our else. Actually, it will automatically get run. Okay, it will automatically get executed. So it will always be present with the if or else if condition, and it will get executed only when my above condition is false. Let's go ahead and actually have some code over here. Else, we will not write any condition with the else. Cout, we are not eligible to play the game, and del for the next line. Okay, as of now, what is my condition? Age equal to 29, it's true, so it will only print we are eligible to play the game. On the other end, if I keep this as 17, which will make my condition if condition false, and in those situations my else will get executed, and then we will get the output as we are not eligible to play the game. This is how your if else works. Moving ahead to one more condition, which is your if else condition, which is anyway similar to what we have done before, but still let's go and check this out. Very first, let's see when this condition will be used. You already know when this condition will be used. When exactly are we going to use this condition? Especially when there are more than one condition to check. More than one condition to check. Okay, in those situations we will be going ahead with the if else ladder, where else is always optional. So we will move ahead with the if, we'll check the condition, and this is my condition 1. Okay, I'll be checking with this condition. Next, for checking my second condition, I will go ahead with the else, if, and then I will put here my condition 2. Okay, and I will again put this curly bracket. I'll go ahead with my condition 3. So no matter how many conditions we have, we can go ahead and create this ladder. And at the end, else is always optional. So if you want to keep it, you can even keep one else. If all my above conditions are false, then only my else will get executed. So how the control flow will move over here? Very first, it is going to check your condition 1. Only if it is false, it will come to condition 2. If it is true, it will ignore all the other conditions present below. If my things is false, then only it will come over here to condition true. And if this is also false, it will come to condition 3. If that is also false, it will come to your else. Okay, this is how top to bottom approach is followed. And my first condition, wherever my first condition is true, be the first, wherever my condition is true, not the first. Let's change that to wherever my condition is true. Wherever my condition is true, it will execute the code then and there itself, and it will not go to the bottom codes or to the bottom conditions. It is following the top to bottom approach. If it is checking any condition from the top is true, it will ignore all the things at the bottom. It won't go ahead and check it out. Okay, so in this case, what is a very good example to check is, let's go ahead with the age only. Okay, so my question over here is that if age is greater than 18 and less than 60, in this condition only we can vote. If it is lesser than 18, we are not eligible to vote. If it is greater than 60, we are not eligible to vote. So how do we go ahead and check this condition with the things? Int age. We are going to take this input from the user. Okay, cout, enter your age. In age. Now we got the value of age inside the age variable, and now we will be checking if age is lesser than, if age is lesser than what? 18. We will print we are not eligible for voting. Not eligible for voting. Okay, and I will have endl over here. ENDL. Okay, next condition I'll be checking if my age is greater than 60. If age is greater than 60, in this condition also we can go ahead and utilize not eligible for voting. Now there must be a question in your mind that we can actually do this condition with the logical and. Yes, we can go ahead and do this condition. It is just me who's trying to show you how to go ahead with the else if conditions. Okay, and next we will be having the else. If it is not lesser than 80, if it is not greater than 60, it will be inside the range of 18 to 60, and in those cases we are actually eligible to vote. So I will write cout eligible to vote, and here I will have endl. Okay, so this is my overall program. Let me go ahead and run it, and let's see what are we getting. It says enter your age. I'm writing 4. It says not eligible for voting. We'll run the program again. Enter your age. I'll write 76, and again it will say not eligible for voting. But if I give my age somewhere in the range of 18 to 60, let's suppose 45, it will say eligible to vote. This is how our if else condition work. We have covered all 3 conditions. What is nested? Condition inside condition is nested. I'm not going ahead and touching that. It is very similar to our old thing. Instead, I'm going ahead with few questions which will be very, very important for you in terms of placements, in terms of hackathons. These sort of questions will definitely come from if condition. These are the basic questions. So why are we doing this basic question? Because this question or this logic framing thing, you will understand from the small questions only. Once you are good with the logics, once you start framing the logics for the questions, once you start utilizing your knowledge of coding into these questions, you will be able to solve bigger questions. What are big questions? Big questions are nothing, but they are the combination of small questions all together. We have to utilize more than one thing altogether to get to solve a bigger problem. Okay, the very first program says find the maximum between two numbers. And how do we do that? How do we find the maximum between two numbers? Very first, we are going to take two numbers, num1 and num2, input from the user. As we said, we are going to take most of the thing input from the user, so we'll be going ahead with those sort of approach. Now we took two numbers input from the user. Next is what we are going to do is we are putting two conditions. If num1 is greater than num2, I'll check if my first condition is true. In this case, my num1 will be greater, else my num2 will be greater. We will also do one more variation of this question where we are checking with three conditions, and we'll see how we can go ahead with three numbers. Cool. Let's quickly go ahead and check that out. We'll remove this question. And what exactly we are going to write is we are going to take three numbers, num1, num2 and num3. And we can directly take these numbers. Okay, let's go with two numbers first. Okay, we will write cout, enter the first number, and we'll write cin num1. Okay, I'm going to copy this line and paste it over here. I will change this to second number and I will change this to num2. This is how we are taking both the numbers input from the user. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to check the condition. If num1 is greater than num2, I'm checking if my num1 is greater than num2. In this situation, what will happen? Num1 is greater. You can even tell which number is greater. If in case you want to mention that number, you can actually give it over here using the extraction operator. So what we are printing, num1, and then we'll write endl. Cool. This is what we are going. In the else part, else cout num2 is greater. Okay, and here we will print num2 and here we will print endl. Okay, let's see which number is greater. Very first, I'm passing the first number as 5 and second number as 7. Number 2 is greater, which is 7. Okay, let me go ahead. 9 and 4. So it says number 1 is greater, which is 9. Let's see how we can go ahead and do the same question with the three numbers. So we are going ahead with the num3. So we will have to take one more input from the user. Third. Okay, and here we will write num3. So we got num3. So we have to check if num1 is greater than num2 as well as num3. What we have to do is num1 is greater than num2. Along with that, we also have to check if num1 is also greater than num3. We will have to check if num1 is also greater than num3. And in this situation only, when both the conditions are true, in those situations, my num1 will be greatest. Okay, let's go ahead and do this out. If num1 is greater than num2 and num1 is also greater than num3. In this situation, what we are going to write is number 1 is greatest. We can even have the value printed num1. Okay, and we'll write endl. Cool. This is what we are going to do. Next, if you are checking more than one condition, we will have to write else if. And here we will check with the num2. Num2 is greater than num1 and num1 is also greater than, num2 is also greater than num3. Cool. In this situation, what we are going to print, we will print number 2 is greatest. Okay, and here we will have num2 is greater and we'll write endl. Cool. And if num1 is not greatest, num2 is not greatest, what will be the greatest? Num3 will be the greatest. So we can quickly go ahead and write this in the cout, that my number 3 is greatest. We can have that num3 printed over here, and then we will go ahead with the endl. Cool. This is how we have to write our entire program. Let's click on run and see what exactly we are getting. It will ask us 3 numbers. Okay, I'm writing 1, 2 and 3. So my 3 is greatest, which is number 3. I'll write here 4, 8, 2. So my second number is greatest, which was number 8. I'll write 9, 6 and 3. So it says my number 1 is greatest, which is number 9. So this is how we approach our problem, and this is how we solve greatest of 3 numbers inside your C program. Next is write a program to check if the number is negative, positive or 0. So it is very similar. In this we will take only one number. So I'm removing the other thing. Okay, enter the number. I'll remove everything else. So we are taking num1 from the user, and how do we have to check? Using the if else if condition. If num1 is greater than 0, so number is positive, right? Cout number is positive. The question is if the number is positive, negative or 0. Now in order to check the negative, else if num1 should be lesser than 0. If it is lesser than 0, in this case what exactly we are going to print? Number is negative. And here we will have endl. If it is not positive, not negative, it will be 0. So we can have a printout that the number is 0. Okay, and we can again have endl. So this is how we approach our problem, and this is how we solve our problem of positive, negative and 0. Let's enter the number 6. It is positive. Let's enter the number 0. It is 0. Let's enter the number negative 8. It is a negative number. Okay, I hope this was a simple question for you, and this is how we went ahead and checked multiple condition. Moving ahead, check if the given number is divisible by 5 and 11 or not. So here the question is little confusing. Very first it is saying we have to check if the number is divisible by 5 and 11 or not. So very first we have to check 5 and 11. If the number is divisible by both 5 and 11. What is or not? If it is divisible, we will print yes, and if it is not divisible, we will print no. Okay, if it is divisible by both, we will print yes, and if it is not divisible by any, we are going to print no. And how to approach this problem? Very first we should know how to find if the number is divisible using the modulus symbol. And how we can find that with the modulus symbol? We can find that by putting and checking if the remainder is 0. If 5, let's suppose we are checking for the number and we need to check for the 5. Okay, so 23 modulus 5 equal to 0. So let me just divide 5 by 23. So 5 4s are 20 and 3 is the remainder. Is my remainder equal to 0? No. So this is my false. So it is not divisible. Okay, whereas 25 modulus 5 equal to 0. Let's check with 25. So it will be 5. 5s are 25, remainder is 0. 0 equal to 0, which is true, and the number is divisible. So we have to check this with both the conditions, and because we have to check with both, it should be divisible by both. We have to use ampersand and check both the conditions. Let's go ahead and see how this question will be done. Very first, let's take the input from the user. Int num, C in num. Okay, if you also want to get that message, what you have to do is cout, enter the number. Okay, so here we are getting the number. Now we are checking if the number is divisible by both 5 as well as 11. So if num modulus 5 equal to 0 and num modulus 11 should be also equal to 0. So this and is going to check both the divisibility. You remember that 0 0 is 0, 0 1 is 0, 1 0 is 0 and 1 1 is 1. Only when we are getting true from both the ends, then only my code will get executed. Okay, so what exactly are we going to print? See out. Yes, the given number is divisible by both 5 and 11, and we will have endel. Okay, and in the else case, what exactly we are going to print? See out. Number is not divisible by 5 and 11. Okay, number is not divisible by 5 and 11. That is what we want to print. ENDL. Cool. Now let me click on run and see what exactly we are getting in the output. So we are getting that, enter the number 56, and number is not divisible by 5 and 11. Let's check with 55. It says yes, the number is divisible by both 5 and 11. So this is how your code is actually working, and this is how your logics are framed for the question. Let me quickly go ahead and check the next question. Check whether the given character is digit, alphabet, or a special character. This question is one of my favorite because you may get these sort of logic framing thing inside the bigger question. Let's suppose you have to separate all the letters, digits, and special characters. Okay, in those situations where the big questions are coming and we have to do something with those separated characters, digits, and special characters, we have to form something, that is a big question. But how the logic work for checking if it is alphabet, special character, or digit is done over here. Okay, we are going to check it. Very first thing, we are going to check with the ASCII table. We are going to check with the ASCII table, and second, we'll be checking it with the present libraries. Okay, let's go ahead and check what exactly we have to do is, very first, we are asking one character input from the user, any character input from the user. We are checking we are taking one character input from the user, and we will check if it is one alphabet, if it is a digit, or one special character. Okay, so let's go ahead and check that. Very first, we will be taking the input from the user, which will be in the form of character. Char ch, okay, C out, enter the character, C in ch. Okay, we are taking ch in the input where we are going to get the result. Let's look at the ASCII table and where exactly and how exactly we have to go ahead and work with the problem. Very first, if you see, capital A is 65 and the capital Z is 90. So it should be, if it is alphabet, if you're checking for the alphabet, your character should be in the range of 65 to 90, or it should be in the range of 97 to 122. It should be in the range of 97 to 122. In these two cases, your character is alphabet. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. If ch is greater than equal to 65 and then ch is less than equal to 90, this is the capital case character. We'll print character is alphabet. Character is alphabet. We can even go ahead and do this together for both upper and lower, but I really don't want to confuse you because it will be much more of or and AND combination. I don't want to go ahead and do that and confuse you. Let's put it separately. Else if for the next one, it should be 97 to 122. CS should be greater than equal to 90, and CH should be lesser than equal to 122. If it is in this range, we will again print the same thing. Character is alphabet. We can even print like if it is capital alphabet or lower alphabet. Okay, but it is just asking us to print alphabet or digit or special character. Next, we will be going ahead. We have done the alphabet thing. We will go ahead with the digit. And for the digit, let's again go. We can either compare it directly, it should be greater than 0 or lesser than 9. Or we can directly put it using ASCII table. So it should be in the range of 48 to 57. It should be in the range of 48 to 57. So let's go ahead and do that. Else if CH is greater than equal to 48 and CH should be lesser than equal to 57. If you see, the last one is 57. So it should be present in the range of 0 to 9. 57. In this case, we are going to see out that character is digit. Character is digit. And we are going to have endl. Cool. If it is not alphabet, if it is not digit, it could be the space. Okay. So we can even check that. Else if CH equal to 32. 32 is actually is for space. If you go ahead and check 32, so 32 is space. Okay. So if CH equal to 32, we are going to print it that it was character is space. Character is space. Cool. And if it is not space, not digit, not alphabet, what it could be? It is again your special character. So see out, it is one special character. So in this, what I really want to give you a message is that you have to remember these range very thoroughly, and you have to use that in your examinations, in your placement test, and using this will be a much more simpler thing. Even we can go ahead and compare this using this capital A and Z. If you don't want to go ahead and do it, we can even compare it like this. Okay, it is going to work flawlessly. You don't have to do it with the ASCII table. Okay, but ASCII is actually a little faster, and that's why we are going ahead and doing it with the ASCII table directly. Now let's click on run and see if we are actually getting our result. So I'm entering capital A, so it is alphabet. I'm entering capital B, it is also alphabet. I'm entering A, it is alphabet. I'm entering a small v, it is also alphabet. 6 digit, and it's a special character. This is also one special character. This is also one special character. I cannot enter more than one value, that will be false, and it is only going to take the last value. If I enter more than one thing, 56p, it is going to take the last value or the first value, depends. I guess it is taking the first value. Yes, it takes the first value. Let me go ahead and check that. P56, it's an alphabet, so it takes the first value if you are entering more than one character. So make sure you're not entering more than one character, else this thing will go in the input to the next value. Let's suppose you are taking digit after character, so this will get stored in the digit. Okay, that is how it works. So now this is how we actually have to check if it is character, character is alphabet, digit, or special character. Okay, now we can even use the present library methods, which is alpha, is digit, and in order to use that, we have to include one library, which is ctype.h. Include ctype dot, not ctype, ctype.h. Okay, we have to include ctype.h, and instead of this, what we have to check is, let me remove this. Okay, you can note it down by pausing the video. Let me just go ahead, and here we are checking if is alpha, and we just have to remove this. In this, we are just simply passing our character, which is our ch. Okay, if it is alpha, we'll print c out, it is alphabet, be it capital or small, it is going to take care. ENTL. Okay, in the else if condition, what exactly we are having is digit method, is digit, and in this we are passing our character ch. So this will have a little difficulty because we are passing it in the form of character. So this, let's see if this is giving us the right answer. It is digit, ENDL, and next else it is the special character, else c out special character. Okay, ENDL. Let's go ahead and click on run to see if it is one alphabet or digit. Very first, let me just give it as capital Z. So it is an alphabet. Small h, it is an alphabet. Let me just give for 7, it is a digit. So it is actually working. It is able to convert your ch value, your character value, to your digit value, and it is actually giving us your answer. If it is an alphabet or one digit, or your special character. So even you can use these present methods and reduce the work in the C++ by using the libraries. There are so many different libraries. If we come across any question where we can put those libraries, we'll definitely put them so you can remember them. And at the very same time, whenever you're solving these questions, it is advised to use your libraries so that you can solve the questions with a faster rate. At some time, you may not have the flexibility to use libraries. In those situations, you should know how to do it with the normal logic. And that's why we are going ahead with both the ways. And that's it in this video. We'll be meeting again with the next topic in the next video. Till then, see you, tata, bye-bye. Hello and welcome to this new video where we are going to learn about switch statement. So it is very similar from the past thing what we have learned in the C programming. So your switch statement is nothing but the replacement of if, else if, else ladder. Okay. But there are certain situations where this is not going to work. It is only going to work when we have one condition. It is only going to work when we have one condition. Also, that condition should be fixed. It should not be inside the range. It should be a fixed condition. And what is the meaning of this? That, let's suppose I want to print the months. So I have to get the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So for the 1, we know that it is fixed to January. So in this case, it is going to work only like that. Where we have the range, it's going to not work very properly. Let's suppose the grading system where we have the range 100 to 90, we are going to give it as A. So there it will have a lot of problem and difficulty. It's not going to operate over these ranges. It's only going to work with a fixed value. Now let's see what is the syntax of switch statement. Very first, we will have that expression, or we will have that number where we are exactly going to, on which we are exactly going to put the condition. Let's suppose it is num. Okay, and right now it is 1. So we have to write switch, and here we have to write our expression. So expression over here is num, so it will get replaced by your dot. Let me remove this expression and write here 1, because we are going to put our logic only on num, followed by the curly brackets. And inside this, what could be the values of num? It could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we are going and checking with that. So let's suppose your value is 1. So we'll write case 1. What is this 1? It is your expected value. Here will our code go, and then we also have to break it. Why break? Because if we don't break it, it will keep on going to different cases even without checking the exact case. This is my case 2, and this will be my feb. Okay, and then we have to break it, and then we can have multiple cases. Once we are done with that, we have one optional thing, default. So if nothing from the above is true, the default is going to work. And because this is the last value, we don't even have to keep a break statement. Cool. This is how your switch looks like in this syntax format. Let's actually go ahead and do this. What exactly we are going to do is we are going to work with the months. We have to ask user to enter one number, and we will tell that number belong to which month exactly. So int num cout, enter the month number cin num. Okay, we got the value. Now we'll use the switch condition, switch num. So we are going to work with the num variable, and that's why we are having num inside it. What are all the cases? We'll write the cases first. Case, what could be the first value? It could be 1. What could be the second value? It could be 2. So we'll keep all the expected value inside the cases, and we end it with the colons. Okay, case 4. Actually, let me just copy this and paste this, and we are going to just change the value. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is 11, and this is 12. Okay, so we got 12 values In the very first, I will hit enter, and just to make it look good and readable, I'm giving one tab space. What do we have to print is that it is January. Please pardon me for the spellings. I'm very bad at it. I'm very bad at typing. Even if I know the spelling, I'm very bad at typing. So January is printed. And let me just go ahead and put this C out in every single cases. Okay. And that's how I will be able to show you what will happen if you don't use break statement. Okay. C out, C out, C out, C out. And then last one is 12. Cool. Let me go ahead and change this to Feb. Okay. Just to go ahead and save time, I'm writing this in the short. March, April, May, then we have June, then we have July, then we have August, then we have September, okay, then we have October, then we have November, and then we have December. Cool. So we got our values. Let me go ahead and click on run. It will ask me what is the number. Let's also have the default value. So default is definitely optional and it will only get executed when all the conditions from the top is false. It is very similar to your else case. See out, wrong date, wrong month number. Okay, we can give that the wrong month number was entered. ENDL endl. Now let's click on run again, stop it, run it again. I'm giving here 56. 56 is definitely not matching to any of the condition 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it will give me that wrong month number entered. Now let me give ahead and give it as 12. It will say December and wrong month number. So if it is checking from very first. Is it case 1? No. Okay, leave it. Case 2? No, leave it. Case 3? No, leave it. 4? No, leave it. 5? No, leave it. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, leave it. Is it case 12? Is the number equal to 12? Is the number given is equal to 12? Yes. So print the C out and it will keep on going without even checking what is my case next. So in this case, if I enter it as 9, it will print everything from September, October, November, December and wrong number. September, October, November, December and wrong number. So what it is doing is it is not stopping and not checking the case as well. It just keeps on going. And in order to stop this situation, we go ahead and write break statement. We go ahead and write our break statement. Okay. So let me just put that break everywhere. Break, not BB break, normal break, and break, break, break. Oh, we have more. I think I should have copied it. That would have been made more sense, but that's okay. We are almost there. Break and your break. Cool. Now let me go ahead and print with the value 1 and check if it is giving me January. So 1, it's giving us November, which is bad. Okay, now it gave me January. I guess it was something wrong with the input. Now we are going ahead and give it 2. We are getting Feb. For 3, we are getting March. For 4, we are getting April. For 5, we are getting May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and December. So we are getting all the months in the output. So this is how we have to go ahead and use your switch statement, and this is how your entire output will look like. So it is used to avoid multiple if-else condition. Imagine writing these many if, it would have been definitely tough. And look at this, it is very much readable. That case 1, case 2, case 3, it's very much readable. But if we use the same with the if-else if condition, it will not be looking this good, this clean. And that is why if in case we can use switch, we actually use switch statement. But on the other hand, if else is actually much more accurate when we have ranges, when we have multiple conditions to check. In those situations, we'll be checking with the if else if condition only. In this video, only this much content is covered. I hope you would have understood the switch statement pretty well. If not, please watch the recording again, and we'll see you in the next video. Till then, tata, see you, bye bye. Hello and welcome to this video where we are going to learn and explore about loops. In this, we'll be learning while loop, for loop and do while loop. As everything is exactly same as what we have learned in the C programming, so we are not digging deep into these topics. Instead, we'll be going ahead with the multiple questions. So I have handpicked 11 questions which will be very much beneficial for you to crack your placements, though we are not going ahead with a lot of difficult questions, but the basic fundamentals of questions where we are using while loop or for loop or do while loop, and then we are solving those questions. With that, what will happen? You will not only get the deep understanding of where to use loop, but you will also get a good understanding of solving or putting up your logic based on the different questions provided to you. And this is not only going to make you more than a person who just knows coding, but it will make you a coder who knows coding and knows how to approach a problem. This will be very much helpful in order to understand these loops as well as perform good in your placements. And we are going ahead with this. So what is while loop? If you remember, we gave a very simple example of filling one container with the help of a glass by taking the water out of the pond. Okay, so what we were doing there was we were filling the container and we have to not stop until and unless the container was filled. So we were going ahead with the condition over there. Okay, so whenever we have condition based work which is repeated, there we are going to use loop. And which loop? While loop. On the other end, when we have the fixed number of repetitions from the start to end, we know where to start, where to end, and we are doing only fixed number of repetitions inside that part, then we are using for loop for this situation. Okay, whereas talking about your do while, it's little different than for and while. Basically, it is doing the work of while only, but it is going to work at least one time. Moving ahead, let's see the syntax of while loop. Very first, we need three things in order to work with a loop. We need the start point. You must be knowing where to start, and then only you will be able to use your loop. Then your stop point, okay, be it a fixed stop point or a conditioned based stop point. Okay, you must know where to stop, and if that is not there, it will go to then infinite loop. And then updation of the condition, this is also required. This is the third thing which is very much mandatory. Updation of the condition. Let's suppose you have to count till 10 and you are again and again counting 1 1 1 1 1, so you will never reach 10, right? So we have to say 1 and then we have to increment the value by 1, and then next time we'll say 2, increment the value by 1, and then next time we'll say 3. This is how we have to go ahead, and that's why these three things are very much important in our looping system. Okay, moving ahead with what we are going to do is we are going to see the syntax of while loop. So you will see the syntax, basic syntax as while, and here you will see one condition. And with this condition, what you will see is, here is our code. But this is not the complete syntax. On the top, you must have the initialization, which is the start point, and the same initialization variable you have to use inside the condition. Let's suppose you are asked to count the number of repetitions or number of digits, something like that. We'll say count equal to 0 in the very beginning. And then count should be less than equal to 10, that we have to count till 10, then count should be less than equal to 10. You have to start with 1, 2, 3. And the same has to be updated inside your while loop. Updation has to happen for the same value. Okay, and this is the overall or full syntax of while loop. Let's see how to go ahead and print from 1 to 10. In that situation, we will have to write while number is less than equal to 10. While number is less than equal to 10. Now, as I am not giving num value, it will actually throw the error that I don't know what num is. In this case, we have to initialize the value by putting it over here, int num equal to 1. I have to start from 1, right? So I have to write int num equal to 1. I have to go till 10, and that's why I'm writing that condition, that while my num is less than equal to 10, wherever is my ending point, I have to reach there, and that is what we are going to put here, the ending point. If I simply go ahead and write cout num and write endl, this will go into an infinite loop because yet we have not updated the value of num, and will keep on printing 1 1 1 1 1 1 1, and this will go into an infinite loop. Okay, so if I stop it now, it will take some time to stop because it has already filled up with the buffer memory, and that is what is taking a lot of time. Now it got stopped. Okay, now if I update the value num plus plus, then only it is going to make sense. Every single time it will go to the next number, and as soon as it becomes 10, it will stop. Okay, let's look at this. Okay, it got stopped. How exactly your while loop is working? Let's look at this example. Very first, your main was met, and then it will send the control over here. Once it is having the control over there, let me actually increase the size. Okay, as soon as the control is coming over here, it knows that what is the value of num. Then it meant with the while loop or the while condition. As soon as it is having the while condition, it is going to check the condition, and it is going to check if my condition is true or false. So based on the num value currently, num equal to 1, it says, okay, is 1 less than equal to 10? The value was true. And as the value was true, it will go inside. It will actually print cout num. And what is the current value of num, which is 1? So it will print the value 1, and then it will go to the next line. And once it is printing num, it will update the value of num, which will become 2 in the next repetition. After that repetition, it will again go here, check the condition that is num less than equal to 10. So right now the value of num got updated, which is 2. It will check if 2 is less than equal to 10 or not. If yes, 2 is less than equal to 10, which is again true, it will again come inside and it will again see out your number, which is your second number, which is the current value of num. And again it will update your value to 3, and then it will keep on going to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. Once it is reaching 10, what will happen over there is, after 10, after it printed 10, the value will get incremented, it will become 11. And once the value became 11, what will happen next is that it will check, is 11 less than or equal to 10, which will be false. And as soon as it gets a false value, your loop is going to terminate. Loop will terminate. And this is what we have done over here. This is how your while loop works. I hope you would have got a little bit of idea how your while loop works. Moving ahead to the for loop. Let's look at the syntax. Like, what do we have? So for loop has 3 statements. Very first, it will start from for. Here we will have the statement 1, then a semicolon to separate, statement 2, then the semicolon to separate, statement 3. And then we will have the curly bracket. Inside this, we will have the code. So in while, what we were doing separately, like initialization, condition and updation, here we are going to replace them at statement 1, 2 and 3. And let's see how the entire syntax will look like. Very first, we'll have for, and very first thing will be the start value. The start value. This is also called as initialization. This thing is also called as initialization. And going to the next value is going to be your condition. And then next value is going to be your updation. Okay. So this is how your for loop works. And we just have to print. We don't have to take care of the updation because it's happening over here. We don't have to take care of the condition because it's over here. We don't have to take care of the start position because it is over here. So let's see how to print 1 to 10 inside your for loop. So very first, for int num equal to 1. We're starting from 1. This is my start position. I have to go till 10. So I'm putting my condition num should be less than equal to 10. This is my ending position, or this is my position where I have to reach. And then num plus plus. I'm updating the value of num every single time. Whatever in while we were doing separately, inside for we are keeping all together, and we can directly go ahead and write cout num and del. Okay, and it will work very properly. Can we put any other condition instead of num less than equal to 10? Yes, we can do that, but you have to make sure that you're getting the exact output. If I write 1 less than equal to 10, which is always true, and this will reach where? This will reach into your infinite loop and it will keep on printing num starting from 1 and it will keep on going. If you see, it is keep on going. It will just keep on going. Okay, even if I stop it and try to clear this out, it will still keep on printing. Okay, this has nothing to do what condition we are putting. If the condition belongs to this and if it is making sense, then only it will get run. Else it will either give error or it will run into an infinite loop. Cool. So this is how we are printing from 1 to 10 using for loop. Cool. I hope you got this. In do while loop, things are little different. In do while loop, things are little different. Very first we start with do, then we write our code, and then we check with the while condition. Then we check with the while condition. Even if your condition is false for the very first time, because of your do, it's going to run one time. Let's actually look at that as well. So do cout, I'm saying that do cout, what exactly? Num. And then endl. What is the current value of num? I have to put that above. Int num equal to 1. Okay, int num equal to 1. Let me have a tab and bring it over here. And next we are checking the condition outside. While over here, while num is less than equal to 10. The very same thing what we were doing initially, it is also doing the same thing, and it is checking the condition. Let's see what exactly. Oh, we forgot to actually write num plus plus, and this would have resulted into an infinite loop. Thankfully we stopped it on the right time, at the right time I would say. So cout num endl and num plus plus. So it is printing from num to that. What will happen if my initial value itself is 100, where my condition is false? In this case, your while loop would have not printed anything, but here it will actually print the value of num, which is currently 100. And this is the only difference between do while and while. I hope you would have understood this quite well. If not, please do watch the recording from the C language and see how we discussed for loop, while loop and do while loop in detail. Moving ahead with our questions. So the very first question is, okay, I handpicked your 11 questions. So the very first question is program to print from 1 to n. And what do we have to do here is we have to, whenever I mention n in the question or whenever you see n in the question, that means you have to take this value input from the user. You have to take value input from the user. So let's go ahead and take that. Int n cout, enter the value of n, and then we are going to use c in n. Okay, simple, sorted. We have to do what? We have to print from 1 to n. We know that we only have to, we have fixed value 1 and n. So in this situation we will be using for loop. Though we can do this with the while loop as well, but it is advised to use for loop when we have fixed condition. So for int I equal to 1, I is less than equal to n. Now I have to reach till n, and that's why I'm keeping the condition as n, and I will simply do what? I will cout the value of I, because I is the value which is increasing every single time. Okay, now let me click on run, and you will see that we will be asked like what value you want. I want 67, so it will print from 1 to 67, and that's how we solve our first problem. Program to print n to 1 in the reverse order. Okay, now this is actually good. When n is my starting point, where exactly I'll keep my n? I'll keep my n over here. This is my starting point. My condition will change a little when we are going from top to bottom, when we are going from high to low. My I value is actually big right now. Okay, my starting value is bigger than my ending value, and that's why we are going in the lower form. So my start value is big, which is my n. My ending value should be 1. My ending value should be 1. So I less than equal to 1. Is my I less than equal to 1? No, the condition is false in the very first thing itself. Let's suppose I gave the n value as 10. So is 10 less than equal to 1? No, it is false. So what do we have to write there to make the condition true and keep on going till 1? We have to just reverse the symbol. Till my 10 is greater than equal to 1. Till my I is greater than equal to 1. We just have to reverse the sign. Okay. In this situation, my value will be true. My n is greater than 1. Yes. Till I reach 1, this condition will be true. And because we are going in the reverse order, we are going from top to bottom, we are going from high to low, we have to do I minus minus. Okay, and if you do I plus plus, it will keep on going from n to whatever number it can go. Okay, whatever is the limit, it will keep on increasing. It will never make your condition false. Okay, and that is when your program will go in an infinite loop. Okay, so right now I did minus minus, and this is the correct approach. And let me click on run. I want to print from 10 to 1. Let me give the value as 10. So it is printing 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And which is giving you the exact output if you see. Right? So cool. This question is done. How to print in the reverse order. Moving ahead. Program to print alphabet from A to Z or reverse. Program to print alphabet from A to Z or reverse. This is actually very important question. Now in this case, what we will do is char ch equal to capital A. If we are asked to print in capital or small, we are asked to print in capital. Char ch equal to A. We have to go till where? Till my ch is less than or equal to z. So either we can use for loop, but where we have to run the loop for 26 times. Okay. You can even use your normal while loop. Ch should be less than equal to your capital Z. And what we have to do is C out ch. Simple C. We just have to print ch and we have to upgrade the ch value every single time. So it will happen what? It will see, is my A less than equal to Z? Yes, true. Print A. Update the value of ch, increment the value of ch by 1, it will go to B. And then it will get printed like this. Let me also print NL, or else it will print in the very same line, which we don't want. Okay, it printed from A to Z in the very same line. But right now, it will print in the different line. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Cool. This is how we go ahead and print the entire alphabet. What will happen if I have to go from small a to small z? It will be like this. Okay. So it will now print from A to Z in small letters, in small cases. Okay. This is how we go ahead and do it. How should I go ahead and print it in the opposite? Z to A. Ch should be greater than equal to my A value. And I have to ch minus minus. I have to change, tweak some settings in order to get from Z to A. Okay. If you see, it printed from Z to A. Cool. I hope you would have understood this question pretty well. Moving ahead, program to print all odd numbers in the range 1 to 100. Okay. We have to print all odd numbers into range 1 to 100. Very first, let's go ahead with the for loop and print from 1 to 100 first. And then we will see how to print 1 to 100, only the odd numbers. For int I equal to 1, I less than equal to 100, I plus plus. Very first task is to print from 1 to 100. Okay. C out I and L. What do you think? This will print my 1 to 100. Let's see if it is printing 1 to 100. What I did is I ran the loop from 1 and I incremented the value till 100 and I printed the value 5. So it is printing 1 to 100. Now I am asked to print only the odd numbers. In this case, what we will do is, if I'll check if it is odd. How to check? If I modulus 2 not equal to 0. Not equal to 0. I am going to print only in this case. If it is not equal to 0, I'm dividing the number by 2, and if I'm not getting the result as 0, if I'm not getting the remainder as 0, that means it is not an even number. And if it is not an even number, it will be odd number. So if I modulus 2 not equal to 0, C out I. So what this will do is, it will print only the odd numbers. If you look at this, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19. On the other end, we can do it with multiple more ways. I'll show you. If I modulus 2 equal to 0, I can simply go ahead and write continue in it. So it will actually skip all those values where it is having an even number, where it is having one even number. Okay. Okay, where it is having an even number. So if I modulus 2 equal to 0, that means it's even, and we are going to skip that iteration. You will see it as still printing it in this way. Now there's one more way without even using the if condition. See out I and L. Okay, you will see that this is going to print from 1 to 100. I agree, it is going to print 1 to 100. But what if I increment the value by 2? It is printing 1 to 100. What if I increment the value by 2? I plus equal to 2. So 1 plus 2 is 3, 3 plus 2 is 5, 5 plus 2 is 7, 7 plus 2 is 9. So that is how we can even print the odd numbers, and this is the fastest. This is the fastest, okay? Out of all three which we have seen, this is the fastest. Why? Because it is skipping the value by 2. It is not checking any condition. It is not skipping any iteration. It is going till 50 iterations only, and this is how it is fastest. This is how we print only odd numbers. In case you want to print even, you know what to do. Now it says program to print sum of all even numbers in the range 1 to 100. So what is the meaning of this? So let's go with 10 only. Okay, let's go with 1 to 10 in the explanation, and then we will check with the 1 to 100 in the real-time program. So it says program to find the sum of all the even numbers. So 1 to 10, what are all the even numbers? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. So 2, 4, 6, 8 and 10. So we have to find the total sum of these numbers in the range 1 to 10. So 2 plus 4 plus 6 plus 8 plus 10, which will be 2, 4, 6, 6, 12 plus 8 plus 10. It will be 12 plus 8 equal to 20 plus 10. It will be total of 30. So this is the total number, total value which we will be getting. Total output is 30. Cool. Now let's actually go ahead and see this, how exactly we have to do. Let's see the actual logic. So what we will have is, we will have one variable int sum equal to 0 while running the loop for I 1 to 100. Very first we have to check if the number is even, because we have to find the sum of only even numbers. Very first we have to check if the number is even. So if I modulus 2 equal to 0, and if that condition is true, that means the number is even, I will keep on adding I to my sum. And how to add that? Sum equal to sum plus I. This will add the value to my sum variable and store it in the sum, and that will keep on getting updated. So after my for loop is done, I will print my sum value. I'll do what? I'll print my sum value. Let's go ahead and check this out, how to do it with the actual program. Int sum equal to 0 for int I equal to 1, I is less than equal to 100, I plus plus. I am asked to go from 1 to 100 range. I am checking if my I modulus 2, because I is the only value which is increasing, right? Equal to 0. If it is even, add it to where? Sum plus I. Add that value to my I, and as soon as my loop is over, I want to print that total sum. Total sum of even numbers in the range 1 to 100 is space. Actually, let me put this on the corner. Then here I will have my sum value, and then I will give endl. Endl is for next line. Okay, so this will do what? This will actually give me the total output. This may take some time. So the total output is 2550. If you don't believe me, you can go ahead and check this out till 10, and then it will only tell you the number, which is 30. So the total sum is in the range 1 to 10 is 30, which we saw using this entire calculation. Okay, I hope you would have understood how to go ahead and find the sum of only even or odd numbers in a range. Question number 6 says program to print the multiplication table of any number. So what do we have to print is, any number is n. Let's suppose that number is 5. So we have to get the output as 5 into 1 equal to 5, 5 into 2 equal to 10, 5 into 3 equal to 15. So very first, let's see till what range we need to go, from where do we need to start and where do we need to end. So if you see, this 5 is your actual value n. This is n into 2. This is n into 3. Next value will be n into 4. So we just need to start from 1 and we need to go till 10. And in the output, we can multiply the n. So how to go and print from 1 to n? Let's go ahead and do that. We have to just print from 1 to n. For int I equal to 1, I is less than equal to 10, I plus plus. And let's see out the value of I. See out I, end, l. Okay, this will print the value of my 1 to 10. Okay. And now let's take the value n input from the user, int n, and then we are going to ask the user to input it. See out, enter the number to get the table. Okay. And we'll do cin capital N because that is our variable. Now we are taking the input from the user and then we are running till 1 to 10. And if I multiply this value with n, you will see you are getting the output result. Okay. Now if I give the value as 5, you will see 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay. You are getting the result as 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. Cool. Now let me just quickly go ahead and show you what exactly do we need to print next. Now we got this output. Let me erase the other part. So these are the other parts which we need to erase. Cool. We got this output. Okay. What extra we need is 5 into 1 equal to 5 into 2 equal to. So very first, let's have a good practice of printing 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. What is this 5? This is the number n. So let's see how to print. Added 5 to this data. Okay. Just print 5. We know how to print I into n. So we'll do that anyways. See out. Just print my value n and then n del. Just print my value n. It has to print 5 10 times. I will give the value 5. It will print 5 10 times. Next is we want to print this square x 10 times. So very next to my n, I will write inside the quotation that print x. I'll write print x. So it will be 5x, 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 5x in every single time. Let me give the value as 5. Okay, it printed 5x. If you want a space in between, you can give the spaces and it will print along with the spaces. Okay. Though it takes a lot of time to load and execute, that is I definitely hate, but it's okay. Next is we have to print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What is that variable which is increasing from 1 to 10? It is the value I. So next after this x, we have to print the value I. Okay, next after this, we have to print the value I. And it is printing 5 into 1, 5 into 2, 5 into 3, 5 into 4. Okay. Yes, we got that. After that, we need what? We need one equal to. So inside the double quotation, I will give a space and equal to space. It will give 5 into 1 equal to, 5 into 2 equal to, 5 into 3 equal to, 5 into 4 equal to, 5 into 5 equal to. Okay. Cool. Now we only need to print I into n and we know how to do it. After this, we will print I into n. And this is how we are getting our entire table in the output. If I just go ahead and give it here as 5, it will give the entire table. If I go ahead and give it as 7, it will give me the entire table. If I go ahead and write here 19, it will give me the entire table. And this is how we print your entire table of any particular number inside your C++ program. Moving ahead, we have the next question as program to count the number of digits in a number, program to print the sum of first and last digit of a number, and program to print the number in the reverse. And then next we have is program to check if the number is prime or not, program to print the star pattern. As these questions are pretty big and this video will be like quite long, so I'll break that up into the second video. So see you in the second video. Till then, tata, take care, bye bye. Hello and welcome to the second part of this question series where we are solving the loop questions. So our next question is to print the count of number of digits in a number. What does that mean is, let's suppose you have a number which is 568. So you have to tell how many digits are present in that number. So total of 3 digits. One of them is 5, the other is 6, the other is 8. So you don't have to mention like what all digits are present, but you have to mention the count of the digits. And how exactly we have to go ahead and do it? Every single time we will divide this number till it becomes 0. Let's suppose the number is 568. So we divide it by for the first time by 10, it becomes 56. The quotient only is 56 and the count is 1. Next time we divide it, it becomes 5 and the count is 2. Next time we divide it, it becomes 0 and the count is 3. And that's how we'll divide the number till it becomes 0, and then we'll keep on counting it. Let's see how this will be done with the help of the program. Let me just simply remove this. So here, let's get the number from the user. Int num, cout, enter the number, and then cin num. So we are taking it from the user. Now we have to keep on going till the number becomes 0. While the number is greater than 0. While the number is greater than 0, keep on going. So what do I need to do is, I need to have one more variable int count, for which the value will be 0 at the beginning. Int count equal to 0. And I have to keep on going. So what do I need to do is, I have to count num equal to num by 10 every single time I'm dividing the number, and I'm keeping that in the count plus plus. Okay, let's quickly go ahead and do this. Now clicking on run, let's see what will happen. Enter the number 5678. So okay, we are not printing the count. Cout, count, enter. Okay, now let's click on run. 5678. So it is 4. Let's give some number. So it is 6-digit number. So we are getting 6. What's happening over here is, so we are dividing that number every time by 10, and we are storing that inside which variable? Inside the same variable. And it will first become 56. We are increasing the count to 1. Then it will become 5 because 6 is also removed. And let's see how this is working. 568 divided by 10. So 5s are 56, and then from here 8 will go. 6 are 60, and 8 is the remainder. We are not considering this remainder. What is the quotient? 56. And now we are dividing this. You see, this is over here. Now we are dividing this 56 by 10. 10 5s are 50. We are getting the remainder as 6. We are not considering it. Now what is the quotient? 5. And this we are heading, and we are updating the value count. We are dividing it one more time because it is still not 0. 10 by 5, 10, 0, 0, and 5 is the remainder. Okay, and we are checking that this number became 0, and with this division it became 3, and we'll stop it because the number became 0. This is how we are going ahead and counting the number of digits present in a number. Program to print the sum of first and last digit of a number. This is one of my favorite, and we have to do something similar. Very first we are going to store the last digit. Okay, we are going to store the last digit of a number, and then we will keep on dividing that number till it is greater than 10, not greater than 0. It is greater than 10, greater than equal to 10. We'll keep on dividing it. We'll keep on dividing it. And if the number is 5 or anything from 1 to 9, it will actually stop because that number is lesser than 10. We'll keep on dividing till my number is greater than equal to 10. Okay, so we'll keep on dividing, and this is our last value. It will be either 1 to 9, and that will be my first digit. That will be my first digit, and then I have to print the sum. How to get the last digit? By finding the remainder by the 10. Let's suppose there is a number 123. You have to find the last digit, which is 3, and how to get it? Divided by 10. 10 ones are 10, 2 here, 3 here, 10 twos are 20. So what is the remainder? 3. This is your last digit. Okay, this is how we find. So let me just remove this. We are entering the number from the user. Int num, cout, enter the number, not number, number, and then cin num. Then we are doing what? We are doing cin num. After that, what do we have to do is, we just have to take the last value. So int last digit equal to num modulus 10. And see, still we are not dividing the number, so it will still be the same. And if we have to find the first digit, let's have the first digit variable and keeping it as 0. So the first digit cannot be 0, but initially we are keeping it as 0. Now what I will do is, while my num is greater than equal to 10, keep on dividing the number by 10. Num equal to num by 10. This is what we did over here. We'll keep on dividing the number in a very similar way. I have to get this 5. And if you see, I was getting 5 over here, right? So I'll not divide it till 0, but I'll divide it till it is greater than or equal to 10. And the number which is remaining at the end is going to be your first digit. First digit equal to num. Now let's actually see out the first digit. First digit is, here we are writing first digit, okay, and writing endl as well. Now see out, last digit is, here you are having last digit, then endl, and then we have to actually print the sum. So see out, sum of first and last is, we can have that stored in some sort of variable int sum equal to first digit plus last digit, and then here we can print the sum, and then we can print the endl. Cool. Let's see if this is actually working. What we did, what we have to give is a number. Okay, so the number is 5, 6, 4, 5, 8 and 1. 5, 6, 4, 5, 8, 1. The first digit is 5, the last digit is 1, and the sum is 6. The first digit is 5, last digit is 1, and the sum is 5. So what we did is, we found the modulus to find the last digit. Then we divided it number till it is greater than equal to 10. So it could be anywhere between 9 to 1. It cannot be 0 because the first number can never be 0. If it is 0, it will automatically be removed. Okay, and then we are dividing the number by 10 every single time till it becomes anything between 9 to 1. We are removing the last digit as we have seen in the last problem, and then we are getting that value in the num, which we are keeping it as first digit, and then we are adding both the values and we are getting our output. Now print the number in reverse. We have to use something similar. What we have done is, we have to print the number in the reverse. Let's suppose this is the number. What we have to do is 185,465. This is what we have to do. So till here, let the number be same. Okay, till here, let the number be same, and here we are having int ref equal to 0. Int ref equal to 0. Very first, I will be going ahead with my logic, and then I will be explaining it. While I will keep on dividing this number, num is greater than 0. I'll keep on dividing this number till it is greater than 0. Every single time I'll do what? I'll remove the last digit. How? Using the modulus. I'll remove the last digit and I'll add it to this rev. Let's see how that is done. Though we have already covered this problem earlier, but let's do it again. So rev equal to rev into 10 plus my remainder. And what is my remainder? We are going to find over here. So int remainder equal to num modulus 10. And every single time when we are getting the last value, we'll divide it and remove it. So num equal to num by 10. We are dividing it and removing it. And here we will print reverse. And then I'll print the rev with an endl. Okay, so let's see what we are getting. Very first, we will complete the code, we'll run it, and then I'll go with the logic. Enter the number, it is 678. So we are getting 876. Let's see how it is actually working. Very first, what we did is, we have the number 678. How to get this last value? We are getting it by dividing it by 10 and finding the remainder. So 10, 678. 10, 6 are 60. 7 will come as here, 8 will come as here. 10 7s are 70. Now what is the remainder? 8. I am multiplying this on the rev. What is the initial value of rev? Equal to 0. What is the logic which I have used is rev equal to rev into 10 plus remainder. So for the very first time, what it will be? It will be rev equal to rev, which is 0, into 10, which will again be 0, plus remainder, which is 8. So the ref value will become as 8. Okay, now what is the quotient? 67. If you look over here, we even divided the number. So we are keeping the quotient again in the number. We are removing the earlier number, we are keeping the quotient. So we divided it and we kept the quotient. Next time again when this is happening, we'll get the last value. How to get the last value? 67 modulus 10, which means 67 divided by 10. 10 6 are 60, and what is the remainder? 7 is the remainder. So let's see again with the second time what is happening over here. Second time it is rev equal to rev into 10 plus what is the remainder? 7. So rev value was 8, so 8 into 10 will be 80 plus 7, it will become 87. Okay, and what is my quotient? It is 6. What is my quotient? It is 6. So next time again I will be dividing it by 10. So 6, 10 zeros are 0 and 6 is the remainder. Let's again go here with the third iteration. What it will be? Rev equal to rev into 10 plus my remainder 6, which will be rev value was 87 from the last iteration. 87 into 10 plus 6, it will become 870 plus 6, which will become 876. And if you see, our number was 678, for which we got 876. We got 876. So we are using this logic and we are dividing it till the number becomes 0, till the quotient becomes 0. Here our quotient is 0, so we will stop over here. This was the entire program of printing the number in the reverse. Next is program to check if the number is prime or not. So we have done this as well before, but let's see how this will be done. Program to check the prime number. What is the condition for prime? The condition for prime is that it should have 2 factors. Okay, it should have 2 factors. First one should be 1 and second one should be itself. Is 1 a prime number? No. Why? Because it is not having 2 factors. It does not have 2 factors. It is only having 1 factor, 1 in itself. That's why it is not a prime number. So my prime numbers are 2, which are divisible by 1 and itself. 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, and the number keeps on going. We have to get one number from the user and we have to tell if it is prime or not. So let's do it and then we'll understand the logic. So let this be same. What we are doing is we are running the loop from 2 and I equal to 2 and going till n minus 1. Okay, num. If I am writing less than, that means it is going till reaching not till that number, 1 less than that. If I am putting 1 equal to, it is reaching till num. If I am just keeping less than, it is not reaching till num, but it is reaching till 1 less than num, I plus plus. If my I is dividing num, if num modulus I equal to 0, I'll print, not the printf, cout not prime. Okay, and I'll write here endl, and I will use exit 0. I'll use exit 0, and if it is not exiting over here, that means my program was correct and the number is prime. So I will print, I will cout over here, cout prime number, and here we will have endl. Here we will have endl. Cool. So what exactly is happening? But before checking that, let's actually run this and check if it is giving us the right output or not. 2 prime number, 3 prime number, 4 not a prime, 5 prime number, 6 not a prime, 7 prime number. That means our code is working well and good. So what is the logic which we are using is that, let's suppose the number is 17. The number is 17. We are going till 1 less than this number, which is 16. So if any number between 2 to 16 is dividing this, that means we are not keeping 1. The only number which should be dividing this number should be 1 and itself. So we are not reaching till 17. We are starting from 2. That means if any number in this range is dividing this number, that means it is not prime. Yes, it is not prime. But if it is not dividing and we are reaching till 17 for this number, that means the number was prime, and that's why we didn't found any factor of this number or any number which was dividing this number. Okay, so let's suppose we are taking the number 13. So we'll go with from 2 till 12, 1 less than this number, which will be 12, 2 to 12. And if any number divides 13 in this range, it's not prime. If yes, no number is dividing this number 13, it is actually prime number. So this is the logic which we used over here. What is exit 0? Exit 0 will stop my program forcefully then and there. So if my number is not prime, I'll print it not prime. I don't have to go and check again, right? If 6 is not prime, it is divisible by 2 and 3. So if I'm getting that my 6 is divisible at 2 itself, why should I check at 3? Why should I check at 6, right? So I don't have to do that. If it is not prime, it is not prime, no matter what. And we are immediately stopping the program using exit 0. And if this is not getting encountered, that means no number was dividing my num. No I value was dividing my num, which means no number from 2 to 16 was dividing my 17. And in this case, this program will not get executed because it is inside the condition, and there will be no stoppage of the program. And if there is no stoppage of the program, this line will get executed, and this is what is happening over here. Now we are good with this question. Let's go ahead with the next question. Writing program to print the star patterns. In this, we have to understand various things because there are various patterns which you may see coming in front of you, and we have to use nested loop in order to solve these patterns. Very first, let's suppose there's a pattern like this: 4 by 4 stars, 4 by 4 stars. So we have to run 2 loops, one I and the second one will be J. Okay, let me remove everything. We don't need this. Very first, I'll be running one loop int I equal to 0, I is less than 4, I plus plus. If I'm starting from 0, I don't need to go till equal to 4. I can keep it little less than 4. If I don't utilize the value of I can start from 0. That is what we always do because we know that indexing starts from 0. And that is what we will always do. We'll start from 0 and we'll go till 4. That is a good practice, I would say. Though you can still start from 1 and go till equal to 4. Inside this, I'll write one more program, int j equal to 0. Now you see I'm writing 2 different variables, and this is what we have to use if in case we are working with the nested loops. And cout star. Cout star. If I give endl over here, it will give everything in the same line. So I'm not giving endl over here. Instead, I'm giving a space over here. Once my this is over, once it is printing 4 stars, I will go ahead and give endl. Cout endl. So it will go to the next line after printing 4 stars. Let's see how that is working or how that is actually helping us. So it printed star, 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 star. Let's see how exactly this is working. Because we are using nested loops, so when I equal to 0, when I value is equal to 0, what will happen? It will, for the very first iteration, I value is 0. It will go inside and it will check there is one more loop. So it will run the j value for I equal to 0 itself. It will run j value 4 times. Okay. So j equal to 1, 2, 3, 4. It is running the j value 4 times inside the I equal to 0. Okay, sorry, it will start from 0. Let me not confuse you. It will start from 0. So 0, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, it will run 4 times starting from 0. And for every single time, it is printing star with a space. Star with a space, star with a space, star with a space. As soon as this thing is over, I am encountering my endl. It is going to the next line, and then it goes up, increments the value of I. Now my I value will become 1, and again j will run from 0 to 3. 0, 1, 2, and 3. For every single time, star, star, star will get printed again. For every single time of 2, j will be 0, 1, 2, 3. And star, 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 star will get printed. And again for I equal to 3, my j will be 0, 1, 2, 3. And star, star, star will get printed. This is how your entire thing is working with these star patterns, and this is how your nested loop work. Okay. So if you are just going ahead with the random print statement, sorry, if you are going ahead with this star pattern, this is what we have to do. Okay. Now I will also teach you different star patterns, and let's see how that is done. Now incrementing a star pattern, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Okay. In order to not confuse you, let me start the loop from 1 itself. You will be able to understand and relate it little more. I is less than equal to 4, I plus plus. My first loop is going 4 times. Why exactly? Because if you see this, here we have how many rows? 1, 2, 3 and 4. This is responsible for your I value. So I equal to 1, I equal to 2, I equal to 3, I equal to 4. So I need to run from 1 to 4. I need to do what? I need to run from 1 to 4. That is done. Inside that, for the very first time, j, this is my j value, okay? J is only running 1 time. For this, it is running 2 times. For this, it is running 3 times. 1, 2, 3. For it is running 4 times. If you look at the pattern, when I is 1, j is running till 1. If I is 2, j is running till 2. If I is 3, j is running till 3. If I is 4, j is running till 4. So my last condition will be j equal to I. Okay. So for int j equal to 1, j less than equal to I, j plus plus. And in this, we will see out star, the space, and once one line is over, we will write endl next line. Okay, we missed one extraction symbol. Okay, we'll write endl. So this will do what? It will see that I equal to 1, j is going only till less than equal to 1 only. And that is how we are getting this incrementing pattern. Okay, this is how we are getting this incremented pattern. Okay, cool. Good till here. When my I value is 1, j will run for 1 and j is less than equal to 1 only. So it will only go for 1 time. When my I value is 2, j will start from 1, but it will go till 2 because right now my I value is 2. When it is 3, when I value is 3, j will start from 1, it will go till 3, 1, 2 and 3. That's why it is printing 3 stars. Okay, now let's print this decrementing pattern. Okay, so how many times we need to go with I equal to 1, I equal to 2, I equal to 3, I equal to 4. We need to run the I loop 4 times. Okay, remove it, delete it. For int I equal to 1, I is less than equal to 4, I plus plus. Because we are starting from 1, that's why we are going till 4. How many times j need to work? If you see, it is printing 4 times in the very first time. That j is starting from 1 and going till 4. J is starting from 1 and going till 4. No problem at all. In this, j has only gone till 3. In this, j has gone till 2. In this, j has gone till 1. If you see, if you recognize the pattern, so it is reaching 4 plus 1 minus I. 4 plus 1 minus I. So it is reaching till that point. So this time I is 1. This time I is 1. So for this, it will be 4 plus 1 minus 1. It will be 4 stars. This time it is 4 plus 1 minus 2, which will be 3 star. This time 4 plus 1 minus 3, which will be 2 star. Okay, 4 plus 1, sorry, 4 plus 1 minus 3, which will be 2 stars. And this time it is 4 plus 1 minus 4, which will be only 1 star. So this is how we have to form the logic, and we have to search how the entire loop is working. So j will go till this condition. 4 plus 1 is by default 5. If it was a variable, we would have kept it like that. So let's just give 5 minus I. Okay, for int j will start from 1 and it will go till where? J should be less than equal to 5 minus I and then j plus plus. Okay, here we will write a star, space, and the next we will write endl, C out, ENDL. Okay, again we missed one extraction symbol. Let's go ahead and print this. So it will now form a decrementing pattern. Did you see that? So this is how we have to find the exact logic, and that's how we have to move ahead with the pattern. And there will be much more patterns coming up, maybe the diamond shape pattern and different things. We have to actually divide the problem into small problems. and we have to go ahead and do it. As our homework, I'm giving you one pattern. This should be the pattern, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4. It should print like this. If you see, here we have blank spaces 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and 1. Okay, we had blank spaces. Let me fill this up. Look at this. 1, 2, 3. For this row, we have 1 and 2 blank space. For this, only we have 1 blank space. So you also have to write one more for loop to fill only the blank spaces. Yes, you have to do that. Inside the first for loop, you have to write 2 for loop. One for printing the blank spaces, one for printing the star. And you already know how to print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, but on the other hand, very first you have to print those blanks. So it has to go till 3, 2, 1. Now you have to find the logic, and you have it actually will not print this green thing. It will not print any dashes. Remove the dashes. Instead of that, just print these spaces. And this is your homework. This is your assignment which you have to do. Cool. So that's it. In this video, we'll be meeting with a new topic which will definitely be your break and continue. Till then, see you, tata. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to this new video where we are going to learn about break and continue. It is a topic which is continued after practicing our loop questions. So we have already done this and it is having no other difference than what we have learned in C language course. So let's quickly go ahead and understand what is the exact meaning of break and continue. So break is actually used to terminate the loop at certain condition. What is break? Break is used to terminate the loop, be it while, do while, or for loop. Terminate the loop at certain condition. And when I'm saying condition, that also means that this break is not going to be present without an if condition. Okay, so if in case we want to use and utilize this break into our program, we have to make sure that this is present inside the if condition, else that is not going to matter a lot. It may even give you the errors depending on different compilers. Let's quickly go ahead and understand where exactly we will use break. Let's suppose we are printing from 1 to 10. How do we do that? For int I equal to 1, I is less than equal to 10, and I plus plus. So we are just doing cout I and endl. Cool. This code is going to print from 1 to 10. But let's suppose if you want to break the loop at certain number, okay, we want to check if there's a number 5 or 6, if that is coming in the value of I want to immediately stop my loop. I have to immediately stop my loop. But there is a misconception that if anything is present outside the for body, that will also get stopped. This is the end of the code. So let's actually test that out and see if it is just stopping the loop or if it is even stopping your entire program. Exit 0 is going to stop your entire program, whereas break is only going to break or terminate the loop. Let's look at this. Let's keep one more break statement over here. As of now, what is the output of this? So the output is 1 to 10 and it will print. This is the end of the code. Now we want to go ahead and just have one simple condition that if I value is equal to 5, I want to break the loop. If I value is equal to 5, I want to break the loop. So it will not execute this command even. So it will still stop the loop at 4. Once it is 5, it will go and check if it is 5. It will come and meet the condition that if I equal to 5, which is true, and break will meet over there. And as soon as break is meeting over there, what it will do is it is going to stop the entire loop. And let's see what are we going to get. So it will print 1 to 4 and it will print this is the end of the code. So this is your output. It is not going to stop the entire program. Instead, it is just going to stop the loop. And this is how we use break inside for loop. Let's suppose we want to check if any number is divisible by 7. I want to stop the loop. In that case, we just have to change the condition. What will be the condition over here? If I modulus 7 equal to 0. Whenever that condition becomes true, break the loop. So it will print from 1 to 6 and it will print this is the end of the program. And after 6, as soon as the value became 7, it is going to break the loop. Okay, I hope you understood how to use break statement inside your for loop. Let's go ahead with the break statement inside the while loop. Let's suppose there is value count or int num equal to 1 and I want to print till my num is less than equal to 10. While num is less than equal to 10, keep on going, cout num, and I'm also giving endl. Okay, and I will update the value of num by plus plus. This is the end of the code, cout. This is the end of the code, and I'm going to write endl over there, endl. Okay, now what you see over here that it is running from 1 to 10 and it is giving that this is the end of the code. This is the simple code in the while loop. If in case we want to stop the loop as soon as the number becomes 9, so num equal to 9, break the loop. I'm going to write break. Okay, so what this is going to do is it is going to break the loop. Why exactly are we breaking the loop at 9? What is this break used for? So it is actually used for checking if there is any sort of error. If we found the error, then break that program, break that loop and go to the next code and execute the next command. It is also used to stop the animations in the game. That suppose there's an enemy fighting to you, okay, and there is some sort of fireworks which is going in the background. As soon as enemy health is equal to 0, the enemy will die. It will stop the animation. It will go to the next scenery. It will go to the next level. So these are all of the places where we actually use break statement. And the same will even happen with the do while. I will just keep the same thing. I will write do over here. Inside this, I'll write cout num endl. So what this is doing is this is just printing the value from 1 to 10. Okay, here we need to write while condition while num is less than equal to 10. Okay, so what this is going to do is it is going to print from 1 to 10. But what at certain condition if we want to break it? If num equal to 7, I want to break this. Okay, so num is equal to 7 and I'm going to break the loop. Let's click on run and see what is the output over here. It will print from 1 to 6. And then it will actually do what? It will break the code. This is how your break works with the do while loop. Now we have seen the break in different loops. Now let's go ahead with the continue. What is the meaning of the continue? Continue just means one thing, that skip one iteration. Skip one iteration. So if in case we want to skip something inside a loop, we'll put a condition using if, and we'll check wherever those conditions are meeting, we are going to skip those particular iterations. Let's quickly go ahead and see how this will be used inside the for loop. And the same will happen inside the while as well as do while. So it's going to take a little more time to explain those two things, but let me just explain this with the for, and then that is how you can actually understand it. Because we have did this, we have covered this topic in the past as well. And this topic is very simple. So I don't think so keeping or giving it a lot of time will actually help us in any way. So int I equal to 1, I is less than equal to 10, I plus plus. Okay, I'm checking what I'm just printing out the value. Okay, I till endl. So it will do what? It will keep on printing the value till 10. Okay, now I am checking if my I is equal to 5. I'm going to keep continue. So it will just do one thing, that it is going to stop, not stop the loop, but it is going to skip the iteration. It is going to skip the code after continue. So it is going to skip 5, and that is why it is advised to keep your code below your continue. What will happen if I keep my code above? You can look that it is not going to skip the 5 value as well. Right, so we got the entire thing. Even if I keep the condition little different, that I modulus 2 equal to 0, which means all the even numbers should get skipped. And if I'm keeping my print above and condition below, it will not do any action. And that is why it is always advised to keep your main code below if conditionals where we are using continue. okay, or keep continue on the top. So it is now going to skip my even numbers. If you see, all even numbers are skipped. Cool. So this was all about break and continue. I hope you would have understood this quite well. And in future also we will have a lot of questions, a lot of problems which will require us to use break and continue. So it will get practiced even there. So I hope this is it in this video, and we'll meet you in the new video with a new topic. Till then, tata, see you, bye bye. Hello and welcome to this new video where we are going to learn arrays and strings. As this was a quite big topic, and as you have already witnessed that we are moving ahead with the topic with a lot of questions, so we will be dividing this topic into two different parts, arrays and strings. Moving ahead, what is an array is something which you already know, but let's go ahead with the very beginning and let's see what arrays are. Arrays are nothing but a special variable. Okay, this is nothing but a special variable which can store more than one value of a data type. Okay, store more than one value of a particular data type. Which means that if we are storing and creating the array for int, we will be able to store only the whole numbers. If we are creating the array for strings, we will be only able to store strings in it. Okay, and that is what an array is. All the elements are present inside the square brackets, which are separated using commas. Okay, and how to access the elements using indexing, which we will see in the coming minutes. Moving ahead, how to declare an array or how to define an array is something which we are going to see in C++. It is nothing different than what we have already seen in our C programming. So let's suppose we want to create an array of numbers int arr equal to curly bracket 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is how we create an array. We can also specify the size, like I want it for 6 sizes, or we can even go ahead and create it for 10 greater number. If you are going ahead with a lesser number, that will definitely be there, but the last number value will be lost. That will not get stored. Okay, so let's keep it as 6 and let's try to print some arrays element. Let's see how to print it. Cout, and then arr of 0 will print my first element, which is my 1, which is done using indexing. We'll again see what indexings are, and then we will slowly move ahead. We can even create the array of a string arr equal to curly bracket, and inside this we are going to give Prashant, Arun, Varun, Tarun. Okay, so these are the names of the arrays and we can simply start printing them. Cool. So this is how we create array inside your C++ program, which is nothing different than what we have seen in C programming. Moving ahead, accessing the elements of an array, which we do using the indexing. So very first, we will go ahead and actually see what indexing is, and then we'll slowly go ahead. What is the meaning of indexing? Indexing is nothing but the counting, you can say. Okay, it's more like a counting which starts from 0. So let's suppose there are 5 students in a class. One is Prashant, the other is Arun, the other is Varun, the other is Tarun, and the next one is Garun. Okay, so this all will be present inside the double quotation as they are string values. So I'm giving one counting to from Prashant till Garun. Let's see how it will go. It will start from 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'm just asking you to start the counting from 0. So this will change. How it is going to change is, it will be more like 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And now if I say roll number 0, Prashant will say yes. If I say roll number 1, Arun is going to say yes. If I say roll number 2, Varun is going to say yes. And how to actually get this data in the output? If I write ARR in the square bracket 0, I am actually pointing to my first value, which is Prashant. So if I try to print ARR of 0, my Prashant will get printed. Let's look at the code and see how this is done. Here we are having Prashant, Arun, Varun and Tarun, and we are going to do cout ARR of 0. Let's do endl. So this will print what? This is going to print Prashant in the output in a very similar way. Okay, we forgot to keep the quotation, and that's why it printed both Arun and Varun. We forgot to separate the element. Now it is only going to print your Prashant. This is my first element. In a very similar way, if I go ahead and change this indexing to 1, to this 2 and this 3, so you will see all the elements are actually getting printed: Prashant, Arun, Varun and Tarun. Okay, yes, so this is how we access the elements of our array. Moving ahead, what is or how do we change the element, or how do we change the values of our array? So let's suppose I want to change from this Prashant to Garun. So let this be there. I will again print the same thing. I just want to change Prashant to Garun. What do I have to do is, I'll first point out to my first element, roll number 0. So ARR of 0, and then I'm assigning the value Garun over here. Okay, I'm assigning the value Garun over here. Let's see what will happen if I print it now. So after assigning a new value, it is printing Garun. So this is how we update the value inside the array elements. Okay, moving ahead, looping through an array. So it contains two things. One is printing the array elements. Second, storing the elements back into the array. So let's see how this could be repeated and how this could be done using a loop. So for int I equal to 0, why 0? Because indexing is starting from 0, and we'll go till where? 0, 1, 2, 3. We'll go equal to 3, or we'll go less than equal to 4, whatever you want to keep. I plus plus, and I will simply do cout ARR of 0, no, I this time, because I is the value which is increasing from 0 and going till my 3. And this is how we print the entire array element or the entire array. Now you must be thinking how to find the size if I don't know the size. We have already done size of operator. It is done using the same way, but if you still don't know, no worries. I will actually show you how to actually go ahead and print this entire thing using the size of operator. So now I want to get the size. In size equal to size of my ARR divided by size of my first element, ARR of 0. Okay, this is how we find the, okay, I did a typo. This is how we find the size. Now instead of going till 4, I can actually go till size. No matter how many elements are there, it will automatically guess the size. It will automatically get the size, not guess, and it will print the entire array like this. This is how we find the length of the array. Okay, now let's go ahead and try to store the elements. In order to store the elements, I will have to remove this, and here I have to pass a certain value. Let's suppose I'm passing 10 here, over here. 10 will be a big value for me to enter different names. So let me just give 5. And how to store elements? For int I equal to 0, I is less than 5, I plus plus. We are running the loop till 5 elements. And now what we need to do next is, we need to actually store the element. And how are we going to store the element? Using ARRI equal to whatever we have taken as the input, INP. Let's suppose that is my input. Okay, that is my input value which I have taken. And where is that variable? I am taking the string value. Okay, so I have to take a string input, and I'm going to see in this number, see in input inside what? Inside my array itself. I'm going to take that number input from the user. If you want to put this number outside, we can definitely do that. If you want to define it outside like input, we can definitely do it. We just need that variable should have the data type and it should be defined. That is what we want. It should be inside or outside, it does not matter. Now see in input, and that is what we are storing. We can even have a cout which will say enter the value. Enter the value. We can do that outside, so it will get only one time. If you want to do it inside, even we can go ahead and do that. So every single time it will say enter the value, as we have already done it. So you know how to take input, right? So we are doing the same thing, and that we are assigning it to the array. And now we are like running with our array. We are running with our array. Let's see. Let's assign some values, enter the value. Let me give some space over here so that it looks good. Okay, so here what exactly I'm going to do is I'm going to assign name Vijay, Sachin, Danish, Prashant, Shiv. So those are the names which are assigned: Vijay, Sachin, Danish, Prashant, and Shiv. So that is how we store the elements inside our array, and that is how we print at the same time. Okay, so we have done both the process, assign the elements and print the elements at the same time. Cool. Now something which is for each loop, and this is going to be a very good point. Okay, let me just quickly go ahead and start our loop and give it some value. Okay, let's suppose your array is already present there. So what I will do is int arr equal to, I'll keep some values in it. Shant Mishra is coding instructor. Those are the elements present inside the array ARR. What exactly do we have to do now is we quickly have to go ahead and print this data. So for this we can even go ahead and use for each loop. What is this for each loop? Okay, that is what matters. That is what we are going to learn. So I'll write here for. So we are taking the string element, string I colon ARR. And now I'll just do cout I, okay, or even we can have any variable over here, value. And here we are going with the value, okay, and then we are writing endl. What is this now? Let's see if we are getting our output, and if we are getting our output, I'll explain you how does this actually work. Okay, Prashant Mishra is coding instructor. So all the elements got printed. And what is this? This is called as for each loop. What is the syntax of this? For type variable. So if it is our if our array is integer type, we have to actually give int value or int var or int any variable name. If our array is of float type, we have to give float and variable, and after colon we have to give the array name. So what it is doing is it is actually storing the data from your array. It is actually storing the data from your array and moving one by one ahead. It goes one ahead. It goes like that, and that is how our value is getting printed over here. Okay, so let's actually look at this one more time. So we'll write for, and then let's suppose our array is of string type. So we'll write a string and we'll give any variable name. Let's suppose we are printing name. So I gave the name as variable name as name, and I'll give the colon, and then I will put my array name. Let's suppose the array name is ARR. Okay, I did that, and now I am just printing this name variable. Cout name. What's happening? Let's suppose there are elements 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this name will have the first value. It will have the first value, and then it will do what? It will have the second value in the second iteration, third value in the third iteration, fourth value in the fourth iteration, fifth value in the fifth iteration. This is actually, it goes ahead and prints the element one by one, and this is what we will use in coming future if in case we have to print our array, because this is one of the simplest way to print the array. Okay, moving ahead, dynamic array size. And what is the meaning of that? So whenever we were creating the array, let's suppose we want to enter the data. Okay, we want to enter the data. Okay, how do we do that? We firstly give the size, like it should be 10 size. We want to store 10 elements inside it. Okay, so what this is going to do is it will only allow us to enter 10. What if we just have to enter 2? 8 remaining sizes are waste, right? So in this case, we can do one thing, that we can create dynamic array size, and the name is very tough, but it is very simple. What do we have to do is we have to ask the user, let's suppose size. We have to ask the user to enter the size of the array. Enter the size of the array, or enter the size which you want to choose for the array. Then we will ask the user to enter the size. User has entered the size. Now we can go ahead and create the array. Okay, int arr of size. Int arr of size. Now if we enter 2 elements will get created, and we can run the loop for int I equal to 0, I is less than size I plus plus, and we can take the data input from the user. Cout, enter the element, and then what we have to do is cin ARR of I. We have to import that number, we have to store that number. So we are taking the input from the user in ARR directly. And what we can do is we can print the array. Stored array. Cout stored array elements are, and here we will run for, because it was integer type of array, int I in ARR cout I endl. Okay, this is what we are going to do in order to take the input dynamic size array, and this is how we can enter 5 elements, 10 elements, 13 elements, whatever we want to. Let's suppose we want to enter 5 elements. Enter the element first, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so we entered these elements. Arrays stored are, I'll give backslash n over here so that it goes to the next line directly. 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. So that is how we are giving the dynamic size to the array. We are printing the arrays after storing the elements. That's how we can store the element directly. So I hope you would have understood it, how to give it random or different size while creation itself. Moving ahead with the questions, you have 5 handpicked questions over here. Some of them are very simple, some of them are a bit tricky. We'll be going ahead with one by one and we'll be solving most of them. Sum of all the elements of an array. This question is something which we have already done. So I will just give you a practice with the C++ programming. So let's create int ARR equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 10 elements. We already know how to find size, so let's not waste our time there. Int I equal to 0, I is less than 10, I plus plus. We have to print the sum of all the elements together. We have to print what? Sum of all the elements together. And for that, we will need one more variable, int sum equal to 0. We need one more variable, which is int sum equal to 0. And next, what do we have to do is we simply have to go ahead and add all the elements inside the sum. And how do we do that? Sum plus equal to ARR of I. This will do what? This will simply add the value. Basically, this is a short form. This is very similar to sum equal to sum plus ARR of I. Because my first element, my variable before and after the equal to are same, so I can use this shorthand which we have already learned in the assignment operator. If you don't know, you need to go back and revise from there. Sum plus equal to ARR of I, and it will have the entire sum ready. We can now do what? See out the sum value. We can even do that with a message. Total sum of array is sum endl. Okay, now let me just quickly print that. So total sum from 1 to 10 will be n into n plus 1, which is 11 into 10, which will be 55, I guess. Yes, so the total sum is 55. Okay, that is how we go ahead and find the total sum of the elements present inside the array. We can even do this in a little more simpler way. Even when we don't know the size, what we will do is for int I ARR sum plus equal to I. Okay, and this is done with the for each loop. This is much more simpler version of what we are seeing, and we'll get the exact same result, which is 55 if you see. So you can either use the normal for loop or for each loop, depends on your choice. For each loop is actually very simple and straightforward. Display the first and last element of an array without using the loop. So we have to display the first element and the last element without using the loop. So we don't have to use the loop. What we can do is, first element is very simple, ARR of 0. Let's suppose this is our array, printing the first element. So how to do that? Cout ARR of 0 is my first element. Okay, I'll also use endl, endl, and let me just print it. We also have to print the last element. Now in order to find the last element, we should know what is the size of the array. Okay, let's find the size of the array. Size equal to size of ARR divided by size of ARR of 0. Okay, size of ARR of 0. Okay, here we have to write int size equal to. Cool. And what do we have to do is see out ARR of size minus 1. So basically, if there are total 10 elements, last element will be present at index 9. So we got the size which is 10. The last element will be present at size minus 1. And that is what we have displayed over here. Cool. And now we are going to have the message. Last element of the array is last element. Let's write till there only. Okay. And then we'll write ENDL and colon. So this is how you print the first and the last element of an array. So the first element is 1 and the last element is 10. Even if you change that value to 6 and change that value to any other number, it will actually print the first and last element of the array. Okay. There we go. Okay, first element is 6 and the last element is 3. Moving ahead, program to tell if the given number is present in the array or not. So this is our array. We have to take one input from the user. What it is saying is that we have to take one input from the user and then we have to print that if that number is present in our array or not. So int check, okay, int check, comma, present equal to 0. Well, let's have one boolean value. By that you will have a very good practice. Present equal to false. By default, we are considering that the element is not present. If the element is present, we will change that to true. Int check, what number we are checking, we have to take that from the user. See out, enter the number to check. Okay, and we'll do C in check. We have already taken that number input from the user. Now we just have to run a loop for int I ARR and we will check if my I value is equal to check. If my I value is equal to check, in that case I will assign present to true. I'll assign true to my present and I'll break the loop because that is already present, so no need to go till the last of the loop. So I'll immediately break the loop and at the end I can check if present equal to true. In that case, see out element is present in array ENDL, else the element is not present in array. Element is not present in array. Cool. Let's have ENDL. So those are the things which we really wanted. What we did is we have the array with us. We are taking the input from the user, which is done over here. We have one more variable which is boolean type, which will have the true or the false value. By default, we are keeping it as false. Now we are running the loop using the for each loop for int I, comma ARR, colon ARR, if I equal to check, because now I will be the value which will get assigned to every single number present in it. If I equal to check, it will say, it will mark present equal to true and it will break the loop because I already got that the element is present. Why to check for the entire loop? I'll immediately stop my loop. Next, I will check if present equal to true. If my present value got changed to true, in that case, that means our element was present. And if it didn't got to change, if it is still false, that means the element is not present. Let me just quickly go ahead and write here 1. 1 is not present, so it will say element is not present in the array. But on the other hand, if I say 6, so 6 is present, so it will say element is present in the array. That's how we go ahead and check if the element is present inside the array or if the element is not present inside the array. Second largest element of an array. This is also one of my favorite questions. We have already done the first largest element of an array. We have done the first largest or the largest element of an array. So here we have the array 1, 2, 5, 8, 3. Okay. So how to find the largest? Very first, we have assigned this to the largest. That largest number is my first value. largest equal to 1. I have assigned largest equal to 1. Now what I will do is, I will simply go ahead and compare this value with my next one. Is 2 greater than 1? Yes. So what I will do is, I will assign 2 over here. That my 2 is actually bigger. Now I already got that 2 is bigger. I will check with 5. Is 5 bigger than 2? Yes. So I will assign 5 in the largest. Okay. And I will check, is 5 greater than 8? Sorry, if 8 is greater than 5, is 8 greater than 5? Yes. So I'll assign 8 to my value. I'll assign 8 to my value. Now I will check if 8 is greater than, sorry, if 3 is greater than 8, no. So I'll keep it as it is. So I found the largest number. But here my condition is to find second largest data. Here my condition is to find second largest number in an array. So what we will do is, we will have two values, largest and second largest. We'll assign both to 1 and 1. I will check if 1 is lesser than 2, or is my 2 greater than 1? Yes. So I will assign, very first I'll do what? I'll assign this value over here. I'll assign this value over here. So I'll do what? I will assign this value over here. So it will become 1. Okay, it will become 1, and I will assign this 2 to here. So it will become what? It will become 2. Look at this very, very carefully. It will become 2. Now I am going to check, is 5 greater than 2? Is my 5 greater than 2? Yes, it is. So very first what I will do is, I will assign 2 in the second largest. I'll assign 2 in the second largest. Okay, that's done. Next, I will assign 5 to my largest. I'll assign 5 to my largest. Now I'm going to check it with the 8. Is 8 greater than 5? Yes. So I'll do the same task again. I will actually do what? I will assign 5 to my 2. I'll assign 5 to my second largest. So what it will become? It will become 5. And I'll assign 8 to my 5, to my largest, which will become 8. Okay. Now I will check, is 3 greater than 8? No. That's okay. Then that is the end of the loop. So which is my largest value? 8. But which is my second largest value? 5. If you see, 5 is actually my second largest value. This is what we are going to do with your array. So we already have an array present over here. We will keep it to that only. We will remove rest of the code. What exactly we are going to do is, we are going to run a simple loop for int I arr. Here we will have two variables, int largest, for which I am having the value as arr of 0. For which I am having the value as arr of 0. Second is int second largest, for which I am having the value as arr 0 only. Though I am still running it from the first, it won't matter because it is equal. So it will not change anything. If in case my I is greater than largest. If in case my I is greater than largest, what I will do is, very first, I'll assign my largest value to second largest. Okay, so second largest equal to largest. That is what I'm going to do. And largest value will change to I. Largest value will change to my I. And this is what I will go. I'll keep on doing till the end. And as soon as where my loop is ending over here, I will print the second largest value. Cout second largest value is second largest. Okay, enter. So this is how we are printing the second largest value of an array. So looking at this, 8 is the second largest value over here. You can even print the largest if you want, but that is optional. That case is optional. So this is how we actually go ahead and get our data done. This is how we go ahead and get our program done. Moving ahead, what is our next program? Write a program to reverse an array. Okay, this is our next and last program in the array. So write a program to reverse an array. So here we already have one array which is of any size. So very first we have to find the size. Int size equal to size of, basically we have to do the reverse. we have to get an array which is 398765432 6. So we need to get the size of array which is ARR comma size of ARR of 0. This is how we find the size. Now we'll create the duplicate array. Duplicate array of size. Okay, of the same size. Now we created a duplicate array of the same data type and the same size. What we are going to do next is we are going to run a loop. We are going to run a loop. So for int I, okay, this time because we have to reverse it, I'm not going to use your for each loop. I'm going to reverse it. Int I equal to size minus 1. Why size minus 1? I greater than equal to 0, I minus minus. So we are going from last element to the first element. We are going from the last element to the first element inside which array? Inside the ARR. So very first, let me actually go ahead and show you how to. It is going to print your data. ARR of I. ENDL. Endl. Okay, let me go ahead and click on run. So it will print 398. If you see 398 765 4326. But we don't have to print it in reverse. We have to get that data over here in this array. So what we did is very first we used a loop to reverse the data. We used one loop to reverse the data. Next is, though this could have been done without even reversing or without going ahead by swapping, we could have done it, but we will also see how that will be done to avoid taking any second array. Okay, now what we are going to do is duplicate size, and in this we'll have one more variable which will be index. Int index equal to 0. Int index equal to 0. After that, because it was already running, ARR of I is your first number, which it is my last number of the array which I am going to store in my first number of duplicate. So duplicate of index which is at index 0 equal to ARR of I. Okay, now my duplicate is having the first element as the last element of the ARR. Now I'll do what? I'll increase my index plus plus. I'll do what? Increase index plus plus. And after that is done, I will actually show you what is the value present in the duplicate array. For int I comma duplicate and cout I endl. When that is done, I will show you how that is done and how duplicate array is having an entire array in the reverse order. So we are not printing anything. Look, we are not printing anything. We are just printing the duplicate value. And in order to prove you that, I'm just printing one more thing, which is space D. Space. Okay, so it will be a proof that it is getting printed from the duplicated array. Okay, 398765432 Okay, now what we need to do is once this is assigned to your duplicate elements, I have to put that back into which array? My original array. I have to put that back into my original array. So instead of printing it, I will again use index to 0. I'll again put my index to 0. And as I'm moving ahead, I will write what? I will simply go ahead and write ARR of index, which is at 0, equal to I. My first element of index is going to hold my value 3, which is going to have my value 3. And I will keep on increasing the index. I'll keep on increasing the index. My second will have 9, third will have 8, after that 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 6. Let me go ahead and run it. Though it is not printing anything, so let's go ahead and print it. For int I in ARR cout I cout endl. And here we will have one more thing. We'll write updated. Okay, we'll write updated. So this is the entire process, which was quite tough, I know. And I'll also give you one simple process which you will understand pretty well. So it is 398765432 which is in the reverse of my first array. So I have actually reversed it. What exactly I did is, so let's suppose the array was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. This is ARR. What I did is I created DARR, which is duplicate array, and I'm keeping the first element as the reverse of this. You already printed it. You know how to print it reverse. So instead of printing it, I assigned it at index value, which is index is right now 0, which is the first position. So 9 came here. After that, I immediately incremented the value of index. If you look here, I immediately incremented the value of index. So it will become 1. As soon as it is becoming 1, what will happen? And this is going to the next element. This is going to the next element. So 8 will come over here. And again, incremented the value. 7 will come over here. 6 will come over here. 5 will come over here. 4, 3, 2, and 6. This is the data. Now I did the same process with the ARR. ARR with the index. Again, I made the index to 0. Index of 0 is equal to this. I'm simply assigning it. Now 9 came over here. What I'm doing, I'm incrementing the index value over here, if you see, and now I'm putting this value 8 over here. Now again, index is increased 7 over here. Again, index is increased 6 over here. Again, index is increased 5 over here, and then 4, 3, 2, and 6. This is how we are getting our entire array updated with the reverse of it. I know this was a quite a process, and then we just printed it. It was this. Now, there's one more thing which you can do. You already got the size. Okay, let's suppose there are 9 elements. Size equal to 9 divided by 2. What will be there? 4.5. 4.5. Now, just remove the decimal part. 4. Let's suppose the elements were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now you just have to do one thing. You have to swap the values of first and last element. You have to swap the value of first and last element. Then what will happen over here? It will become 9, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 1. Then you have to go one step ahead. You only have to go till 4. You have to go till 4 only, okay? You will go one step ahead. Then what you have is, you have 2. Now you will swap it with the next element, which is 8. It will become 9, 8, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 2, and 1, right? Because we swapped it with 2. Next, we will go to the next element. We will swap it with 7. It will become 9, 8, 3 got swapped, so 7 will come here. 4, 5, 6, 3, 2, 1. Again, we will swap this and this. It will become 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Now we already have covered till half. We have covered till half. Now if you see, the array is completely opposite. What will happen if there are 10 elements? So we have to do divide by 2. It will become 5. So if there are 10 elements, we have to do till 10. We have to go till 5. And if you are doing till half, the entire array will get reversed. Now this is a bit logical thing. Now we don't have to do anything. We just have to find the size of the array. We just have to find the size because it is already present in the what do I say, in the integer form. If I divide it, it will be always present in the normal whole number form, and the decimal part will always be removed. So int half equal to size by 2. Int half equal to size by 2. I don't care what is this size. For int I equal to 0, I is less than half I plus plus. And as you already see this, that I have size which is 10. Which is 10. I have to reduce this size also to size by 1. Okay, so I will have one index, int index equal to size minus 1. Because if there are 10 elements, the index will only be till 9. You also know this very well. What I will do is, ARR, I'll assign this to one temp variable, int temp equal to ARR of I. And what is I? It is my current element. It is my first element. And I will swap this up. I'll swap my first value with what? With my last value, which is at index. ARR of index. I swapped it with my last value. And now my last value, okay, first value is having the last value. Last value should have my first value, which is temp. So ARR of index equal to temp. Now this is a normal swapping which we have already seen in swapping of two numbers. Let's not complicate things. After this loop is repeated, I will increment automatically because of this, but index will not decrement automatically. So what we have to do is, we can either go ahead and put it over here itself, but let's not complicate things. We'll do index minus minus. Okay, and after that, let's actually display the item. Display the array item. Okay, let me just go ahead and write for int I in ARR cout I endl. Okay, cout I and endl. So just when this entire loop will get completed, my elements are reversed. Look at this: 3, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 6. Increase the number by 1. 99. Okay. Now let's run it. It will be 99, 3, 9, 99, 3, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 6. Even if it is odd or even, it's going to work with this simple logic. And now your program is very much sorted. This is what we have to do in order to reverse the elements of an array, and these type of questions will actually come in your placement examinations. So you have to be very, very careful when solving these type of questions. You have to remember the logic, what we exactly did, or you have to practice this a lot so that you don't forget it whenever it is coming inside your placement examination. I hope you would have understood this question, and with this we are closing our array, and next topic will be our string variables. A string topic, not variables, strings. Hello and welcome to this new video where we are going to learn all about strings. So what a string is, it is nothing but the sequence of characters or arrays of characters all kept together. But in C++, it looks like something else because we have actually got a data type as strings. Are they any different? No, still they are the characters sequence only. They are the array of characters only. Okay, though we have got a data type for a string separately, but they are still having the same meaning as C language only. Okay, but in order to utilize your data type of string and all the other things in this, we actually have to go ahead and put one more header file, which is string.h. So has include not a string.h, just a string. Okay, string, and that is what is required inside your C program, C++ program. Let's go ahead and do various things in this C strings, and let's see how it is done inside the string. Very first is concatenation. Concatenation is basically done using two ways. One, using the plus symbol. Second, using the append. What about the string strcat concatenation, which we did in C? So you can even work with that. You have to include a string.h header file, and it is present in that. If in case you want to work with that logic, you still can go ahead and do that. But let's see how it is done differently in C++. Using the plus symbol. So if in case you have one string in your hand, this is one string, and this is the other string, okay, str2. So if you just add a plus symbol, they will actually get added. And if this string was Prashant and the other string was Mishra, you will actually get the output together, which will be Prashant Mishra. Okay, and we can store this anywhere inside any variable. Let's see how this could be done. Very first, we are creating the first string, a string str1 equal to Prashant. By the way, there's one more definition to string, which is anything which is stored in double quotation marks is also a string. Okay, a string str2 equal to Mishra. Okay, now we are creating a third string str3, and here we want the output of concatenation of 1 and 2. Basically, concatenation is nothing but adding of two or more strings together. Let's go ahead and see out this string str3 and see what is the output over here. ENDL, not EBDL, ENDL, and let's see what is the output over here is. It is actually Prashant Mishra. Okay, but there is no space. If in case you want to add a space, you have to add one more plus and give a space in the middle. Okay, and that is how you will be able to do concatenation. Cool, and that got stored. Now moving on to the second method, if you see over here, we just have to use .append method. And how do we do that? And what is the meaning of append? Append just means that adding at the last. Okay, we have string 1 and we have string 2. So let's actually go ahead and use the string 1 append method, str1 dot append, and here we are giving str2. But with this, I will also go ahead and see out your str1 to see if it is making any change to that as well. Endl. Now let's click on run, and that you will see that it is actually giving you Prashant and Mishra together in both these strings. So what it is doing, it is not only returning the value to a third variable, but it is also changing your first value. And that is what append will do in your program. Okay, that is how we concatenate strings together. Moving ahead, length. Definitely using the size of operator, we can find the length, but that is one thing which we should avoid. There is one more thing. If in case you want to find the length of the string, we have size method as well. And how do we go ahead and do that? Let's suppose we are keeping that in S. So str1 dot size. So this is one way to find the size of the length. Let's see what we are getting. If we are getting the 8 as the output, then it is good. If not, then it is not good. Okay, so what we are getting over here is 8, and that is the number of characters which we have in Prashant. Let's go ahead and see one more method which I personally use a lot. Int l equal to str1 dot length, length. Okay, this is the one which I like and which I use a lot. So you can use both. There is no problem in any of them. They work exactly same and they will give you the exact same result as well. There's no difference at all, you can say. Okay, so it is also finding the answer as 8, and that's how you got both the results as 8, and that is how you find the length of the string. Now accessing the strings, as in the very beginning I mentioned that your string is nothing but the sequence of characters or arrays of characters only. So in that case, what we can do is we can access the elements with the help of indexing. What is indexing? Anything which starts from 0 and continues till the length of the string. So if I go ahead and write str of 1, let me remove everything. If I simply go ahead and write str1 of 1, see out str1, because that is my string name. Inside this, if I write 0, it will give me my first character, which is nothing but Prashant. If I click on run, it will actually work very properly. Okay, if I go ahead and do one more time, but that I'm going to increase the value to 1, it will give me P in the one line and R in the next line. Cool, this is how we can go ahead and do. We can even assign the values str1 of 0 equal to Q. Okay, we can even assign the value. It should be present in the single quotation because we are working with the characters right now, and it has it will not actually work with the string if we are keeping it inside the double quotation. Right now we are getting it as Prashant. Okay, cool. Now how to get the string as user input? Will cin not work over here? Let's check this out. So a string str, and now what we are going to do is we are simply going to print that output. Let's actually take the input first. See out, enter, not w, enter your name. Okay, and then cin str. Okay, now we are simply going to print the name. See out str. We will simply print it. We'll do nothing. So if I go ahead and use it with the cin, what exactly we will get? If I write here Prashant, it will actually give me the right output. But on the other end, if I give it as Prashant Mishra, it will start having the problems that it is not able to take after your spaces. It's not able to work after your spaces. And in order to use that, in order to get that sort of value, we have to use get line. Okay, we have to use get line. And very first we have to pass cin, because that is how we take input, and next we'll pass what? The variable where we want to get that data. And now let's see if it is taking the input along with the spaces. Okay, let me just go ahead and give Prashant Mishra. So it is printing Prashant Mishra along with the spaces, and this is how we take input in the C++ with the spaces as well. I hope you would have understood how to take input. Now there are certain questions which we are going to see, and how to solve them, that is also we are going to see inside C++. Very first is reverse the string. So here we are going to work in the exact same way how we worked on array, how we reversed the array. You already know that we will go till the half. Okay, we will find the length. We'll go and loop till half. Okay, and we'll swap the elements. Okay, let's suppose P, R, A, S, H, A, N, and T. So we'll swap the elements, this to this, this to this, and this to this. Okay, we'll swap the elements and then it will get replaced or reversed. Cool. Let's see how that will be done. Very first we have to find the length of the string. Here I'm just going to keep this string directly, or let's actually get it from the user. We are doing get line. Okay, we'll just pass one simple string, or let's actually use cin, because that may take your extra character, which is your next line character, which you don't want. Cin str. Okay, now I'll find the length, int l equal to str dot length. Okay, this is how I'm going to find the length. Int half equal to L by 2. This is how I'm going to find the length. And because we are working with the integer data type, we don't have to take care about like the decimal values. It is automatically removed. Moving ahead, we just have to run a loop from int I equal to 0 till half. Int I equal to 0, I is less than half, I plus plus. And then we will need one more variable which is going to be your index. Int index equal to L minus 1. Why L minus 1? Because we start from 0, so we'll never reach till the location L. Let's suppose I have 8 characters, so it will start from 0, it will only reach till 7. And that's why the last digit, so in last index will be your L minus 1 always. What we will do is we'll swap. And how do we swap it? Using third variable, char temp equal to str of I, which is my current value, which is my first value. I'm storing that. And in place of first value, what I'm doing is I'm storing the last value, str of index, which is the last value. And str of index will have what? It will have my first value, which is my current value, which is right now in the temp variable. Basically, I'm just performing a simple swapping rule. Okay, simple swapping operation. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce my index by 1 every single time. So what happens that when we are replacing one value, it should reduce from the back. Okay, as we are only moving till half, it should reduce from the back. Now let me go ahead and click on run. Okay, as we have not printed anything, it will not give us anything. So see out, we just have to print our str and enter. Cool. Let me stop it. Right again. And it will say enter your name. I'm entering Prashant. It is giving me it in reverse, P-R-A-S-H-A-N-T. Awesome. So this is how we can get our string in reverse. Moving ahead, capitalize the first character of all the words in a sentence. Now this is a tough one. This is really a tough one. Okay. So what we have to do is we have to go till len minus 1. Okay, and we have to start. See, the very first character we will always capitalize it, and then what we will do is how to capitalize it using negative 32. Okay, that is the ASCII number. So 97 minus 65, which is 32. And if I just reduce that 32 from any character, it will become the capital version of it. And then we'll replace it and put it there. So let's suppose Prashant is written, or let's suppose Apple is written. Okay, I have to capitalize only the first character. So what I will do is I will just reduce A minus 32. It will become capital A. So 97 minus 65. So it will become 2 and it will become 3. That is 32. Okay, so if I reduce 32 from my character, it will become A, and then I'm going to assign it to the very first word. I'm going to assign that to my very first word, and then I'm going to run a loop from here. Wherever I find a space, I'm going to make sure the next element is not a space, and we are going to put the capital value of that character. Let's go ahead and quickly and do this out. Okay, so in this case, we can never go till len minus 1. We have to go till len minus 2. Okay, what do I actually mean is that if I go to len, which is again out of the index, why it is start from 0, it goes till len minus 1. So we have to skip one more thing, so that when we are comparing the things, like okay, future thing is that it should not give you index out of bond. It should not give you index out of bond. Okay, and that's why we only have to go till len minus 2. Okay, let's quickly go ahead and check this out. Very first, we are having one string equal to I love coding. That is my string. Okay, I'll remove everything. I need to find the length. Int L equal to str dot length. Cool, I got the length. I have to run a loop for int I equal to 1. Why not 0? Because anyways we are going to capitalize the first character. Okay, so this is what we have to do. We have to run from 1. Then I less than len minus 1. Mr. Prashant, you said that it has to go to len minus 2. So we are not keeping equal to over here. If I keep equal to, this has to go till len minus 2. Because we are already keeping lesser, so it will just go till len minus 1, I plus plus. Okay, now I will check if my present character is, okay, I actually gave here len, which is not present, so it will be L. So if my present character is equal to 32, which is space, if my present character is 32, which is space, I actually have to do one thing, which is capitalize the next character and store it over there. And how do I do it? Let's go and check this out. Very first, we'll capitalize the first character itself. str of 0, not that, str of 0 equal to str of 0 minus 32. Which will do nothing, which will actually capitalize my first character. Okay, moving ahead, from here on, if I'm checking str of I, if it is actually space equal to 32, I'm checking if that character is equal to 32. Why 32? 32 is the ASCII number of your space. 32 is the ASCII number. You can open up your ASCII table. Okay, and you can see that 32 belongs to space. If you see over here, 32 is your space. I'm checking if it is space. If my current character is space, capitalize the next character. Capitalize the next character. So str of I plus 1 equal to str of I plus 1 minus 32. I'm not going to check if it is already capital or not. I'm just going to capitalize it. Oh no, we do have to check if it is capital or not. So we even have to check. And because if it is already capital and we are reducing 32 from it, it will become something very different. Okay, even we have to put that condition over here. Cool, let's actually have that condition. What is the condition? That it should be in the range of what? It should be in the range of 97 to 122, which is the ASCII table. If I go ahead and show you that, it should be in the range of 97 to 122. Okay, that is actually very much required. So str of I equal to 32 and okay, let me check if my present character is 32. I'm going to have one nested condition over here, which will work actually good. If str of I plus 1 is greater than equal to 97 and it should be str of I plus 1, which is my next character, less than equal to 122. That means it should belong to this condition of 97 to 122, and that means that it is smaller. And in this case, only str of I plus 1 equal to str of I plus 1 minus 32. In this case only, we are going to reduce 32 from it. If it is already capital, we are not going to reduce 32 from it because it will become some other character. Okay, so till here we are good. And moving ahead to this condition, we also have to put this condition over here. So let me just copy this up and I will put it over here for the very first value. So I'll remove this. I will put my very first value. Control X, Control V. And instead of this, I will have to put my first condition, first character. Okay, so what I will do is I'll just reduce 32 from it. And here I'm using the loop. Cool, there are so many loops. Okay, this is my loop for checking if it is a space. Condition for checking, condition for checking if my current character is space, because if it is a space, again that is how we will see, right, what is the next word, and that is how we will capitalize it, right? And then here this is the condition to check if my character is in a small case. Okay, this is my condition to check if my character is in a small case, and if yes, we are going to reduce 32 from it. Once we are done with that, we will simply see out the str with the endl. Okay, let's see if it is making any sense. So it should be I love coding. Okay, that has actually made sense, and your first character in everything is capital. Let me just go ahead and write here, Prashant is coding instructor. Okay, let's see if that is capitalizing it. So Prashant is coding instructor. Okay, let me go ahead and give some more line about myself. Hey, I am Prashant and I love coding. Let me click on run and see what is the value which we are getting, because H is already things. Okay, hey, I am Prashant and I love coding. Every first character is being capitalized, so this is what is your condition. This is how we will go ahead and do your code. For what? For capitalizing every single word. Moving ahead, find the largest word in the sentence. Now this is going to be a tough one. Why exactly? Because every single time we have to run a loop whenever we see a space, till we don't get another space. What do I mean is, let's suppose I am right over here. Okay, let me actually explain you with this string as well. So we have to find the largest character in the word. So we are over here. We'll very first start counting from here, and we'll count till we meet one space. So we'll count till here, and we are going to check if it is greater than the largest. As of now, my largest value will be 0. So we'll check if it is greater than the largest. If yes, we'll store it. Then from here, we'll skip it. We'll continue and we'll skip it from here. Again, we are running the nested loop to check which is my next space. So I'll run the loop till here. Again, I'll skip the space part. I'll run the loop till here. Again, I'll skip the space part. And this is how your loop will run. So one very important thing I am going to tell you is that how will you upgrade or how will you update the value of I if you're running the loop. So you have to be very, very careful with it. So once you already started with your first character, and you are moving till here, this is your space character, you are moving till here and you're finding the length till there. Okay, and this inside thing will be done with the nested loop. And right now I am here. Do I again need to go to R? No, I am already over here where I see there is a space. So I can immediately update my value to this, and as it is going up, I will actually make it go till here. What do I mean is, let me show you with the help of the program. So find the largest word in the sentence. It is a very tricky problem, and that's why we have it over here. Okay, let me close this tab. Okay, let me go over here. We already have one string, we already have got its length. Cool. Now what do we have to do is, we have to very first run the loop from I till less than L. For int I equal to 0, I is less than L, I plus plus. This is simple loop. It is going to start from H. Yes. Okay. Now outside we'll have one more variable which will be largest, and for which we will have the value as 0. Any confusion till here? No, right? Now inside this we are going to start the count. So int count equal to 0. Let's suppose my word is index out of point. I am right over here. So I will start from here and I'll go till I find a loop. I will keep on counting till I find a loop. So I will use a while loop. I'll use a while loop inside it. While, okay, let's have the j value which will start from I. Into j equal to I, into j equal to y. And here we can directly go, we can put while true, or we can even keep while str of j plus 1, sorry, plus 1, okay, we can give like that, while str of j not equal to 32, which is space. Okay, while str of j not equal to 32. Now let me quickly go ahead and keep the count. Keep the count, and I'll keep on increasing the j value. Count plus plus and j plus plus. As soon as the loop is over, I will check if count is greater than largest. So here I'm going to check if count is greater than largest. If yes, so I'll update the largest value. Largest equal to count. I updated the largest value, which is largest equal to count. And what will happen over here if in case I get the first is, like, we are going over here, hey and comma. This is my first word, hey with the comma. Let's only work with the spaces. Let's not work with the special characters, else this program will become much more complex. You can have multiple conditions to check if it is alpha, and then only do the things, else we can keep on going. Okay, we can even have the condition like if it is alpha, but that will again make a lot of sense. In order to go and update the condition, we have to do a lot of search. Let's go with the spaces only. So what we did is we updated the largest value. Let's suppose if we are over here, it ran till here and it found that, okay, after 4 count, there is one space. So what is my current value of count? It is 4. And what is my largest value? It is 0. So is 4 greater than 0? Yes. So we'll update the largest to 4. Again, I'll go and check with this. It is only 1. It is 2. It is 8. So I'll check, is 8 greater than 4? Yes. So I'll update the largest as 4. And that is what we have to do. Now, once we are done with this entire loop, we'll see out largest ENDL. We'll see if there is any more condition left. Yes, we actually have to even update the value of I equal to j. We have to update. After this is done, we have to keep the I value as j. Why we are doing that? Let's suppose we already went from here to here. So why do we have to start from n then? We can start from here, and when it is going to j I plus plus, it will go and start from out. Okay, that is what is going to happen. Let's see if 8 is our answer. Okay, we made some sort of mistake. Okay, let's see where exactly we are making this mistake. So we have a string str equal to this, and Prashant, int l equal to string dot length, which is correct, int largest equal to 0, I less than l I plus plus, int count equal to 0, int j equal to I, while str of j not equal to 32, while str of j which is not equal to space, count plus plus, j plus plus. Okay, so we are having the problem over here. Let's go and check with the spaces. Okay, let me just keep this as 1, which I'm telling the program to keep on going. If I'm going to manually break str of j equal to space, in this case break the loop. So it will only break the while loop. Let's see if this is working. Okay, no, the problem is somewhere else. Segmentation fault, core dumped. This is one of the biggest problem of C++, that it is not going to give you the exact error, and you will have a lot of problem. The error could be anywhere, okay, and we have to do a lot of search. Okay, so I'm not actually able to find the error. Let's go ahead and try this with a different approach. I'm not sure what is wrong over here. So what we'll do is we'll keep it going, and I equal to 0 to I less than l, and wherever we find the space, what is our new strategy? That we are going ahead with space count. Wherever we see a space, what we will do is we will check if my count value is greater than largest. And if that is there, what we will do is we will update the largest L. And if we are updating the largest, we'll again, after wherever we are seeing the space, we'll keep the count again to 0. Okay, let's see how does this work. So if str of I equal to space, okay, if str of I equal to space, inside this we'll check if count is greater than, if count is greater than largest. Okay, if count is greater than largest, we'll update the largest equal to count. Okay, and we'll keep the count again to 0. We'll keep the count to 0, or we'll keep the count to 0 anyway. So let's bring it out. If it has a space, we'll bring it out of this. We'll keep the count to 0 anyways. Now what is the count value? Let's define it over here itself. Initially the count is also 0. So what I'm doing is, over here is, I'm checking if there's a space in my string. I will immediately check if count is greater than the largest value. And if it is not there, if there is no space, then I will do what? I'll keep on counting the value count plus. Every single time I keep on counting the value count plus. And then I will print the largest. Let's see if this is going to work. This is actually simpler. So it says 9. Okay, this is surprising. So, okay, there's one more thing, that we have to put this count plus in the else part. And when there is a space, we are not going to count it. We are not going to increase the count, and it was still working. So that was causing the trouble. Now this should give me the right value as 8. Right now it's working. So what we did over here is, if str of I equal to space, in that case we will just check if my count value is greater than the largest. How is my count value increasing? If there's no space, keep on increasing the count value. So how exactly we are going is, let's suppose I string is I love coding. Okay, and we are starting from where? We are starting exactly from here and increasing the count. So this is 1, and as soon as we saw a space, what do we have to do is, we just have to not increase the count value. What is my largest value? Which is equal to 0. Here I am going to check if count is greater than largest, and if it is yes, I'm going to update my largest value to the count. So what is the current value? It becomes 1. It becomes 1. And because my else, I'm increasing the count when there is no space, that is present in the else part. If you see, it is present in the else part, and I'm not increasing the count value if there is a space. And if there was a space, I'm also making the count value to 0. So again, the count will again set to 0. It will start counting from here. So this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, and again we saw space. So again the same thing will happen. Is count greater than L? Yes. So update the L to C, which will update the value of largest to 4. Because of space, count value will again become 0, and it will again start counting from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Again, because there is no next number, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to check if it is still largest. Okay, here is a catch. I guess this will give us some trouble. Let's have the biggest word at the end. Let's see if that is also getting updated. So, okay, that's not getting updated. That is a catch. So once we are done with this, once this loop is over, I will have to check one more time if my count is greater than largest. Okay, if that is so, update the largest again. Largest equal to count, because the last value we are not getting the space, and due to which it won't be able to check the largest at the end, and this is how it was giving the wrong answer. But now it should be giving the right answer because we again checked the last value. The count will never get set back to 0 again, so we can check that outside, that if count is greater than largest, in this case largest will be count. And this is how your entire program is working very properly. And this is how we can even find the errors. So there will be the errors. You may have to change the logic. It may not be there that in the very first go you get the right answer, but indeed you will get the right answer if you find the right approach and the right logic to it. So this was it in the strings video. We'll meet you with another topic with another energy. Till then, see you. Tata, bye bye. Hello and welcome to this new video where we are going to learn and explore about functions and parameters. This function is going to be almost very similar other than few things here and there what we have learned in C language. And yes, C++ is almost similar to C language, and that is why you won't have any difficulty if you already know C language. Moreover, all the other programming language work on the similar concept. So if you know these two languages, I can bet that you will be able to learn any other programming language around the globe. Okay, let's get started. What are functions? You already know functions are a block of code which is written to execute some particular task. And what is that task all about? It could be about anything, be it addition of number, be it subtraction of number, be it for shooting of the bullet, be it for moving the character. Okay, let's suppose I am writing one function for moving character. So what I will take the key presses as the input, and I will check if my up key is pressed. So I will relate this to jump the character. If my down key is pressed, I will ask the character to dodge. If forward key is pressed or right key is pressed, I will ask the character to move forward. And if backward key is pressed, I will ask the character to move backward. So how are we exactly sending this thing into the data and how this thing is actually working? So though our main purpose is not to understand the key up, key down, key left, key right, but to understand that based on the parameters which we are passing, we are creating a function just for movement of the character. And in a very similar way, we create functions to do different tasks. Very first thing which we have seen in C language, that we did something like addition. Okay, and addition, what we were doing is we were adding two numbers. So the only sole purpose of this function is to add two numbers and do nothing extra, nothing else. Okay, what is the syntax of function? It is very similar to what we have done in C. Very first, here we will have the type, which is the data type, not the tide. I'm sorry. So we will have the data type. Okay, data type. Then we will have the name of the function. So mostly we will give the name as per our task. If we are creating the function for the addition, we will give it for addition. Then here we can pass as many parameters as we want, P1, P2, P3. These are the parameters. And then my curly bracket will start, and this is the body of the function. Basically, we will have two parts. One will be the function body and other will be the function call. If you relate with the robot example which we discussed in the CE video, we are creating one robot for doing the homework. But if we do not give the command to that robot, then it is not going to work. It is very similar to the home devices right now, like Siri, Google Home, all those things. If you do not give command to Siri, is it going to do any work? No, right? But they are there. If you give command to add maybe an alarm or show you any information from the internet, so based on your given command, they are going to execute. Cool. So let's go ahead and create this function directly in our program. So functions are created above your main. So we will have to go ahead and give it like void add. And we are not passing any parameters as of now. We'll simply go ahead and will not return anything. We'll simply go ahead and add two numbers. So int a equal to 10, comma b equal to 20, and I'm going to see out addition of a plus b. Okay, we'll go with the endl, endl. Cool. And if I simply run this, you will see nothing is happening because we have created the function, but yet we have not called it. So let me just quickly call the function add, and let's see what will happen if we're calling the function. As soon as we call the function, it will say that a plus b, whatever is the value of a plus b, that will get printed, and if we call it one more time, it will get printed one more time. So this is function creation and this is function call. If I run it now, it will get called 2 times. Okay, let's actually create another function which is quite useful because we have already done addition. Right now I'm creating the function greet, and it is going to say cout good day, good day. Okay, and then endl. So whenever we say greet, it's going to do what? Not greet. Okay. So whenever we are going to say greet, it is going to say good day to us. If I click it run, it will run one time. If I click it, if I call it twice, it will run twice. Let it run. Once it is done, once it is over, we'll go ahead with one more greet. Or let's go ahead with few more greets. Definitely Replit is slow with C++, but it's worth it because all the codes are saved with you. And that's why we are practicing over here. And if in case you feel that it is quite very slow for you, you can go ahead and use some other IDEs, online IDEs, or maybe you can use VS Code, which is best in the offline market. Okay, so this is how your function was working. Now moving ahead, we are going to pass one single parameter, and that parameter is going to be your name. So my name is of string data type. So in order to accept that, I will have to pass here one string data type, string name. I will have to take that. And because we are not passing anything over here, that's why they are giving us the error. That if we are taking one parameter in the function creation, it is mandatory to give that value while function call. If we don't give it, it will not execute very properly. It will give you the error. So it will say good day, and then I'll have name. Okay, and then it will say Endel. So it will say good day, Prashant. Okay, let me run it. So what's happening over here is that it is taking the value Prashant from here and storing it or giving it to the variable name. As soon as it is giving it to the variable name, it is coming here and it is saying good day name. So our name has which value? Whatever we have passed over here. Whatever we have passed over here. And that is how it is able to print good day Prashant. Let me go ahead and write multiple greet functions with multiple different names. Here I'm writing here as Vijay. And I'm going to say greet Daniel. I'm going to say greet Mishra. Okay. So what it is going to do is for different strings, it is going to display different outputs. Good day Prashant, good day Vijay, good day Daniel, good day Mishra. So all those things will be printed based on the given strings, and that is how it is going and taking here. What will happen if I give here one integer instead of a string? So basically that will give us the error that we cannot pass our integer value. If it is taking a string, we have to take a string value only. Okay, I hope you understood this. Now let me go ahead and put one more parameter. So we can give as many parameters as you want, and we can give more parameters. Okay, I'm writing here a string task. So we have to pass over here one task as well. Okay, record lectures. Okay, edit the videos, and here I'm passing publish it and do marketing. Okay, those are the tasks assigned. So it will say good day Prashant, your task is, let me add that here itself. I'll add a backslash n. Should we add or should we not? Let's actually put that in another line, else it will be like a very big line which I don't want to keep it in the same. Cout your assigned task is, and here we will write task, and post that we'll have one endel and two endel. Why two endels? Because I want to give one space between everybody's name. Okay, let me just go ahead and run this and let's see what will happen. So it will say good day Prashant, your assigned task is record lectures. Okay, I made a typo, please don't mind. Good day Vijay, your assigned task is edit the videos. Good day Daniel, your assigned task is publish it and do marketing. So this is how your functions are taking multiple parameters, and this is how it is executing the command. Okay, so we have actually covered what is functions. We have seen two things: predefined functions, user-defined functions. We already know this thing that predefined functions is what functions are already present inside the libraries, like string.length, str.length. That length is already present inside, and we don't have to create that. And those sort of functions are called predefined functions. On the other end, what we did over here is we created that function. So that are called user-defined functions. This is a basic function which we have already worked and created. Now let's understand what is the difference between declaration and definition. Okay, so I asked you to put this function on the top of your main. What if I want to keep it at the bottom? What will happen? What sort of error may occur? We need to understand that part. Okay, so whenever we are keeping the function below our main, what exactly it will do is it will keep on counting from here, and it didn't found any function. It yet don't know what that function means, greet means. It is unaware about that greet thing. It went into int main because it is following top to bottom approach. It is following top to bottom approach. So it went in and then it saw one greet function there. As soon as it saw greet function, it is finding, have we ever witnessed greet above? No. Immediately it is going to give me the error. So one error is over here, one error is over here, one error is over here. That I don't know what greet is, and due to which it is not knowing what greet is. Why? Because we have created the function at the bottom even before using it. In order to avoid this situation, we declare the function on top. And how do we do it? Void greet, and here we are passing, taking two string values. So string comma string. And now this will tell that, okay, this is the function declaration. I'm not adding body over here. I don't want to create a lot of clutter on the top, but still I have to mention that there is a function like greet which you can find in the below code. So immediately it will come below main and it will start finding where is my greet function. It will skip this part. It will start finding where is my greet function. And here it sees the definition, which is the body of the function. So this thing alone is called declaration, and the next thing is called definition. The body is called definition. Now when we are putting it together on the top, it's called declaration plus definition. It is the sum of, or it is the addition of both declaration plus definition. This is the only difference between your declaration and definition. And now if we run it, it is not going to give us the error. Why do we do it separately? Just to avoid the clutter on the top. Because your int main, you are looking at the int main and you are not able to find that. Maybe you have created some function at the top, you have created some functions at the bottom, and you have a very big int main. So what we do is, on the very top, we just mention what all functions we'll be using. Let's suppose there are 50 different functions. So we'll just tell, okay, these are the different functions which you are using. This is my main, and later on you can find the task over here, or you can find the different functions at the bottom below the main. Okay, this is how we go ahead and give definition and declaration separately. Moving ahead, parameters and arguments. So the values which are passed over here are called parameters or arguments, which we have already passed here. We have gave two string value. We can keep any type of data type. Okay, we can even pass like age, we can even give it as the addition of numbers, we can give different values over here, we can pass float. The call is, or the task is, which you need to remember is, if you're passing the string value, you have to take a string value only the input. You're passing a string value as the parameter or the argument, the same you have to take as input. We cannot take two different values, like we are passing int and then we are passing or taking the input and integer. That will not happen. It will give you the error because it is type mismatch error. Okay, I'm not able to store that data inside my string. I'm not able to store your integer value inside my string data type. I don't know whom you belong to. Let's suppose you want to go to your parents' home, okay, but mistakenly you forgot the route. So will you end up entering any house in the way? No, right? Because members of that house will not be able to recognize you. The same happens over here. So if you are sending another data type, that parent is definitely a data type but will not be able to identify you, right? So the same happens over here. If you are sending type mismatch, it's going to cause some error. Okay, moving ahead, default parameter, and this is one of the best thing, especially when we go ahead and use for a very common thing. In this, I will tell you that sometimes what happens is some values are very common for us. Okay, sometimes what happens is some values is very common. Let's suppose we are creating a student record. We are keeping a student record, and we know that 80% of the students are, or maybe like all the students are from any particular college, maybe like ABC Academy. Okay, they are from ABC Academy. Now when they belong to ABC Academy or when they belong to Self-Code Academy, what we need to do is we need to give that by default so that we don't have to enter that value again and again. We don't have to enter that value again and again. And how does default parameter work? While creating the function itself, what we are going to do is we are going to give it one value. Let's suppose we are taking name. This is not a common thing. We are taking age. Even this is not a common thing. And then we are moving ahead with this school. Okay, and this is very common to self-code academy. Okay, self-code academy. Cool. So what we will be doing is we will be checking that if you're passing self-code academy or not. If you're not passing, it will by default take that value. And if you pass any different value, it will get updated to that particular value. So if you pass any value, it will take that. If you don't pass any value, it will by default take this thing. Let me actually go ahead and show you this so that you'll be able to understand it in a little better way. So let's actually delete the older code, which is like greet and everything. We'll remove this and we'll even remove this function. Okay, we'll even remove this function. Now we are keeping the student record. Okay, a student, and we are taking three names: the string name, int age, comma, string college. Okay, here we are passing by default as self-code academy. Self-code academy. Okay, cool. What we are going to do next is we will just display the data. Cout student name, and here we are going to pass what? We are going to pass the value name, and then we'll do endl. Next we will cout what? We'll cout the age. Cout students. Okay, we have to put that inside the string. Students age, and we'll pass that as age endl. Okay, then cout what we have to pass is students college, and then we'll pass college, and then we'll write endl. This is the function which you created. What is the difference over here? That here we are passing string college equal to self-code academy. That is the only difference in the normal function and your default parameter function. Okay, now let me just quickly create one basic, let me just call this student function over here. I'm writing a student. I'm writing the string name as Prashant. I'm passing the age as 25. I'm passing the college as ABC Academy. Okay, so what this is going to do is this is actually going to print that student name is Prashant, student's age is 25, and student's college is ABC Academy. What if I don't want to pass the college? Okay, what if I don't want to pass the college? If I don't give the college, your default parameter will get activated. It will see that no value was passed for your college, and it will take the default value as self-code academy. Let me just go ahead and click on run. So what you see is automatically self-code academy is taken, and this is why your default parameters are very important. Especially we use it to give the null value for like non-required value. Let's suppose you are filling a form and it is asking you to do different things, maybe like enter your name, enter your age, enter your address, enter your phone number. Okay, and these are the mandatory things which is having one star on it. Okay, and then we have certain other values which we have to pass, which is more like you have to enter your occupation, but this is more like optional. Okay, so when something is very optional, we can have by default as NA. If the user is filling, that will go. If a user is not filling, you can keep not assigned. Okay, or NA in short. Those are the places where your default parameter plays a very good role. I hope you would have understood that. Moving ahead, the return keyword. We have already seen and witnessed this return at various type. What does this return do is, it's very similar to if you're passing some value to it, instead of making the function print, we get the data out of it. We get the data out of the function. These type of return things or return keyword is especially required when we want some sort of calculation to be done, when we want some sort of logical process to happen. If you really have to just print the data, why are we going to really use the function? We can directly print it like that, right? So we don't have to give it like that, especially where your logics are involved, where your different topics are involved. In those cases only we use return, when we want the value back in our variable, and then we want to utilize it according to us. Cool. So let's actually go through it and see some example like how this is useful. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a simple addition function. Okay, add function, and we will add two values and we will get the return of the result. Okay, let's add that. Let me create a different function over here. And one more thing, if we are returning a function, see, void is used when we do not have any type of return, but if we want to return the string, we have to use int. Sorry, if we want to use return a string, we have to give the data type as a string. If we want to return the int value, we have to give the data type as int. As this function is for returning the addition, I will write there add, and I am taking two values input from the user, int a comma int b. Okay, and now what I'm returning is return a plus b. Simply I'm returning the value of addition. Let me just call that value over here, and let me just call add 10 comma 20. Let's see anything will happen. So if I simply run it, basically it is not going to do anything. Why exactly? Because even when the values are returned, I'm not utilizing it somewhere. So whenever we use return type of thing, we have to put a variable to get that data. And as we are getting integer type of data, we have to write int result equal to add. And now we can do what? We can simply print this data. Cout result obtained using return was. Here I'm going to write result, and here I'm going to write handle. Cool. Let me just go ahead and click on run, and you will see that the result obtained using the return was 30 will get printed in the line over here. And from where this line is coming? This line is coming from your main function and not from your function, not from your user defined function which was add. It is just returning the value which we are storing where? In our result variable. So return is always used where we want to get the data back to ourselves, and then we want to, if we want to like manipulate the data, if we want to add more things to it, if you want to delete things to it, so we can do it according to ourselves. Okay, moving ahead, this thing is very important, pass by reference. This is a topic more of a pointer, but what we do is instead of passing the value, we actually pass the address. Instead of passing the value, we pass the address directly. And if in case we manipulate something with that, your actual values are getting affected. And in this type of pass by reference, where we are passing the address, your data need not to get returned, and at the very same time it will also make changes in your data. Let me go ahead and show you what I exactly mean is. Let's create a simple function, void swap. We have already done swapping before. So void swap, and here we are having int address of a comma int address of b. So we are passing addresses instead of normal variable. We are taking addresses as input. What we want to do is we want to swap int temp equal to a. Okay, int temp equal to a. Actually, yeah, let's actually go ahead with that. A equal to b and b equal to temp. Cool. And let me just quickly call this up over here. We are having two values, a equal to 10. Okay, we will have to put int in front of it, int a equal to 10 comma b equal to 20. Cool. Cout values before swap, a equal to a space b equal to b, and then we are giving handle. I will just copy and paste this data over here, and in the mid what I will do is I will simply call my function where I'm passing the values of a and b. So swap a comma b. So what exactly we did as of now is we swapped the value using the return, or without using the return, just by using the address. If you see what happened over here is a value was 10, but right now it became 20. I didn't manipulated the output. I just copied and pasted as it is. What's going when we are taking the address, your actual address is passed. Your actual address is passed. And then we are swapping the address. Now, let's suppose A and B was there. I manipulated the address. I assigned the address of A to B and B to A. And initially, it was more like A was pointing to 10 and B was pointing to 20. After swapping the values, it is more like this, that now the values are there itself. Values are exactly where they were. Now B is just pointing to 10 and A is pointing to 20. It is just where it is pointing and what value is assigned to that address. We just interchanged the pointer location. Now A is pointing to the location of 20 and B is pointing to the location of 10. And that is what will happen if we are passing any value by address. Okay, we did nothing. The normal numbers are only given A and B. Even while swapping, we didn't do anything. So it is somewhat similar to pointers, but here we are just manipulating the memory addresses and nothing else. We already know what memory addresses are. It is a block, it is a location in your memory where your data are stored. We are just manipulating with the memory addresses. And when you pass the value by reference, when you use ampersand to get the address instead of the value, if you manipulate them, your actual values are also getting affected. If I didn't do this, if I am not taking the address, it will not affect my value. It will still be same. Okay, initially also it was 10 and now also it is 10. I just remove ampersand in front of them. So 10 and 10, 20 and 20. But let me rerun it. 10, 10, 20, 20. But if I'm passing the ampersand, it will make changes to my actual values. And where we just have to do those type of data, like your bank account. Okay, if some money is getting credited, it will actually affect your bank account. If money is getting debited, it will actually reflect in your main account balance. And in those places, we give this reference variables. And that is how your data actually gets manipulated or changed. Okay, moving ahead. Passing an array, it's actually very simple. How do we actually pass an array inside the function? Let's say void print, and here we are going to take a string name and we want to take 5 inputs. Now what we will do is we will simply create one array over here. And how to create array? A string name equal to, as we are mentioning the size over here, it will only take till 5, size of 5. Other than that, it will ignore. All the data will be lost, it will not be sent to the function. And here we are passing 5 values. Prashant, Vijay, Sachin, and Dhoni. Okay, so there is one less, so we'll pass one more value, Virat. Okay, so we are passing those 5 values in our string. And how do we pass it inside the function? We simply write the function name, which is print, and then we write the name. That's it. It is actually passed to your function. If in case I want to run this and print the data for string I, I'm going to use for each loop in the name cout I handle. Okay, now it will do what? It will actually print your data. Okay, it says there is some error, cannot build the range expression with array function parameter name since the parameter with varied type std string aka string is treated as pointer. Oh, okay, so because it is taken more as a pointer, it is difficult to take the for each loop inside this. So what we will do is we have to go with the for loop only. Okay, so for int I equal to 0, I is less than 5, I plus plus, and then what we have to do is cout name of I. So whenever we are passing an array or whenever we are passing one string value, it is actually going more as the pointer. Only your first address is going and rest is taken care by this memory location, because they are stored in contiguous memory locations. So only first value is passed and then rest is taken care by the memory addresses, how we manage it. And that's why it was giving us the error while doing it with the for each loop, and it is working with the normal for loop. Let's go ahead and check this out. So we are getting Prashant, Vijay, Sachin, Dhoni and Virat. Cool. So this is how we pass your normal function, normal array inside the function, and that is how we are able to utilize it. Moving ahead, this topic is actually very important and this will be very, very handy. And this is what is done inside your libraries when we use C++ STL to add two values, subtract two values, or three values, or four values. Okay. Sometimes this question would have arisen in your mind. If I am writing add 1, 2, it is giving me three values. What if I want to add three values? Okay, you can go ahead and add that 1, 2, 3. Well, this is giving you 6. How is that happening? How can we do that? Or does that really happen? Or is this even possible? Don't you think that we will need two different what do we say? Don't you think that we need one more variable or one more parameter over here? And what will happen if you're passing one more parameter? Can we pass it as 0? No. What if you want to multiply? Can we pass it as 1? No, there's something much more special which is called as function overloading. We can use function overloading. And what is the meaning of this? Having two or more functions of the same name. It says you can have two or more functions of the same name. And what will that do is that we can have one function with add of two values, and we can have one more function add of 1, 2, 3 values. But how is this function differentiated? Either how this function will be differentiated, can we keep it exactly as two values, like add of int a comma b, add of int a comma b, and add of int a comma b? No, that will actually create ambiguity. It will create confusion within the program, like which one should I use, and that's why it will give you the error. Let me go ahead and show you, and that will make function overloading concept much more clearer inside your mind. Void add, okay, void add int a comma int b. Okay, and here we are cout, we are returning the a plus b plus, okay, a plus b, and then endl. Cool. Let me have one more function, void add int a comma int b, and then cout a plus b, endl. So if you just hover over it, you will see that redefinition of add is done, and that is what is giving us the error. If you see over here as well that this function is not defined, okay, that is not an error. So use of undeclared identifier print, okay, that is one error. So it says initiated a parameter type, okay, that is also not error. Okay, so yes, this is our error, redefinition of add, that we have redefined the add and it is creating the confusion between like which one should we go ahead and add. If I'm passing add of 1, 2, I'm passing add of 1, 2, which one we should go ahead and add. So what is function overloading? Isn't it the same like we can have two or more functions of the same name? Yes, but the differentiating factor must be there. If we are passing here two values, the next can have one or different values. It can have more than one values. Or if you want to keep the same amount of value, make sure that your data types are actually different. Make sure your data types are different. Okay. Even if for one value you are giving a different data type, it's going to accept it. So what is the condition of function overloading? That it can have two or more functions, but at the same time there should be one differentiating factors, either different number of parameters, different numbers of parameter, this is the first condition, or different data type of parameter, different data type of parameter. Okay, so if it is matching to any of these conditions, it is going to work. And that's how we can have either the floating value, or we can have three values in it, int a comma int b comma int c, and even this is going to work without any problem. Let me go ahead and put that up. a plus b plus c. So if you are passing two values, it will, and integer values, it will automatically be able to get that you are willing to use this function. Okay, and this process is very automatic. We don't have to do anything, that it is giving you the output as 3. But on the other hand, if you are passing 3 values, it will automatically go to this. Okay, it knows how to differentiate between your function overloading, and it will not cause you any trouble, and this is going to work very smoothly. So this is what your function overloading is. You have already seen recursion. Recursion is nothing but a technique to call the function itself, making sure that we should have some base condition. What does that mean? That if we are going ahead with some sort of function like while add, okay, how to meet the condition, how to actually meet the condition. So in that situation, we must have some sort of parameter given to it and some sort of return to stop your actual loop. Why the return is required? Because we break the problem into small chunks. I will actually go ahead and show you. Let's suppose we are giving the question of addition of n natural numbers. Addition of n natural numbers. We have to find the sum of 5. So what do we have to do is 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. Okay, this is a simple problem. We are able to do it, but with this example, we will be able to understand how this exactly works. Very first, I have to actually add this. So what I will do is I will pass sum of 5. I'll break this into 5 plus sum of 4, isn't it? Now I will break this also into 5 plus, it will return 4 plus sum of 3. I will break this into little more, 3 plus sum of 2. I'll break this into little more, 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus sum of 1. And I'll set the base condition that if the value is 1, the actual value is 1. And now when I got this, I will add this up. This gets stored inside your another type of memory, which is your buffer memory. So it will be 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1, which is equal to 15. This value will be returned. How to actually go ahead and do that? Very first, let's have the base condition set. If my count equal to 1, we are going to do what? Return 1. That is my base condition. As soon as my count becomes 1, I'm going to set up my base condition that it should return just 1. It should not recall the function. In the else part or in the normal part, what we are going to do is we are going to return. See, we are passing the value 5. So whatever is my value count, I will add that and I will recall my function add with the 1 subtracted from it, which is going to be count minus 1. It is like 5, then 4, then 3, then 2, then 1. I'll subtract 1 from it and then I will keep on going. And this is how we go ahead and get the total sum. End result equal to add. I will see out this total sum of n natural number is, and here I will have the result value and I will do endl. Okay, now if I run it, it will be like 15. The total sum is 15. Do you see that? If I give the value as 6, it will be 21. Let me just change it. It will be 21. I couldn't go ahead and show you the buffer memory. Otherwise, I would have went ahead and showed you how it actually works. Basically, buffer memory is nothing but it stacks your data. Okay, it's more like this. Okay, where every command is going and getting stored. So the first command is over here, and the second command is over here. The third command is over here. The fourth command is over here. And this keeps on going. What is the first command? If I'm passing 5, so it will be 5 plus count of 4 or add of 4. Okay, our function was add, so let me put that up, plus add of 4, 1 lesser than that. What this is going to hold? This is going to hold the lesser value 4 plus add of 3. This is going to hold 3 plus add of 2. This is going to hold 2 plus add of 1. As soon as I get 1, I will return the value as 1. So this will get replaced by 1. This will get replaced by 1. And what is the total value? Which is 3. The total value will become 3. So add of 2 will become, okay, let me have this. Add of 2 will become 3, which will get over here. Okay, we'll replace this add of 2 by the value 3. So it will go and it will change to the value 3. And this will total result into 6. Now add of 3, this is the add of 3, which will get replaced by add of 3. So it will again go back, it will replace this data. Okay, it will replace this data and it will become 6. It will become 6. Now 6 plus 4 will go over here, it will replace add of 4. So this will change to your 10. 6 plus 4 is 10. Now 10 plus 5 is going to get returned, which is the 15. And this is how your buffer memory works. This is how your recursion works. So this is ended in this video, and I hope you would have understood it, though we are going to solve different questions in the coming up sessions. So make sure you stay aligned to this course, start practicing these things and do all the questions in a very same order, and also revise the topic as soon as possible, because that will give you a lot of practice, and coding comes with practice. So see you in the next video. Till then, tata, see you, bye bye. Hello and welcome to this new topic, which is pointers with C++. So very first, we really need to understand what exactly pointers are. So in order to learn more about pointers, you really need to understand about memories. And as we have already discussed what memories are and how do we actually see a memory, which you really need to understand. Okay. So whenever we assign a value, let's suppose int age equal to 10. Okay. Int age equal to 10. So what happens? It occupies some bytes of memory. Let's suppose this is your simple memory. Okay. And it is having few of the blocks. One block is responsible for holding 1 byte of data. If in case you want to store 4 bytes of data, you have to block 4 locations. If in case you just want to store this 10, which is the 4 bytes, you have to actually occupy from here to here. Okay, we are occupying 4 bytes of location, and this will be a continuous location. So this is the data where we are occupying our value. We are keeping it as 10. Okay, any number as 10. So let me just put it over here. So this is the total data where we are keeping the value as 10. Cool. Now this first block, let's suppose, has the memory address as 80D. So this will be 81D, this will be 82D, this will be 83D. So we are going ahead from 80D to 83D, and from 80D to 83D we are having just one value, which is 10. If you want to store one more value, it will go in the next location or it will go to some other location. Now considering the overall thing, it is one memory location which we have. Okay, this is called as memory address. This is called as memory address. So what value will actually go there? Will it be 80D, 81D, 82D, 83D? So it will be the first value which is going with them, and they know that it is a 4 byte of data. So it will consider till 4 blocks of memory in a very continuous position. That's one thing. Okay. Now we have that address 80D, which is an example. Usually we have address in the hexadecimal. And how do we actually read this address? Just by using the ampersand symbol. So we created int age equal to 10 over here. So if we just print address of age, it will print the memory address of that particular variable. Let's see how this will look like. Int age equal to 10, cout ampersand of age. Okay, it will be present in the hexadecimal format. So it is not printing that the value of age is equal to 10, but it is printing something with 0 cross 7FF D5 BEB 79 FC. This value may be different on your system, because we already know that in different locations in different computers, memories or variables are taking different spaces or different places, and depending on that, this value may change in your system. That's one thing. Now, what does pointer do with these data? Pointers are nothing but the variables to store this address. What are pointers? Pointers are nothing. They are also simple variable only. Okay, they are also simple variable. Okay, they are simple variable, but they have a special purpose. And what is the purpose of this variable? The purpose is to store the address of another variable. Store the address of another variable. That is what we do. Okay, moving ahead, what do we or how do we point this pointer? Let me just go ahead and show you. Very first, if in case we are creating the pointer, we have to keep the same data type. Point number one, we have to keep the same data type for which variable we are assigning the address. If in case we are creating the pointer, it will be int star ptr or any variable name which you want to give equal to age. Now this will do what? This ptr is going to hold the address of the age, ampersand of the age. Okay, and now this will have a star using which you will get to know that this is a pointer variable. We can have any values to it, ptr1, ptr2, age ptr, anything whatever you want of your choice. And this is how we go ahead and give this. Now the point is not this. Point is, why do we actually have pointers? A very good question. Let's suppose you don't want to pass the data. You don't want to pass the data, but still you want to manipulate. Still you want to manipulate the data. Okay. So what we do is we give the pointer reference. We give the pointer reference. In what all cases do we give this? I gave a simple example of bank balance. Let's suppose you have maintained a bank balance of $8,000 in your account. Well, when we are going ahead and adding $1,000 to it, when we are adding those $1,000 to your bank balance, what we do is we just give the address, and if we just add just this data, if you just simply add this data to your pointer variable, it will get reflected to your actual account. It will get reflected to your actual account. And why are we not passing this variable? To maintain the abstraction, to maintain the security, that we cannot allow anything to access the users or customers bank account. Instead, you can just have this variable which will actually do one thing, that if you add or subtract or whatever you want to do with this data, you can do that. You can just view it. Instead, you won't be able to withdraw the money. You can just add or subtract. Though they are having a much more enormous secured or a very highly secured system, this is just a general example of how and where exactly we use pointers. Moving ahead, let's actually create one pointer variable. Int age equal to 10, and here we are creating one star ptr equal to address of age. Okay, now if you just see out this ptr, you will see that what it is holding, what value this ptr is holding. Let me just go ahead and print this very quickly. So it is holding the data as an address. So let it print. Okay, now we can see the output that it is holding the memory address. And how to retrieve the data is called as dereferencing. Dereference or dereferencing. In order to retrieve the data from this pointer, we call this processor dereferencing. We just have to add one star in front of it, and that is how you will be able to retrieve the data. That's how you will be able to retrieve the data. And the value was 10. Cool, good enough. Now, what will happen if I do ptr plus plus? What will happen if I do ptr plus plus? And then we try to access the data. So we are not doing star ptr plus plus. We are doing just ptr plus plus. So it is going to the next location which will not have any value, and that's why you are getting a garbage value. In order to increment this data, in order to increase this value, I have to write star ptr plus plus, and that's how your actual value will get incremented, and which will be reflected as 11 over here. Okay, this is not good. Okay, cool. So what this is going to do is it is going to show you your 10 and it is going to add 1 to it. So what I did is star PTR plus plus. It was again going to the next location, due to which we were getting some random results. So we were not incrementing the star PTR, which is the value 10, but we were doing what? We were actually doing PTR plus plus because of the different precedence operator. Things got wrong, we got the wrong output. So we also have to take care of the precedence in order to solve with this. Now if you see, I have never stored this data anywhere in any other variable, right? And still I am getting my updated value in the PTR. I'm still getting my updated value in the PTR. So this is how you can update and upgrade your PTR or any pointer variable and still reflect the data inside your small variables. This will even happen if you remember that swapping variable thing. We updated the value. If we were passing the address, things were actually getting reflected to our original values. But if you do the same without passing the values, it was not getting reflected to my original values. And that is where your pointers are very important. Moving ahead, double pointer. What is double pointer? Double pointer is nothing but storing the address of any other address. So let me just go ahead and create one more pointer, int star PTR 2. Now this is going to hold the address of my PTR. Okay, when we are creating double pointer, it is going to store address of any other address. And how to dereference? Using the same double star. If you give double star over here, it will dereference your double pointer. Okay, it will dereference your double pointer value. Let me go ahead and run this, and you will still get the value as the value of age, which is 11. Okay, so if you are updating the value in the PTR only, it is also getting affected over here because they are again pointing to the same memory address. If you are updating the one value, it is also getting affected in the other, which will not very much happen with your another variable. If you assign this value to another variable and if you update that another variable, the things will not get reflected in your original variable. So this is how it happens. Okay, moving ahead, pointers with arrays, it's actually very simple. What we just need to understand is whenever we give pointer or whenever we create pointer of an array, so let's suppose this is your array. Okay, this is your array and here we have multiple elements stored. Okay, here we have multiple elements stored. So as the data is stored in the contiguous memory location, this is taking 4 bytes, this is taking 4 bytes, this is taking 4 bytes of data. So data is stored in contiguous memory location and it knows right after my value I have to go to the next memory address passing 4 bytes of data. If it is stored at 80D, next value will be at 84D plus 4 to it. Next will be at 88D. So when it knows that I just have to skip 4 bytes of data and go to the next, while it will store the entire list, while it will store the data or address of the entire array? No. So it stores only the address of your first variable. And that's why when we are creating the pointer for our array, okay, when we are creating the pointer for our array, it actually stores your first address only. And if you do star PTR plus plus, it will jump to the next value and again to the next value and again to the next value. What exactly do I mean by that is, let me show you. So we'll remove this part, int num equal to, we are having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is an array. Now we are having int star PTR equal to address of num. Okay, that is one sort of variable. Okay, here we are having certain error. Okay, so okay, we don't have to pass the address because it is already holding the address. Num is already your address, so we don't have to pass ampersand over there. Now if you simply print, not the print, if you simply see out your address, sorry, star PTR, it will actually print your first value. It will do what? It will print your first value, which will be 1. If I go ahead and print this, it will print your first value, which will be 1. So if I just go ahead and do star PTR plus plus, what will happen? It will go to the next memory location. The star PTR. Okay, let me just write PTR plus plus. Let's see what will happen over this case. And we are printing the star PTR only. So it will go to your next memory location. and if I do it one more time, it will go to the next memory location, and that's how it is actually printing your value. It's not incrementing the value, but it is actually printing the next value present inside it. So if I go ahead and run this, it will print 20 at this time and not the value 2. Okay, because I updated the value over here. That is what will happen when you assign your PTR or pointer with an array, and that is how we can even pass the array entirely to the function just using the pointers. And this is what we have done. Now pointers and strings are actually working in a very same way how your arrays work, because the strings are again the array of characters only. So there's actually no difference between your normal array and string. Okay, modifying the string using or modifying the values using the pointer variable. This is actually one thing which is important, and we have not done this in our C language if I remember. So let's suppose you have the string name equal to Prashant. Okay, this is my simple name. I'm creating one string star PTR equal to address of name. I'm creating that value. I'm putting in string star PTR equal to address of name. Now what I can do is star PTR equal to Mishra. Star PTR equal to Mishra. And if I try to print my name, look at this, what will happen? So if I try to print my name, what will happen? It is not going to print Prashant. Instead, it is going to print Mishra. Why? Because we are modifying the value at that particular address only. And if we are modifying the value at that particular address, what will happen? It will actually change my actual value. It will do what? It will change my actual value, and that is what will be reflected over here. And that is what I said, like pointers, if you're working and manipulating the data with the pointers, that actually gets reflected to your original value, similar to the bank balance example. So this is it, and the pointers anyways will be solving some bunch of questions in the coming slides or in the coming videos. So you will have a bit better practice on the pointers, and you will be able to understand pointers really well. Till then, tata, see you, bye bye. Hello and welcome to this video where we are going to learn about structure union, and there is a bonus topic which is known as enumeration, which is also known as enum. So we will be discussing about these three topics in this particular video. So what exactly is your structure? We are going to start from there. If we talk about a structure is a user defined data type. And when exactly we use a structure? When we want to embed more than one data type into one type of data type. So we have already seen array where we were putting similar type of data. Okay, we have seen array where we were keeping similar type of data. Like if we want to only keep name, we were creating the array of name and we were able to store Prashant, Mishra, and a lot of other names as well, right? But what will happen if I say that you have to store the data of one particular student, which is having one student ID, SID, which is having the name, which is having the grade, which is also having some other variables. So because SID could be in the form of integer, name is in the form of a string, and grade is in the form of char. So what do I have to do in this case? I have to create multiple arrays. But managing multiple arrays, why multiple arrays? Because I have to get more than one student data. And in order to manage multiple arrays, we have to take care of the indexes a lot, because if we are updating one value and we forgot to update in the second, it will create a very big blunder and a very big mistake. So in these places where we want to group different type of data types into one type of data type, we use structure. Okay, so this is what a structure is. And we keep different type of data types inside one single user defined data type. Okay, moving ahead, structures, also called as structs, are a way to group several related data type into one place. Each variable in the structure is known as a member of the structure. So each value inside the structure will be known as the member of the structure. Now in this we have two things. One is unnamed structure. Okay, unnamed structure. And the second one is named structure. So from the name itself, you can actually get that, okay, in this we will not have any name, in this we will have name. So what we do is, if you see anywhere we are directly writing struct and then we directly go ahead and start the program, that is unnamed structure. What is struct? Struct is actually your keyword, and inside this we are keeping multiple data. One is of type int, which is SID. We are not going to give value, we will give that value little later. Now second is string name. Let's only keep two values as of now. You will be able to understand with these two values. And we gave what should we call this structure. Let's suppose we want to call the reference, or using what we are going to point this structure. Let's suppose we want to call that as student or my structure. So I can give it over here. I want to call this as my structure, so I'm keeping it like that. Cool. And as soon as that is done, we will be able to put the data in it. Let's see how we can go ahead and use that. Let me first remove string.h because that is unnecessarily giving us a lot of time. Okay, like it is taking a lot of time to like run the code. Now keeping here as a struct, and I will directly start my values. Inside this, what I want to call is my structure. Okay, I want to call this as my structure. Now I want to give the data int SID. I want to give the data as string name. So those are the two things which I really want to give. Now if in case I want to store the element, so I will use my structure dot SID equal to 123. Okay, that is in the form of an integer, and I want to store the name. So how am I going to store it? My structure dot name equal to Prashant. So this is how I will be storing. If in case you want to go ahead and keep multiple things S2, so you can even create for S2. This is student 2. You can even create for S3. This is student 3. S4 student 4. This is how you can keep on going, and you can keep on creating different so-called names of this structure, and using which you will be able to assign multiple data to it. Okay. Let me just go ahead and print this. Cout my structure dot SID, endl cout my structure dot name, endl. Let me just put here D and click on run. So we got the value as SID as 123 and name as Prashant. Whereas if I want to store that in the S2, so st dot SID equal to SID. Okay, sorry, SID will be 113 and S2 dot name equal to SID. Okay, because this was the integer value, that's why it is giving us the error. And now we can even print that. Cout S2 dot name endl. Okay, we can even print the values of S2 dot name. We can even assign the values, we can even print the values. Okay, this is how we go ahead and use your structure, unnamed structure. But usually we won't be using unnamed structure, because here we have to create multiple objects, multiple references of this structure outside the main, and that is very unprofessional and that does not really look good. So let me just remove everything. Next we are going to use your named structure. We will simply give the name to this structure and this will become the name structure. Struct student. Okay, inside this we have multiple things. Very first is my int SID. Okay, then I have a string name. Okay, let's suppose we are giving int marks as well. Okay, let's give that value. And now let's suppose I don't want to call this anything, so I'll just close it. I don't want to call this anything. I can create that value over here. I can actually go ahead and create that value over here. And what this will do is, using these names we'll be able to create that S1, S2, S3. How to do that? Student Prashant. Okay, student Prashant. Now this Prashant is actually created as one reference variable, or even we can go ahead and create it as student1. Now this is created as student1. We can assign the data to student1. Student1 dot SID equal to 123. Student1 dot name equal to Prashant. Student1 dot marks equal to 100. Okay, so those are the values which I assigned. And how to get this data as output? Let me just go ahead and print this data. Cout student1 dot sid and del cout student1 dot name and del cout student1 dot marks, not a marks. Okay, I am very bad at typing. Okay, now let me just go ahead and click on run and see what do we get as the output. So we will be getting the value 123, Prashant, and 100. We can even go ahead and mention the different things over here if in case we want to mention it as that. Okay, this is my student ID. This is my student name, and this is my student marks. Okay, the students marks. Okay, if I go ahead and run this, it will come along with the messages like student ID, student name, and students marks, and along with that your data is also printed on the console window. Now we can go ahead and do one more thing. Here we can write student 2, okay, student 3, student 4, and so on and on and on. And using this we will be able to create multiple datas. Okay, we can create it for employees, for students, for any other thing, for bank customers, for any sort of other customers as well. So whenever we are keeping more than one data type together, in those situations we have to use your structures. Now one more thing, you can even call this student as st, and how to do that? Using type def. If you just give here type def, and what you want to call this as st. So what we are saying is that instead of writing struct student, so as of now this compiler is good, that's why we don't have to write there struct. Some compilers may ask you to even write struct over there, like while creating these values they may ask you to write struct over there. But as this compiler is pretty good and understandable, and it has all the libraries, like updated libraries, some of them which they don't have the updated libraries, they may ask you to write struct over there. Now I want to call struct student as my st, so I can remove this data. I can just write as st. What is the meaning of type def? Type def simply means again define the type. So instead of struct student, we are defining it with st. So I want to just use st student1, st student 2, student 3, student 4, and that is how I will be able to use it inside my creation of the variables or creation of my new data type members. Okay, cool. So this was all about a structure. This is how we go ahead and print it. Instead of managing the array of SID and different things, you can just go ahead and manage your student 1, student 2, student 3. You can even create the array of this. And how do we do that? We will remove this. We will even remove this data. Okay, we will even remove this data. ST, and what exactly we are going to write next is, see, ST is the replacement of struct student. And now we are going to have instead of 5. So now we created an array of 5 elements of 5 students. Okay, and how do I refer them? Instead of 1 dot sid equal to 123. Okay, instead of, sorry, this will be 0 because arrays start from 0. Okay, of 0 dot name equal to Prashant. Okay, and instead of 0 dot marks equal to 100. So this is how I will be storing all the elements of structures, like all the members, sorry, not the members, but the reference objects of the structure inside the array, and using that we are adding the elements. Now if you want to do that process with the for loop, we can easily do that. For int I equal to 0, I is less than 5, I plus plus, and what I will say is cout enter the student's ID. Okay, let's go till 3, let's go till 2. Okay, because 5 will be like quite hectic for me to like 3 data for everyone. And okay, now this will be cin. What exactly we have to see in? Instead of I dot SID. We have to see in that value. Next, what exactly we are going to write? See out, enter the student's name. Okay, see in instead of, okay, we missed one thing, which is this. Okay, now instead of I dot name. Okay, cool. And this will be the CN. Next, I will ask the user to give the marks. See out, enter the student's marks. Let me also give the spaces because I'm not going with the endl, so it should not actually come and stick together. Okay, CN. Here I'm writing instead of I dot marks, instead of I dot marks, and this will store all the data. Now let's go ahead and put it in the very same way. What exactly we are going to do is we are going to copy, and this is for displaying the items. Okay, see out, \n students details, student record. Okay, students record, and here we will have endl. And let's also have one more \n, so it can have that separation of spaces. Okay, now I'll paste this. I don't want to like go ahead and do all the process like that. What I have to do is I just have to see out all those values. So instead of this, I will change it to see out, and I will also add my message, which is the student's ID. Here again, I will change this to see out. The student's name, and here I will change again to see out. I'm quite lazy, I know that. Okay, and this will be students marks. Okay, so for every single student we are going with the different student marks. Okay, and we can even print like this is for student 1, this is for student 2, this is for student 3, and post displaying the marks we can have \n, which will create again the spaces. We can even have the lines in the mid if you want, so that will also create the good amount of space between the one user and the second user. Now I want to mention this is the student for student 1, so this is for student. Okay, details of, or let's just write a student, and here I will write I plus 1, so it will be like student 1, student 2, student 3, and all those things will be there. And let's go ahead and run this. Let's see how this will come. It will say enter the student's ID, so we have to enter the first student ID. Let's suppose 1, name PM Prashant Mishra, marks 99. Enter the student's ID again. We are not giving the separation due to which it is coming all together. 2, VP, which is Vijay Prakash, and 100. Cool. Now what it said is, because we only took for 2 users, it says student record 1 is this, that student's ID is this, name is this. As we were not having the endl, it is coming like this because of that. Okay, so if we want, we can even have the endl, and then it will go ahead and give me the record in different line. Okay, endl. Now this is going to give me the records in different lines, and that is what is going to help us to see and read the data much more clearly. 1 PM and marks is 99, 2 VP and marks is 100. So it says student record, student 1, student's ID is 1, name is PM, marks is this, 2 ID is 2, name is VP, and marks is 100. Okay, so this is how your data is represented, and this is how you can combine them together using one simple structure, and you can even create the arrays. Now using the arrays, you will be able to display the entire thing. Now moving ahead to our next topic is our, okay, this is what we have already done. Moving to the union. Union is very similar to structure. Let me show you and then you can tell me. Okay, let me just erase everything which is present over here. Okay, let me just create a union over here, and then you can tell me if it is very similar to this or not. Okay, we want to create for money. Moving ahead, we can have float USD, this is my one value, int INR, this is my one value, and double, let's have the float value itself, float pound. Okay, float pound. I created these three values and I can just put the things. Now what do you think? Are they very similar? Yes, they look similar, but the functionality is completely opposite. What is the meaning of union? Let's suppose it has three members. Our union has three members. Okay, the first member is USD, second member is INR, and the third member is pound. So this is going to take 4 bytes, this is going to take 4 bytes, this is going to take 4 bytes. Let's suppose if it was double, it was going to take 8 bytes. So it will allocate one memory of the maximum size of data out of these all the present members. So what is the maximum data? 8 over here. In our case, because we were using float, it was 4, so it would have just allocated 4 bytes of memory. But because it is 8, to store this value, it will allocate 8 bytes of memory. And what it will do is that union says only one out of this value will be applicable. Only one out of this value will be applicable. If you are assigning the value to USD, your INR and pound memory will be delocalized, or it will be erased. This value will be erased. And why does this happen? Because they have shared memory. So let's suppose the user is coming to your website and user want to see the prices either in USD, INR or pound. Definitely they will want to see only in one currency which is their native, be it USD, be it INR or be it pound, right? So in those situations we can use union, which is having a shared memory, so we can avoid wastage of memory. Think if we created this with the structure, it will take how much time? How much memory? 4 plus 4, 8 plus 8, 16. But as of now, it is only taking your 4 bytes. What if it is just 4 bytes? It would have taken 12 bytes, but right now it will take 4 bytes because that is the maximum memory. Because of the shared location, it is just taking 4 bytes instead of 12. Imagine if there are multiple more values. So it will save a lot of memory of yours. And how to use it, that is the first thing which we need to understand. So if we are creating the reference object as M1, so what do we need to do is union, and then I will give the name money, and M1 is my reference object. And if I assign the value to my USD, M1 dot USD equal to, because it was the float value, I can tell it as 4.5, or I can give it as 5.5. Okay, I am assigning it as 5.5. If I go ahead and print my m1.usd, you will see one thing, that we can actually get the data of 5.5 in the output. Okay, let it run. Okay, we got that. But right after assigning your USD, if I assign INR, m1.INR equal to 450. Okay, 5.5 is close to 450 INR. So if I try to print my m1.usd, it will give me the garbage value. So every single time you see, it is giving you the garbage value, which is not your exact value. But if I print my m1.inr, I will actually get my correct output. So whatever value you have assigned at the last, that data will be there, and rest every data will be erased. Okay, and that's how we got 450 over here. And now if I try to print m1.usd, it was giving us the error. So this is all your union is all about. Okay, I hope you would have understood this. Moving ahead to the enum. Enum is also very similar to creating your own values, not the data types, but definitely the values. Okay, what is enum or enumeration? Okay, let's suppose we are working with the arrays. We are working with the arrays. So what we do is using the indexing 0, 1, 2, 3. We generally get this type of data, right? But instead of 0, 1, 2, 3, you want to pass something else. Let's suppose here you want to pass the car names. Here for 0 you want to assign Audi. For 1 you want to assign BMW. For 2 you want to assign master, and for this you want to assign Lambo. So instead of assigning the boarding values 0, 1, 2, 3, you can assign them, and when we try to print it, it will actually print this value only, where these type of enumerations are required while you're working with the restaurant menu. So I'll just mention that, okay, price of my let's suppose fried rice is 750 rupees or 750 INR. Okay, so instead of writing 750 INR, I created fried rice as one of my variable. If I assign that, it will automatically assign my that particular value. If I don't give any value, it will start at 0, 1, 2, 3 only. But if in case I mention that properly, then it will go and get assigned to that particular value. Let's see how enums or enumerations are designed and how they are actually created. So if you see, they are enum car. Okay, let's work with the car only. Let's remove the union, and they are done inside your main function only. Enum car, and we won't give equal to and everything. Okay, right now I'm giving Audi, comma BMW, comma master. So those are the 3 values of mine. And if I try to print my car, car of C1, okay, let's suppose I want to assign car of C1 equal to Audi. Okay, car of C1 equal to Audi. Though it is only going to work with the reference object of your car only. It is only going to work with the reference object of your car only. And if I try to print this C1, it will print what? It will print your 0, because by default it is getting assigned as 0. So if I assign this as fried rice, okay, fried rice is equal to Audi. If I try to print this, you can see here the data was 0. If I try to print fried rice, and by default 0 was there, so instead of printing fried rice, it will actually print your value as 0. So it is used for nothing but giving values your extra name. Okay, it's more like giving additional variable. Instead of using the boring variables, you are going to use your Audi BMW master as the variable or as the values directly. They are just the replacement of your values and nothing else, and they are very rarely used, so we can skip understanding this a lot. So this was all about structure, unions, and your enums. I hope you would have understood this, though we will be solving some questions on this as well at the last of the course. So till then, see you, tata, and bye bye. Hello and welcome to this new video where we are going to learn and explore about files. This could be your second last topic or second last big topic, I can say that. And files in C++ is not very same as what we have seen in C language. It is very different, though the operations are done is same: input, output, append, read, write. So those same operations are done, but how it is done is entirely different. So please pay a little extra attention. And one question which might be occurring in your mind is that we have already learned C language and now we are learning C++ language. So whenever it is required to do any sort of questions, or whenever we are asked to perform any operations on files, should we use C language or C++? So straight answer is C++. Why? Because C++ is an extension to C, which means directly is that C++ is much more advanced language. Okay, so it's better to use an advanced language than using one old language, unless and until you are asked to use a faster language with the better memory utilization. There only we have to go and use your C language. If in case there is no very high limitations on the memory as well as your speed, in those situations we definitely should use our C++ language. If in case you are in your college or preparing for your placements, please go ahead and use C++ over your C language, because C++ is having all the functionalities of C, whereas C is not having all the functionalities of C++. So learn C++, you will be able to utilize C language inside your C++. Moving ahead with the topic, what is files? You already know why we use files. So files are nothing but more like a place where we can store our data, not like a variable where we can store all our outputs. So the only purpose to have files is to not lose the output data. So what exactly we see on the console, let's suppose this was your output, okay, where we printed the student name, okay, name, age, ID and stuff. But as soon as the program is closed, that data is gone and you have to create that again, which is really not a good thing. If in case you want to store the data, what will you do at that moment? Are you going to copy and paste? No. In this situation, we can use our files and we can store and create the files then and there, and we can write some more commands to fetch the data from the last files which we created. So in this way, we won't be losing on the data which we already created, as well as we will be able to fetch that data and even work on that data whenever it is needed. So that is why your files are present inside your programming language, and then there is no other use, only to store data. Moving ahead, we use fstream library, which allows us to work with the files. Now, because C++ is much more advanced version of C, it requires you to give extra care to it. With greater power comes the greater responsibilities. So if you are using C++ and if you're using fstream, make sure that your IO stream is also present. If in case you're not using IO stream and using stdio.h and then you want to use fstream, it is going to give you errors. Why? Because this IO stream is responsible for taking the input or giving the output, be it your extraction symbol in your insertion symbol in your cout, or be it your extraction symbol in your cin. We have to use IO stream, and then fstream gives us the functionalities of files in it. What it is giving us? It is giving us the functionalities of the files. So make sure whenever you are using fstream, you include IO stream. That is a mandatory thing. Moving ahead, we are offered with three classes. One of the classes is offstream, the second one is ifstream, and then the last one is fstream. Now let's see what is the meaning of offstream and what does this offer to us. So one is offstream, the second one is ifstream, and the last one is fstream. So if you see, there's an O present on the outside, so it only gives us the feasibility or power to write on the file, and when we get the power of writing, it also gives us the power of creating the file. Because when can we write on the file? When the data or when the file is present, then only we will be able to write it. So offstream gives you two powers, which are creating and writing to the file. Okay, now what is your ifstream responsible for? It is responsible for reading from the file. It is responsible for reading for the files. Now if reading is done, writing is done, what is it for? Is it for appending? No, that will be over here only. Is it for taking the output? No. So when you want to perform both the task, reading as well as writing, creating or appending, whatever you want to do, so in those cases we will be using fstream. So it gives us the power of reading, writing as well as creating the file. So if in case we are in hurry, we don't want to waste our time, or if you're doing both the tasks simultaneously, reading and writing, in those situations we can have fstream. But if we are just reading from the file, we can use ifstream. If you are writing to the file, we can use offstream. And those are the three classes of your fstream. Okay, moving ahead, how to open a file inside your main.cpp or your output. Very first, we will remove std from here and we will use using name space std. Okay, and now let me just delete that as well. What we will do is, very first we are going to have our offstream. Okay, let's go with the offstream. So I'm writing here offstream, and I'm giving the file name as alpha. I'm giving the file name as alpha, and now I want to open using my alpha.open. And what exactly are we going to open? We are going to open prashant.txt. And we also have to pass the modes. If you see over here, we also have to pass the modes. So there are various type of modes. One is for appending, the other one is for reading the data and going to the last of the element. Then last is for reading from the file, and out is for writing the file. So we have multiple modes. iOS :out is for writing into the file. But when we are writing, it will erase your old data. It will erase your old data. Okay. So we have to make sure that while writing, we must ensure that it is going to erase our old data. iOS N is going to do what? It is going to give you the functionality to read. It is only going to open the file to give you the readability access. Whereas iOS app is going to give you the appending. In this, we will be able to write at the end of the file. We will be able to write at the end of the file. Whereas iOS 8 is going to give us the functionality to get the output from the file and reach towards the end of the file so that we can start writing. Reach towards the end of the file so that we can start writing from there. The cursor will reach at the end. Okay. So these are the 4 modes which are important. There's one more which is truncate. So it's going to shorten up your files and it's going to delete up on your data, which we really don't want. So I'm not adding those truncate over here. Now we want to open the file for writing. So what exactly we need to write? iOS. Basically, what is iOS? Input, output, stream. And I want to open it for out. Okay. Now this is giving me some error. It says std of stream alpha. Okay. Using namespace std. I don't think so that should be causing any error. If it does, we will take care of it. Not to worry. Okay. So of stream alpha.open prashant.txt, and now we want to write to our file. How to write? We'll write alpha and we will give this output or insertion operator. Okay. And then what we are going to write? Prashant is my coding instructor. I want to give the next line and I want to add one more thing to it. C++ is easy than C language. I want to again give handle. Okay. And now I am going to close alpha.close. So this is how I'm going to close my file. If you see, there is no file like prashant.txt over main.cpp. As soon as we run, if it is not giving us any error because of this, okay, it says implicit instantiation undefined template, and it is asking us to use std. So I know what is the exact error over here. We forgot to include your file, which is fstream. Okay, and because of that, it was actually giving us the error, and now the errors are resolved. Now let me click again. Here you will have your prashant.txt. Let's wait, and prashant.txt got created. So if I go over here, you will see 3 lines are there. Why? Because this is also creating your next line. 3 lines are here and it is having the lines as Prashant is my coding instructor. That's my first line. C++ is easy than C language. That is my second line. How to add one more text? That is one line I want to add. Okay. That is one extra word I want to add. If you see over here, Prashant is my coding instructor. Now, if I want to write again, it will erase my old data and it will write over there. What if I want to add something from the user input from the console? So we can easily do it. A string. Okay, a string INP is something which I want to take from the user. Cout, enter something to enter to write in file. Okay, to write in file. And now I am going to take cin input from the user. What I'm going to take? INP. And if I run this, nothing will happen, only it will give me the input and how to write that up. We are going to write alpha and then we are going to put extraction. I'm very bad at taking the name of insertion and extraction operator. I will mostly make mistakes. So for C out, whatever we are having is called as insertion operator. It is inserting the data, whereas the C in is your extraction operator, which is extracting the data from some file. So here we are inserting the data. What exactly we are inserting? INP. Now let me click on run. It is going to ask me one input over here. So I'm writing abba dabba zabba. Okay, I'm writing abba dabba zabba, anything, okay, unnecessarily, and my file got closed. If I go back to prashant.txt, you will see, okay, this is just adding my first character. So what I need to do is I need to get the data from my get line. I need to get the data from my get line. Okay, but if you see this got added, that means your previous line got deleted. Okay, now I want to use your get line to get my entire line. Okay, what I will do is I'll use get line and I will write here C in comma INP input, and now let me click on run. So it will ask me like enter something to write in the file, and I am giving abba dabba zabba. Okay, now that would have got added over here very properly. This is how we take input from the user and add into our file. This was all about writing and creating your file. This was all about writing and creating the file and putting the data into it. Now, what we are going to do next is very important, and you have to look at this very, very carefully. I want to append some data. I want to append some data to my file. Let me delete everything. Your prashant.txt is still here. Now let me append something. So again, off stream, because we are writing something, and we can have any name. Let's have alpha, and next one is beta. Beta dot open. This is one reference variable using which we can open our file. Beta dot open, which file exactly we are opening? Prashant.txt, which is already present, so it will not create, and we want it in the mode of append app. Okay, and beta, we are writing into our file, and what exactly do we want to write? Very first we want to give \n, and then we want to enter something. Okay, we want to enter, we are going to explore oops concept in our next tutorial. Okay, I really want to enter that, and let me have endl over here. This will create a new line. Let me give one more operator, and here we want to write Prashant is a very good instructor. Okay, I am just praising myself over here. Okay, let me put endl, and once I run this, let me also close the file, beta.close. Let me just put this aside and put this file over here so that we don't have to go back and forth, and the output is visible to you in a bigger line. Let me close that up. So this is how we open the file again in the append mode, or this is how we can open the file in the reading mode as well. And what we are doing is we are appending the data. So let me just run it, and then I will show you what exact data we got inside our prashant.txt. So this abba dabba zabba was already there. We are going to explore oops concept in our next tutorial. Prashant is a good instructor, as it is present in the append mode. If I run it one more time, that will actually get added one more time inside your file. Let me just see, and you will see that it got added one more time inside your file, and that is what is happening with your append operator. This is done. Now we can add any data anytime without deleting my previous data. Last one, which is very important, is reading from the file, and it is extremely important because now you know writing and appending. The only thing which is left is reading from the file. So let me delete everything, though you don't have to delete everything. Why I'm deleting everything? So that you can have a very good revision. You can start right after that. Okay, and this time I'm opening in if stream. Why FStream? If in case you don't want to open separately, you can simply open in FStream. Okay, because I'm doing the tasks separately, and this time I'm using gamma. Why I'm using the different names again, so that you should know that we can use any name. Even I can use Prashant as my reference variable. FStream gamma dot open. What exactly we are going to do is we are going to mention the file name, which is Prashant dot txt. And what is the mode? My mode is input. Okay, my mode is input from the file. And gamma, very first we need to get the data in certain variable. So we are going to have a string, and here we are going to have output, a string output. Okay, this is one variable which I created, in which I will have the output from my file. And how to read? Using your insertion operator. So gamma, how to insert? This is how we insert, right? This is how the insertion operator look like, gamma, and we are going to have the output. So it will fetch the data from the file and it will give it to the output, and now we can directly see out the output. We can directly see out the output. Okay, so your console will now have the output from the file. Let me put gamma.close to close the file and flush the memory, to erase the memory of opening this file. Let us wait, and here we will get Prashant. So this is just the first word. This is just the first word of your file. And why only Prashant came? Because we are taking it as an input. In order to get the entire line, we need to use getLine. In order to use the entire line, we need to use getLine. Here getLine will be done little differently. I'm going to show you. GetLine, very first we write from which reference variable I'm going to take my input. It will be gamma, and in which variable I want my input, it will be output. Okay, so initially we used to write here cin, because we were taking the input from cin. Right now we are taking the input from gamma, and this will only give me my first line, which will be Prashant is my coding instructor from self-code. Now let me click on run, and you will see that first line is coming in the output. Now how to get the entire file as the output? I don't want just my first line. In that case, you have to use while loop. So how to use the while loop? Let me create some space over here. So you need to write while we are getting the data from the line, while get line. In this we are putting gamma, comma, output. So we are taking one output. We are taking one line in the output, and then we are printing it. See out output. And whenever it will be done, it will stop. So we really don't need this line because we have already taken all the output. What is that line means? While get line output, till we are getting any line from the console, from the gamma file. It is taking one line, right? So till we are getting any line from the file, it should keep on going. And when it should stop, when we don't see any other file, any other line inside your file. And we even don't need this output because we have already taken all the output. This will give you the entire line as output, even with those extra spaces or blank spaces which were there in the thing. Okay, we need to even write endl. My bad. That's why it's coming in the entire one line. Now, after putting endl, it will give you entire data along with those extra spaces. If you see, there was one extra space over here. So it gave you entire line with the extra spaces as well. Prashant is my coding instructor. If I ask you to read it side by side, you will be able to see it is printing as it is. Where if it is having a line break, it is printing a line break. And you're getting the entire output inside your console, and this is how we are going to read. Just read one word, the first word. It's going to be your what? It's going to be your string, and we are just going to take it using the insertion operator. But if it is just one first line, we are going to use get line. But if you want the entire thing, in that situation, we have to use your while get line, comma, output, and then we will see our entire output. So this was all about reading, writing, and appending to your file. I hope you would have understood this. Please take care of one assignment which you have to do is you have to create one array, or let's suppose just you are taking the input from the user and you just have to store that inside the file using the loop. Okay, so based on whatever variables you want, or based on whatever conditions you want, you have to store some data by taking the input from the user. It has to be your student name, a student ID, a student roll number, a student grade, a student marks, a student college, and this has to go for minimum 3 students, which you have to store, append and read from the file. If you can do this, that means you have understood the file very well. If not, that means you need to still revise the file a little more. So see you in the next video. Till then, tata, take care, bye bye. Hello and welcome to this last topic, which is object-oriented programming, and this is a very special and a very advanced topic, though this is not advanced in terms of difficulty, but it is advanced in terms of usage. Wherever you will go after your placements, be it your first company or be it your first project, you will be asked to code with respect to object-oriented programming, and this has a very special place while making the projects or while creating any sort of softwares. So let's understand what this object-oriented programming in C++ means and how to actually utilize this in our real-time codes. Moving ahead, let's see what exactly is this OOPS, or what is this object-oriented programming. Very first, most of the time you will hear the abbreviation instead of the normal full form. So it's more like OOPS concept, okay, or OOPS logic. So it is an apostrophe S, and it's not like oops, what we say in general. So OOPS is an abbreviation of object oriented programming. And when we see this name that it is object oriented, that means we are going to write our code with respect to the objects. What are objects? What are classes? All those things we are going to discuss in the slides only very soon. Very first, let's understand about the definition of OOPS. Very first, we are asked to do procedural programming with respect to the functions. What we do is we create functions to break our task into small chunks, right? So that is called as procedural programming, where we create every procedure individually. Let's suppose you are creating a simple student grading system project. So different functionalities, different work will be done in different functions. Be it taking your score will be done in different function, displaying the grades will be done in a different function, and updating the student's detail will be done in a different function. So this is how your procedural programming will look like. While talking about the object-oriented programming, it contains both data and functions. Your object-oriented programming contains both data as well as functions. And when we bind up together and we use it with reference to the object, then this is called as object-oriented programming. While object-oriented programming is about creating the object that can contain both data and functions. So this is all about object-oriented programming. I know, yet the things are not covered and not understood by you, but as soon as we move ahead with the classes and object slides, you will be able to understand this in little better way. Very first, why exactly are we using OOPS concept? Very first, OOPS concept is actually faster and easier to execute. So we are not talking about the small programs where we are just doing some simple task like this. We are talking about the big projects. In that big projects, it is actually simple and easier in terms of executing, okay? In terms of executing, definitely it's not easy to write instead of a normal code, but it gets easier when you're debugging your code. It gets easier when you're repeating yourself. It gets easier when you are applying different methods on different situations. Okay, moving ahead, object-oriented programming provides a clear structure for the program. So while creating the program, we first divide like, okay, what all things needs to be present, and based on that we divide the task into small subtasks, and based on that we create different functionalities, not with the functions alone but in terms of objects. Moving ahead, it helps us to keep the C++ code dry. What is the meaning of dry? Dry means do not repeat yourself. Dry simply means don't repeat yourself. So wherever we are having a repetition, this helps us to reduce the repetition. Function definitely helps us to repeat the repetition. Loopings definitely help us to reduce the repetitions, but dry is going one or two step beyond. You cannot even imagine what all things will be present and how we can avoid repetitions, especially when we are going with the real-time projects, not with these small projects where we are solving prime number and stuff like that, but the real-time projects where we are creating the project with respect to the users, the audience around us, the customers around us. In those situations, it is very much possible to repeat yourself on different situations, but classes and objects are going to help us over there. The OOPS concept is going to help us over there, that it is asking us to not repeat ourselves. Now, it is making it possible to create a full reusable application with less code and shorter development time. So what happens is you actually divide different tasks into different members. Let's suppose you are a team of 5 members, okay, and you are asked to create the code for ATM machine, automatic vending machine, okay, which is going to transact money. So there are various processes involved. One, for fetching the money on displaying it on the screen, okay, fetching money details or fetching balance details. This is one small task. It is given to member 1. The next task is to update the balance, okay, whenever a person is putting the money, okay, updating the balance is given to member 2. The GUI, graphical user interface, with respect to these classes is given to member 3. The submission or deposit is given to member 4, and your debit is given to member 5. So this is how you will be able to divide the task within your team, and you will be able to finish this up very properly. Whereas if you do not use classes and object, it becomes really hard to work on the same project. Moving ahead, we have discussed a lot about OOPS concept. Now let's start making little sense what exactly your classes and object are. So here is a lot of definition which is written over here, but I won't go with respect to definition because it may become little difficult for you to understand. Very first, let's talk about object. What is the meaning of object? So with respect to different examples and definitions, I have got a very simple definition. It is a real world entity. Real world entity or body. If I ask you to imagine one table, you will be able to do it. If I ask you to imagine one Lamborghini, you will be able to do it. If I ask you to imagine one lion, you will be able to do it. If I ask you to imagine one dog or elephant, you will be able to do it because they are real world object, and you will definitely have a picture which is maybe little different than mine, but they will be very similar. If I ask you to imagine one dog, they will look similar. Definitely the breeds will be different, but they will be eventually end up being a dog. If I ask you to imagine one lion, it will be end up being a lion. If I ask you to imagine one Lamborghini, based on different models you can imagine, but it will still end up being one Lambo. If I ask you to imagine one table, based on different designs, you can think of anything, but still it will be one table. And these are the real world entities, and these are your objects. When we create the real world projects, it is based on these objects only. We are creating for the persons, we are creating for the employees, for the students, for any real world object. Why are we creating these softwares? For the people, right? Or for any particular use cases which is dealing with the objects. And that's why this is going to matter a lot when you go ahead and start making the real-time projects. Now let's discuss about the classes. Now what is a class? Class is nothing but a template or a blueprint of object. What is class? Class is nothing but a template or blueprint of an object. But on the other hand, you may not be able to understand this very well. On the other hand, if I say class is nothing but group of object. Group of object. Now, the first example was table, which comes under the category of, it is also known as category, okay? Which comes under the category of furniture. So if I ask you to imagine a furniture, it could be anything. It could be table, it could be chair, it could be sofa, it could be anything, right? So the overall entity using which you can point out to every single object is called as furniture, and that is your class. It's a category, right? There's nothing like furniture, but all the things inside that category is making it a class, making it a group for which we can call it a furniture. Gadgets. If I say gadgets, it could be anything, right? It could be mobile phone, headphone, iPad, MacBooks, laptops. It could be any single thing. But overall, we'll be keeping them in the category of gadgets. Very similarly, if I say animal, if I ask you to imagine one animal, you may imagine elephant, I may imagine a dog. Things are different, right? But overall category, we are going to point it out using one single word, which is called as animal. And these things are called as your class. These things are called as your class or your categories as well. So what is object? Object is the real world entity. What is class? The group of objects, nothing else. Okay. So what we will be doing is, let's suppose we are creating any software for the employees. What are employees? Employees is a class. The members inside it, you and me, are objects. Okay. If I ask you to create one software for storing all the gadgets, so your class will be gadgets, mobiles, headphones, and different objects. Different things will be the objects inside it, right? So that is what we say is class and object. Moving ahead, let's see what extra we have. Very first is how to actually create one class, and then how to create one object. So those are the two things which we are going to discuss very next. I'll request you to open your Replit or any IDE of your choice, and then make sure you are also having using namespace std, because that will be a mandatory requirement. Moving ahead, how to create a class. Creating a class is very similar to how we created a structure, how we created it right above the main. So let me go ahead and create one class. Instead of writing struct, we write the keyword class, and then we give the name. Let's suppose we are creating it for animal. Okay, and instantly we will give the curly brackets. Now we have given the name to our class. Then we will be required to pass one specifier. Basically, what are specifiers? There are three types of specifiers. One, it's more like a mode, okay? What we have seen in your files, okay, very similar to that, but little bit different. We have three types of specifiers, not modes, okay? We have three types of specifiers. First one is public, next one is private, and then we have protected. Though we will be discussing this in detail in coming class, very first let's go ahead with the public one. I'll be keeping here my specifier as public, and inside this I will be able to put different members. Very similar to structure, how you kept different data items. What are things you wanted to store? We are going to keep all those things. Let's suppose for this animal, what are the things you really wanted to store? Okay, let's suppose you want to store legs. All the animals do have 4 legs, so shall we really put that up? Let's suppose a string voice or string sound. This is one thing which we have in animals, and based on different animals we'll be able to store different sounds for different animals. Then a string color. Okay, and then we want to add one more entity, which could be, we are done with, let's go with the legs. Okay, let's not make it a little difficult. We will pass number of legs equal to 4 for all the animals, okay, which is very common. Now, okay, this is done. At the end here, we will have one semicolon. Now, class is created. This is all about class. Very first, how we went ahead, we created one keyword. We kept one keyword which is known as class, and then we gave the name. If you're creating it for a student, we'll give it as student. If you're creating it for employee, we'll give it as employee. And then I mentioned one specifier which is public, on which we'll be discussing it in coming future, like what is public, private, and protected, and where exactly do we have to use it. As of now, just understand this thing, that public is more like which everybody can use it. Okay, now this class could be used by anybody inside your main. Okay, it is easily available to any other function or method. Now, these are the members. These are called as members of your classes, where we are going to store values. And as a structure, we created S1, S2, S3, and we store different values for different things. This is very similar to that, and in a very similar way, we'll be creating the objects as well. Like we created the reference variables for your structures, in a very same way we'll be creating the reference variables. They are actually called as reference variables or objects. We'll be creating it for the classes. Now you will be saying that a structure was user created data type. Is class also a user created data type? Yes. So your class is also user created data type. Now let's suppose I want to create one object. So I'll write animal, and then here I'll write lion. Now I created lion as one of my object, and now in order to store different values, what I will do is lion dot sound equal to roar. Okay, that is the first value I'm providing. Lion dot color equal to orange, yellow. Let's keep it as yellow. As of now, I'm not sure what is the exact color. What do we call it? Pale yellow, pale orange. I'm not sure. Let's keep it as yellow. Okay, yellowish, brownish, something like that. Okay, now I stored the color. I want to store the legs as well. Lion dot legs equal to 4. Obviously, every animal has 4 legs, but I wasn't getting any other example other than to keep it like this. Okay, now when I got those values, how to display it? This is one object which I created it for animal. We can create any number of object. Let's suppose I am creating dog. Okay, this is my second object. So dog dot sound equal to bark. And it is not mandatory to keep all the values. Okay, dog dot color, I'm keeping it as black. Basically dogs are of different color. As of now, I'm keeping it as black. And now I want to display these data. I want to display the data of lion. So we'll simply write cout lion. Okay, sound, and here we'll give lion dot sound. Okay, and then we'll be ending it up with the endl. Here let's also have one more cout, that this is all about your lion. Okay, this is all about your lion. Endl. Cool. Now we are going to display one more data, which is going to be your lion color. Let me have one space, or the values will come together, which will really not look good. Okay, so here I'm going to write lion color. So you can write it as yellow, if in case the lion is not going to a salon and getting the hair dyed. In that case, it will be blue or purple or any other color, but usually they are yellow in color. So cout lion color is done. Moving ahead, we don't want to display any other thing, and we will just simply have one extra space and del, and then we want to display the data of dog in a very similar way. Cout, this is all about dog, and del. Now cout dog sound dog dot sound, and del cout dog color dog dot color, and del. So we are done with our program. Let's click on run and let's see the output. Okay, Unknown type string. Wow. And we have so many errors. So the string is unknown. Did you mean std string? Okay, so we kept this at the bottom, which we have to keep at top, and that is why those errors were coming and your errors are gone. Okay, so we just missed one std on the top, and due to which all the errors were coming. Now let's click on run. We can even take and update this data using the values. So lion sound, roar, lion color, yellow, dog sound, bark, dog color, black. So all those data could be updated with respect to your animal class, and these lion and dogs are the objects. So this is how we create class, this is how we create object, this is how we instantiate the value or update the value of different items or different members inside your class, and this is how we display them. So what we did over here is, very first we created the class using the class keyword, then I gave one name to the class, and usually we will be keeping first character as capital. That is known as a good practice and nothing else. Okay, it will even work with the small characters, that is not going to matter a lot. We gave here one public specifier, and then we have three members: string, sound, color, and int legs. Now inside the main, I very first created the object. Very first object is lion. Inside that I instantiated, that means I just updated the value. This thing is called as instantiation. That means we are sending the data, or we are updating the values over there. Okay, now what I did is I just kept sound yellow. There's this, we can even take it from the user by taking the input, and then we are putting the variables over here. That will also work. That's actually not an issue. We'll be working on one project in which we'll be actually using classes, and we'll see like how that will be done. And then I created one more object, which is dog, and here we created two things, which is sound and color. Bark and black is what I gave as the values, and then I displayed it. How we display it and how we update the value using dot. Okay, using dot. This is how we do it. Cool. So this is all good, and this is how we create objects and classes. That's it in this video. We'll be meeting in the next video, where we'll be learning one more step inside the class as an object. Hello and welcome to the second part of this video, where we are going to learn about class methods. So what are methods? Very first, let's understand that, and then we'll quickly deep dive into the topic and understand how these methods are created and where they are useful. So functions inside classes are known as methods. Okay, so functions inside classes are known as methods, and you already know what functions are. Functions are a block of code to do any particular task. Yes, so the same thing is done inside the class, and they have a different name, which is called as methods. So let's see how to create these methods inside the class and outside the class. So there are two types of methods. One is inside method, which is created inside the class, and then second is outside. So don't you think that outside method will be a function? No, we give that class name right after the function name, and that is why it becomes method, and that is treated, or that is considered as the member of your class only. So why are we creating it outside? Just to decrease the size of your class, we do it outside, and the the declarations should be present inside the class itself, like how we practiced in the class, or how we actually practiced this while creating the function. Like the declaration and definitions are two different things. If in case you want to have the body after the main, you have to declare it on the top. In a very same way, if you want to create functions, or aka methods, outside the class, you have to have the declaration inside the class itself. Let's actually go and have a look at this. So there are two types: inside class definition, outside class definition. Now let's look at this, my class, which is having void method, and let's see how this is created. We are going to use the same class, which is our class. What we will do is we'll simply remove these data, or I'll simply remove this data. Okay, here we have one object. Right after this, we can have the method name, and we can have method with the return type or without the return type. Let's suppose we are just asking it to display. What exactly are we going to display? We don't know. Okay, I'm just going to say this is my class method which is running, and I will have handle over here. So if you want to do the cout outside the method, then that is going to give you the error. Okay, this is not going to work, and the same mistake I did in one of my placement exam years ago, and I got rejected in that company. So this was the only error. I was actually giving the cout outside the method, and that was an error. So that was done out of the pressure of the placement, and the person sitting in front of me looking directly at me pointing out at the different mistakes. I committed that mistake. Later on I realized once the placement got over and that resulted into something very bad at that moment, but I don't want you to do or repeat the same mistake. That's why I'm telling you what mistakes are there and how that will give you some sort of errors. Now, cout, this is my class method which is running, and then I gave it as handle. How to actually go ahead and activate this method is also very important. Let's suppose we have loin as our object. What we will do is loin.display, and if in case I want to immediately run this method, I will directly call it like this, loin.display, and this is going to display, or it is going to have everything which is present inside my display method. So it is going to print, this is my class method which is running. Okay, this is how we put functions, also known as methods because they are present inside the classes. This is how we put in there, and this is how we call them. Okay, now you have already seen different functions with the return type. Let's see. If in case I am going to return some value, and let me just call this as add. Okay, let's actually do one thing. Instead of this, let's have the string display, and instead of printing anything, we are just going to return. I'm going to return as Prashant. Okay, this is something which I'm returning, and in order to get that, I need to use my string as one variable, a string str equal to loin dot display. So whatever value I am getting from there, I'll delete the above line. Whatever value I'm getting from there will be stored where? Inside my str, and that is how I will be able to print that value. That is how I will be able to print that value. Let's see if we can do that. Cout str and del. Okay, let me click on run. And you can see that Prashant got printed over here. That was the output which we were returning from the display method. Moving ahead, you have also seen that we can pass parameters inside the methods, or also known as functions. So yes, we can do the same over here as well. If in case you really want to give all the values like sound, color, and legs, so what we can do is, let's give sound and color. Let's avoid legs, and let me actually delete it because all the animals are having 4 legs by default, so let's not consider it. String display, what exactly we are going to do is, we are going to have 2 variables, a string x, a string y. Okay, and while calling, we have to give those data. Okay, so what exactly we are passing? Sound. So we are creating for the lion, roar, and we are creating for the color. So we are passing it as yellow, or we can pass it as yellow, orange, or something, a mix of both. I don't know what that color is called exactly. Now, if we are passing that value, we can even assign these variables directly, and I don't have to go individually and write loin dot sound equal to this, learn dot color equal to this. No, I don't have to do that. So sound, okay, let's actually go with what we are passing. Sound, yes, sound equal to x, and color equal to y, and I can directly print that value as well, loin sound. Okay, and here we are passing, let me have some spaces or else it will not look good. So loin dot sound. Let's actually see how does this look like. So let me click on run. So it says that we are having Prashant, which was returned from here, and at the very same time roar got stored in your member inside the class. That is how we can even pass some parameters, and we can store the value inside your variables, also known as members of the class. Okay, I hope you would have understood this very clearly, and you will be using this from here on. Moving ahead, let's see how the methods could be created outside. In order to create any method outside, what we just have to do is, let's suppose we are creating the same method outside. Let me just cut and paste it outside. String display something like that. So what we need to do is, very first we need to declare string display, and here we are taking two inputs, string comma string. Okay, no problem at all. And what exactly we are going to do over here is, see, as of now sound and colors are having problems. Why? Because they are not having the data type, right? So what we have to do is, we have to put here two quotations, and we are going to give our class animal. And as soon as we give that, okay, we are having one error over here. As soon as we give that, what exactly will happen over here is, you will get your sound and color some data. Okay, I did the opposite. Actually, we have to go ahead and put this value before your display. Okay, we have to put this value before your display. Okay, this is how we actually put your class, and this is how we define it outside of your class. This is how we define method outside of the class. Cool. I hope this is good. Let me just click on run, and you will be able to see that we are actually getting the value, both return as well as roar over here. Let me pass roar loud. Okay, and let's click on run. Let's see how that will be done. So it is roar loud, which is an updated sound value which you are getting, and that is showing what? That is showing one simple thing, which is that my values are actually getting passed from my outside method as well. So this is all about outside method. If in case you don't want to like merge everything inside your class, and you want to define the methods outside, this is the way how we do it. Let me just simply move ahead and give you one more thing, which is constructors. What are constructors? Okay, constructors is something very useful, I would say. Constructors are also your methods. Let me tell you, constructors are also your methods, but they are called automatically. They are called automatically. And when are they called? As soon as you create one object. As soon as you create one object of the class, your constructors are called. Your constructors are called. So what is so different about it that they are getting called automatically? So the methods which are having names similar to class name followed by parenthesis are your constructors, not parameters, parenthesis. Okay, don't mind the spelling. Moving ahead, let's actually create one quick constructor. Let me simply delete this value, and let's also delete this value. How to create the constructor? Very first, we'll write animal. We don't need to give any type of data type, and we'll directly give this parenthesis, and our constructors are created. Okay, let me just go ahead and have a cout value over here. Constructor is called. Okay, I am printing that value, that constructor is called. And let me show you that I won't be doing anything. I will simply write animal, and here we are going to call make one object elephant, and we are not doing anything. Let me just simply click on run, and you will see that automatically this thing is printed, which is constructor is called. So as soon as we create one object, this will automatically run, and that is the beauty of your constructor. Now, why exactly do we need constructor? Mostly to initiate or initialize your value, we are putting constructor. Let's suppose here you want to put sound and color while creating the object itself. Then what exactly we can do is, we can have a string s comma string c, where S is representing sound and C is representing color. So while creating the object, we have to pass this data. which is Trump. Trump, I guess that is the sound of the animal, and they are gray in color. Okay, now if in case I simply want to utilize that data, or if I want to print that data, what exactly I will be doing is I have to simply go ahead and write elephant, not that, elephant dot sound, or let's print the color. Okay, let me just click on run, and you will get to see that we can actually get that. Okay, something is missing. Constructor got called, but it is not getting printed, which is not good. Let me run it again. Oh, we are not putting the value, my bad. So sound equal to S and color equal to C. That was the mistake which we committed, and let me quickly go ahead and run this. So it will have the color as gray. Okay, because we forgot to assign the values, and that's why it was not getting printed, and it was just printing a blank line because it was not having anything, because it belongs to the class. So it will have nothing, it will remain black unless and until we put some values in it. Now what we see over here is, as soon as we called the constructor, both the values are getting uploaded or getting initialized in the sound and color based on what we called or based on what we passed. Yet we have not called any method, yet we have not assigned the values manually. Okay, and this is what is happening. Cool. So this is what your constructors are. We have also passed the parameters to show you what exactly they look like and where they are used. Now in the coming lectures, we will see what about more about the access specifiers, and then we will also go ahead about multiple functionalities of the OOPS concept. So till then, see you, tata, bye bye, take care, meet you in the next video. Hello and welcome to the new video where we are starting with the access specifiers. So here we can see that there are three types of specifiers: public, private, and protected. So let's actually explore them one by one, and let's see what is the difference between them. Initially, while creating your members, I mentioned here that they are public members. Can we go ahead and create multiple members over here? Yes. If I want to create protected or private members, I can easily go ahead and create it. So let's suppose I want to keep the name as my private member. It is possible to have more than one specifier, and we can tell what all members will be private and what all will be protected, and the others will be public. Let's understand them one by one. So let's suppose you went to a restaurant. Let's take a simple Wi-Fi example. Okay, and you went to a restaurant. Okay, and there they have Wi-Fi. Okay, or maybe you went to a park, there they have Wi-Fi. So who all can access this Wi-Fi connection? Everybody, because it is for public, right? Which means any member which are easily accessible by anyone. So we are keeping these specifiers on which? On members and methods. Okay, so anything, any member which is accessible by anyone, okay, outside the class. Remember this, outside the class, not inside, outside the class is your public specifier. Okay, now let's go and understand about the protected. Okay, when let's suppose there are some cousins and siblings who often visit to your home, though you are having your Wi-Fi protected with a password. Okay, but some members who are known to you, maybe your friends or siblings or cousins who have the password, can still utilize and have the access to your Wi-Fi, right? Maybe like your friends, whenever they come over, you have already shared the password, and they will be able to access it without any trouble. So inherited classes can actually do that. If the classes is inherited, okay, they can utilize the protected members as well. Members available. Okay, now talking about the private. Okay, let's suppose I have one Wi-Fi connection in this room, in this studio, and that is only connected to my laptop. I have not shared password to anybody outside this studio. So what happens is nobody have the access other than the class members only. So if there's a member of this studio, they can actually access the Wi-Fi, but anybody outside the studio will not be able to access, be it my siblings, be it anybody who is not authorized for this studio. Okay, so that is your private specifier. Okay, so this is the only difference. Basically all the members are easily accessible, be it private, public or protected, inside the class. Okay, they are easily available inside the class. Any member can access any other member, or any method can access any other variable. Okay, but outside the class, there the security matters. If you are keeping it as private, nothing outside the class will be able to access your data, be it your inherited be it your inherited class itself. Okay, they won't be able to access your data. Second, when it is protected, so only inherited classes are allowed to use your data outside the class. Only your inherited classes are allowed to use data outside the class because they are somehow connected to you. Talking about the public, they are easily available to anybody. Okay, and why do we do it? Just for the security purpose, nothing else. Okay, moving ahead, we have already understood what is public, private and protected, and we have already seen how to do it. In a very similar way, we can have name as private, and we can have one more thing, which is salary. Okay, though animals don't have salary, I'm just giving an example. Protected, and here we can have int salary. So here my name is private, which will not be accessible to any other member, and salary is protected, so it will be available to any other member. Now the very big question comes here is that if it is not available or accessible to anybody outside this class, why exactly are we having it? I didn't say that we won't be able to access this data at all. There are few rules, there are few ways using which we will be doing it. So let's suppose your bank balance, okay, or your customer ID, that is something very secure, and this has that should not be displayed to anybody. Okay, that should not be displayed to anybody. In those situations, we use private or protected based on different rights given to the bank authorities or given to you, or maybe if a person is having joint account with you, to them as well. Okay, there these sort of values do matter, though we will be seeing like how to access private data outside the class using a proper way, which is the getter and setter method. Moving ahead, encapsulation. Okay, so here we will understand the private specifier very properly. What is the encapsulation? It is more like a capsule where we are wrapping up the data and classes together. Encapsulation, you can just imagine one simple capsule which is having different elements, and these are the elements which are bound together using one layer. In other terms, you can understand encapsulation as hiding the secret data from the user or sensitive data from the user. Let's suppose you are using one ATM machine, okay, ATM machine, and you just withdrawn your cash. You took some cash out of the machine, and some other member is coming and using the ATM machine to withdraw money from their account. Are they allowed to see your balance? No, right? They should not have this functionality to see your balance at all. So in those sort of cases, we use encapsulation. Or are they allowed to see how the machine is fetching the amount or the bills or the notes outside the machine? No, you don't care, right? Or do you even care like how the coding is done for that software which is present inside the ATM machine? No, you don't care. So this is done for two reasons. One, to add security. Second, to avoid the presentation of useless data. If they say me, okay, this is the laptop, we have connected some chips and here and there, we have connected this data, I'll be like, why are you showing me these things? Just show me a laptop on which I can work upon, right? if I simply want this remote to turn on something, okay, I'll just say them, okay, give me the remote. Don't tell me like I have one chip which is made of silicon and a lot of blah 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 stuff. I don't need that data, right? So in order to avoid this sort of data, we use encapsulation, and we mention them inside your private specifiers. Moving ahead, let's see how we can do it and how to get those data using getter and setter method. Okay, let's actually use encapsulation. Let me show you how that is done. Hold on, let me create one simple class, employee. Okay, employee will have different data. Very first, employee ID and employee salary should be private, and it should not be visible to other members inside the company itself. So I'm keeping int salary. They should be private, and then I'm having, okay, let's just keep the salary private. I'm not going to create a very big program because that will be little confusing for you to understand. Now rest will be public, and inside public I will have two things. One is int EID, which is employee ID. Okay, EID, which is employee ID, and next will be your string name. Okay, those are the public data. Let me create one simple object which is having the name as Prashant. Employee Prashant. Okay, I created one object whose name is Prashant, and we can store various data like Prashant dot EID equal to 123. That's my ID. Okay, next what exactly do we need is name. Okay, so Prashant dot name equal to Prashant Mishra. We can even have designation, occupation, a lot of various things which we don't really want. And now I am trying to access salary. Let's see what happens. Prashant dot, if you see here, we are getting only two options. Okay, and if I try to mention the salary, it will say that it is not knowing what that thing is, and it will start throwing the error. And because it is present in the integer format, let me write my salary. Okay, so how to actually get the value, or how to actually set the values? Can we do it using constructors? We'll see that, but let's actually try to print this value. Cout employee ID, not employee, employee ID, and here we are having EID. Okay, where D is in a small, yes. And let me also have endl, or else it will look really bad. Cout employee name. Here we are having, we definitely created some error. We'll check what is that, and then we'll work upon it. Okay, use of undeclared identifier EID. Okay, we have to give Prashant.EID. Okay, now Prashant dot name, and then we are putting endl. Cool. And if I try to see out my salary, employee salary, then there is an issue. It is not going to display that because it is not knowing what this salary is all about, because that data is actually private and I won't be able to use it. Let's click on run and see different errors which are popping up. I love to see different errors. Here salary is a private member of employee, and due to which we cannot use it. Wherever we are using it, it is giving us certain errors. Now let's use constructor to see if it is accessible. So right after that, what we are doing is we are simply creating one constructor. So can we create constructor without even mentioning the specifier? What do you think? Employee. Okay, and here we are taking one thing as input, which is int salary or int s, and then because it is created little down, we won't be able to access it, but let's give it a try. Salary equal to s. Okay, and let's see what's happening over here. While creating this member, I have to give my salary. I gave my salary. Now what's happening over here? If you see, it is having some sort of error, calling a private constructor of employee. So what does that mean? If I don't give any value, that is by default private. So I have to make sure that this remains public. I have to make sure that this remains public. Okay. So now when we have made it public, still we will not be able to access this salary. So let's delete it. Okay. Then we able to set that? Let's actually see that in the cout, that salary is equal to capital S and del. Okay, let's see if we were able to set the salary by putting it in the constructor. So what does it say is that salary equal to this. That means that this is the member of your what? This is the member of your class itself, and as it is public, we can access that outside, and using which we can actually set the salary of the employee. So how to get it back? We have to create one more public method, and from that we have to return it. So let's not put one this, let's actually create one getter and setter method. So void set in this, what exactly we are taking is int capital S, and what exactly we are doing is we are setting the salary equal to S. Now what we did over here is we created one public method which is called as set, or we can call it as set salary. We can give any name, and we are assigning the value of your salary. And how exactly we are passing it? We don't have to pass it like this. We have to call it naturally using your object Prashant dot set salary, and here we are giving the value of salary, whatever the salary is. Okay, now once that is done, what exactly we need to do is we need to get the value. So in a very similar way, because this is an integer type of data, what I will do is int get salary, and here we are not taking any parameter, but instead we are returning some value. So return salary. Now this will be able to give you your data, and I'm still unable to do what? So I'll make this accessible. If I'm keeping it as public, then only it will be accessible just as a view mode to the user, and they won't be able to set it because I do not have my set while function. Even if I'm putting at set salaries, what I can do is I can make it protected, so only the members or inherited classes can be able to check and edit that. Okay, and that is how we create or hide sensitive data like salary and stuff. Let me actually get the data and fetch it out. So what exactly we are doing is salary equal to, how to get the salary? Prashant dot get salary, and this will give one data, and we have to write int in front of it, and that is how we will be able to get the salary in as a return value in our own variable. So here we can print it, and who will have this right? Maybe the managers, maybe the directors of the company, not the other employee. Okay, employee salary. So in those situations where we have to make data available for certain number of people who are having the big access, we actually use something similar. Okay, now let me click on run and see what do we get is we now get the salary as well. Let's suppose I'm in the admin mode. Now I'll be able to see what is the salary of the Prashant, whatever that is, value is. Okay, now this was all about your encapsulation, how we hide data using private, and this is also about your access specifier. Encapsulation is nothing but hiding up your sensitive information. Let's talk about the next topic, which is inheritance, in which we have three types of inheritance, which is single, multi-level, and multiple. Then we have polymorphism, and that's it in this entire topic. Let's see what inheritance is, and then we will be able to complete this pretty soon. So what is the meaning of inheritance? In general, in English, inheritance means acquiring the properties or values from our ancestors. Okay, or inheriting some quality. Okay, inheriting means acquiring quality or acquiring some value. Acquiring value or quality from someone. I'm inheriting that quality from someone. I'm learning that quality from someone. But mostly this is done in a case where I belong to somebody. So if in case it could be my teacher, it could be my mentor, it could be my parents. Usually this example is understood very well with the parent and son example, and that is why we call them as base class and child class, or the parent class and child class. So what is the meaning of inheritance? That if we are having one class as animal, okay, I'll be able to give you a very simple example. Let's suppose we have one class as animal and it has various members like sound, eat, and it has color. So these members will be very common in lion, elephant, or any other animal, okay, or number of legs. So these things will be very common in other animals as well, and those common things are inherited from the animal category, okay. Or let me give you a very simple example which you will understand. Let's suppose your dad has curly hairs, okay, curly hairs. Most probably you will also inherit this property from him, that you will also have curly hairs, okay. So you can inherit property from two parents. It could be your dad or mom, okay. So if in case your dad is having a fair skin tone and your mom is having a fair skin tone, you will end up being a fair kid, okay. So this is how it is. But there are X chromosome, Y chromosome factor, so much biological things which I really don't want to cover because this is a coding class, not a bio class. Basically, what I just want to say is when you get something from your parents, what you are doing, you are inheriting that values. You are getting those values. Let's suppose your parent has gray eyes. Most probably you will end up having gray eyes. What you did is you inherited that. You got that quality from your parents. And this is what inheritance means. Why do we actually do it? Just for dry. Don't repeat yourself. And how do we not repeat ourselves? Imagine there's a car. Class S car. Okay. What are the things we have in car? We have wheels. Okay. We do have wheels. We do have colors on the car. Yes. We do have engine or motor in the car. Yes. We do have gate in the car. Yes. We do have steering in the car. Yes. So these things are common, isn't it? Now, be it a Lambo, be it one Rolls Royce, these things are common in all the cars. So instead of creating these separate functions for Lambo, for Rolls Royce, for Mazda, for Audi, for BMW, these things are very common. These members are very common. I created it then and there, right? This is how we're not repeating ourselves. This is how we're avoiding the repetitions. And as they are inherited from the base class, so they are inherited from the base class, they will have the access to all this data, okay. And how do we do it? Let's suppose here are your parents, this is one class, okay, and this is you, child. So this is the super class or the base class. We call this as super class or base class or parent class, okay. Now let's suppose you are inheriting the parent class, so we will be calling you as child class, okay, or base child. Yeah, you are called as a child class, okay. Cool. Let's actually see how this is done with respect to your code, because talking on a lot on this will definitely not make a lot of sense. Let's suppose let me actually delete this data which is not even required. Cool. So I have deleted everything from here. What we do have is class car, okay, and let me just put the specifier as public, or else I won't be able to access the data, which will be very bad. And here we have int wheels, okay. Now string, let's actually also put the data, wheels equal to 4, okay, string honk equal to yes, or we can even have that value in the bool format as well. What next we have is string color, which we are not setting up. And let's also have some functions, void drive, okay. All the cars are meant to drive, right? So here we will write driving or moving, okay. And then we will have endl, endl, and that's it. Here let's keep one column. Now I will create one class as Lambo, class Lambo, and if I want to inherit the class car, what I will do is I'll put a colon and then I'll simply write car. That's it, okay, and it's done. let me have some semicolons. If in case I want to have one extra thing, okay, what is so special about your Lambo? They have the gates opening vertically, okay? So a string gate equal to vertical. So that is the only special thing. Let's suppose there are very important things in Lambo, no offense. So I just gave it as string gate vertical. Let me create one more, which is your Audi, or yeah, let's have BMW or whatever we want to have. And this is also inheriting the property of classes. Let me have one semicolon over here, and then let's put it as string. You can even have methods, whatever you want to have inside it, you can have that. A string, and here we are having, let's suppose, one value gate equal to sideways, okay? So what we actually did is we created here two inherited class, and they are inherited from the base class or the parent class, which is known as car. Now let's actually quickly create the reference variables for these classes, and let's get started. Very first we are going to create it for Lambo. So Lambo L1, and then we are creating for BMW B1. Those are the two objects which are created for BMW and Lambo respectively. Now using the L1, we can quickly access all the variables which are present inside your car. Let's actually go ahead and check that out. So cout, very first let's also have the values L1 dot color. We are going to set the value of color equal to, let's suppose, yellow Lambo, okay? And it says we are having class color is private member, so it is public. Okay, we forgot to keep public over here, and we forgot to keep public over here, and that's how all the members are inherited publicly, and if you don't give that, they will be automatically private. Now we gave the L1 value as L1 color as yellow, and B1 dot color as, let's suppose, white. Those are the values which we really want to give. Now if I really want to access all the details about Lambo, okay, Lambo handle, and cout, I want to enter the wheels, okay, Lambo wheels number. Definitely there are 4 wheels, so L1 dot wheel. What will happen if I want to give that separately? Can we change that value? Yes, you can. So that is why your classes are very important. So this is your by default value present, but if in case you want to change that, it will be only changed for your Lambo and not for your BMW. So this is the beauty of using your things separately. And then ENDL. Now let's actually go ahead and cout for BMW, and we won't be taking a lot of time. ENDL, okay, and then what we want to display is we want to display the honk, okay, cout BMW honk. So we'll be writing B1 honk and then ENDL. Now if I want to call the drive method, let's see what will happen. L1 dot drive, okay, and here I'll call B1 dot drive. You can even pass the parameters, but I really don't want to go ahead and do that much. I really wanted to show you how we inherit the values and without even keeping any values. Let me also print the gate, okay, cout. Without even keeping any values inside the class, we can have all the values and we are not repeating, okay. Lambo gate, and here we'll go L1 dot, and we have to write it, okay, we have not given it as public, due to which it was not getting over here, not public. We have to give it as public, and we have to give this as well as public, okay. So now we'll be able to access L1 dot gate, okay, and then give ENDL, and the same we will do with the BMW. Cout BMW gate, and then we will write B1 dot gate, okay. See how easily you can access all the items, right? Now what we are going to do is B1 dot drive and L1 dot drive. Let's see what will be the output which will be coming over here. So those are the data which are visible. Very first, going for the Lambo, it's moving, it's actually printing from Lambo till moving, and moving is coming from where? From your drive method. Okay, so it's printing that, and for BMW also we are getting it like that. Cool. So this is how your inheritance actually works, and this is how you will be able to access the data. Okay, cool. Now moving ahead to the different types of inheritance, we have single, multi-level and multiple inheritance. Now this is going to be a bit tricky one. I will be explaining most of them with the theoretical part, but you know how to do it, so you will be able to do it anyways. This is your assignment. Okay, you have to do some research on it. What is single level inheritance? Single level inheritance is this only where we are putting one value of, sorry, there is one base class and we are inheriting that value to one child class. Okay, one parent, one child, that relation is there, that is called as single level. Okay, where we have the relation as one parent, this is your parent class, okay, which is your base class, and it is having just one derived class. Okay, which is having just one derived class. So when it is having the relation like this, it is called single level inheritance. Single level inheritance. Okay, normally what we have used it, over here. These things are called as single level inheritance. Now what is multi-level inheritance? So there the relationship will be more like grandfather or grandparents, then it will be parents, and then it will be child. Okay, so if in case we are going ahead and putting one more class over here, let's suppose class vehicle. Okay, this is a class which we are inheriting in which public, and here we have one simple thing, string move. Okay, I'm not getting anything, equal to yes. So I'm just keeping a simple variable just to show you how that is done. So what we are doing is we are going to inherit that inside the car. We are going to inherit the vehicle inside the class. So public vehicle. Okay, now what we did is, very first, your vehicle is now your grandparent. Now car is your parent, and Lambo and BMW are the childs. Lambo and BMW are the childs. So now Lambo will be able to access data of string move as well. So this is the beauty, that your grandchildren will be able to access the data of grandparents. Okay, so this is called multi-level. It can go much more beyond. It is not like we are sticking to only 3. We can have 4, 5, 6 levels. It is like a story building, okay, which is using the same lift. If something is dropped from the top, it's going to come at the ground floor, right? So it is the same thing. We can use any number of things, more than 2 inheritance, one after the other. This is called your multi-level. Now, in order to understand multiple inheritance, I have a very good example. Let's suppose this is your dad and this is your mom, and we are having just one single child. Okay, this child is going to have 2 classes, one public dad, comma, public mom. So we are going to separate these classes with the comma, and it is just going to have 2 base classes or 2 parent classes. So it can access the data from both the classes. It can do what? It can access the data from both the classes, and that is called as your multiple inheritance. Let's suppose there are 2 different, actually let me show you. Okay, so this is your vehicle. I'm not going to put that up inside your car. Now your car is not inherited. This is one single sole class. This is one single sole class. Now what we are going to do is, I'm going to put Lambo public vehicle. Okay, so what we did is we kept 2 parent classes, public car and public vehicle, inside Lambo. So Lambo is the child class and it has 2 parents. It has 2 parent classes. Okay, and that's how this is called as your multiple inheritance. Rest everything stays same. So this was all about inheritance. I hope you will go ahead and do some questions around it and you will explore this topic. This is a very beautiful topic and this does come in your placement. So if in case you are preparing for a placement, get your hands dirty on inheritance. Moving ahead with the polymorphism, and then we are done. Polymorphism is a very simple and easy topic. What polymorphism says is that if in case you are inheriting one class, if you are inheriting one class and it has same methods with different functionalities, it is called as polymorphism. Okay, now let me actually break this word polymorphism into two. Poly means many, and morphism means, okay, morphism means form. One which has many forms is called as polymorphism. Okay, so polymorphism is nothing but a process of having similar methods which are doing different tasks. Okay, let's suppose there are two classes. Very first we created one animal class, okay, animal, and we are inheriting one class. Inside this, what we are having is, we are having one simple class as your cat. Okay, so it is having speak method. Okay, and here we will write animal is speaking, because generally we will write that, but cat is saying meow, whereas dog is barking. While speaking we will write barking. So this speak method is present in all three of them. Let me just remove this dog, which will be a little confusing. So this speak is present in both parent class as well as child class, but it is printing two different things. Here animal is speaking, or animal is making sound, whereas your cat is saying meow. So there are two different things which are printed, and this is called as polymorphism. Let's actually go and check this out inside our code, and there are so many things. Let me just delete everything and make it little clear to you. Okay, and let me also delete this thing which I really don't need. Here I simply created one simple class animal. Okay, sorry, class animal, and I'm keeping it as public. Inside this I'm having some data. Let's suppose void speak or void sound. Okay, and here this will do what? See out animal sound. Cool. And at the very same time, what we have is, we have one more class which is cat, which is inheriting your animal, class. In this also we have one sound method, void sound, but this is not going to print animal sound. This is going to print meow. So what is the difference? That they are printing two different things. So the method name is same, but the working is different, and that is what polymorphism says, that they should have same method but their output should be different, their action should be different, they should be used for different purposes. Basically we are not repeating ourselves, but what we are doing is we are doing different tasks. This is called as your polymorphism. Let me go ahead and simply create one variable for cat, animal m1, okay, a1, let's create it as a1, and cat c1. Now if I go ahead and write c1 dot sound, let me simply print that up. Okay, and here we are going c1 dot sound method endl. So it will do what? It will actually, here we are having some error, invalid operands to binary. Okay, we don't have to see out that because we are not returning the value. Okay, so we'll directly call see out sound, and this will do our task. So when it is for the cat, it will say meow, but when it is for the animal, it will say something different. It will say animal sound, and that is what is called your polymorphism. So that's it in C++, and congratulations that you have successfully completed your C++ course along with your C programming. What we are going to do next is one CAPSTONE project which will include all the information of C++. Why not C language? Because we have already done some questions in C language, which is more than enough, I would say. C++ is an extension of C language, which I keep on saying repeatedly, which means that if I do a project inside C++, which will also cover the logics and the syntaxes and the concept of C language as well. That's why what we are going to do is we are just going to do and complete one project in C++ language, which will be coming soon in your next video. Till then, stay tuned. See you, tata. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to this new video where we are going to develop our project, and the project name is banking system. So here we are not going to do a very fancy thing. We'll just explore all the things which we have learned in past, and we are going to utilize it over here. So what we will be doing in this banking system is we will be creating a simple bank based project in which we can create accounts of the user. We can hold their balance, we can hold their name, their account number, their account type, and we will be able to create as many accounts, or we will be able to display all the accounts, or we will be able to display any single account using just one ID, which is going to be the account number. Okay, so what we are going to do is something. We are going to very first start our applet, and then we'll be creating this thing, and then with that we'll be discussing the details as well. Moving ahead, let's go to Replit and click on Create REPL. Select your template as C++ and give it as Banking System Capstone Project. Okay, let's click on Create REPL. Till the time it is loading, you can remember all the details which you are willing to include over here. Okay, so in order to remove very first thing std, we are going to include using namespace std. Okay, now let's create one class as account in which we are going to hold the user's detail. What are details do you want to store? Very first we'll mention the specifier, which is going to be the public. What are details we want to store? Int account number. Okay, then a string name, then a string type, account type, account holder name. Okay, that is sounding much more good, and the balance will be in the floating values, so double balance. Okay, why did I mention here account type, account holder name, and account number? Because if in case you want to extend this project, you can create it for as per the admin basis, or you can even create it as per the user basis, so they can actually log in and they can see what exactly they want to access through this. If they're logging in as user, they will have different rights. If they're logging in as admin, they will have different rights. Here in this project, we are only going to do one thing, which is logging in as admin. And yet we have created the class. So what we know is that there are several informations which we need to take from the user. And how are we exactly going to give it? By creating the constructor directly. So write it here, account, and in this, the very first value will be int x, string y, string z, comma, double balance. Okay, now let's actually put it all over there. Very first is account number is equal to x. Next is account holder name. Let's keep this also small and follow the semantics. Account holder name equal to y, account type equal to z, and your balance is going to be your b. So those are the values which we are assigning directly using constructors. Moving ahead, what extra things we want to do? We'll create it slowly, we'll go slowly. Let's actually go ahead and create the login system. As soon as you run the program, what it should do? It should actually welcome you and say you that welcome to this particular program. And what is that program? Banking system. Okay, so here I'm going to give some lines. Welcome to ABC Bank. Okay, that is going to be my first line. And let me actually close this sidebar so that it looks good, and also increase the size so that it is visible on your side. Okay, now see out. What exactly do you want to give is you are going to give your slogan. Okay, connecting global. Okay, that is your account slogan, or that is your bank's slogan, connecting global. So how it will come like is, you can see the output over here. Welcome to the ABC Bank connecting global. Though we do not have any CSS to make it go in the center or make it very extra colorful, though there are different libraries, but I really don't want to introduce anything new as per now because we are towards the end. So let's keep it simple. If in case you want to go and keep it towards the center, this is how I would ask you to do it. Okay, this is how it will look like. Okay, cool. So you know what to do. You can just put some extra spaces and it will become little good. So moving ahead, what is next? We are going to ask the user to enter their ID and password. Okay, you are allowed. Okay, we'll say, welcome admin, please enter your credentials. Okay, and again we will hit handle, and then we are going to ask the username. We are going to ask the user its user name, and here we will not give the handle. Why? Because we are going to take that as cin, and here we are taking what? We are taking username from the person. That means what? We need to create here username string username. As the username will not contain any spaces, we can have it directly in cin. If it was having spaces, we would have gone ahead with getLine. Now we are going to ask the user to enter the password, and now we are going to take cin password, which again we need to create over here. So string password. Till here it should not have any problem. If we run it, it will work very properly. It will say, welcome to ABC Bank connecting global, welcome admin, please enter your credentials. Basically it will be coming like this. Here we are going to enter our username, which could be anything, whatever we are setting, Prashant, and here is my password, which could be anything which we are setting. Now moving ahead, though I can replace this password with the star using different variables and using much more functionalities, but if you want to go ahead and explore that, you can. I'm keeping it simple. So once we have received that, we are going to use normal if condition, that if username equal to Prashant, we can have multiple username using or username equal to like that. Okay, and password equal to 1 2 3 4 5 6. Only in this case it will see out that access granted. Access is granted. Okay, now what we are doing is we are telling that the access is granted, the username and password was correct, and we are going to display bunch of things to the user who, or the admin, let's suppose to add an account, to delete an account, and all those things. Okay, let me actually use exit 0 to exit if in case it's not wrong. So here we will see out access denied, and or let's have it in the very same line, access denied \n terminating the program. Okay, and then this will have a closer, then endl, and we are going to use exit, and we are going to use 0. Okay, let's see what this is going to look like. So once we run it, it will say that, okay, welcome to ABC Bank, and the slogan here, I'm going to enter the username, which is going to be my Prashant, Okay, where the P is capital, so this Prashant will be wrong. 1 2 3 4 5, even the password is wrong. So it says access denied, terminating the program, and immediately stopped. And in order to check, we are having one testing to check if it is reaching the testing stage or not. If it is not reaching, that means our program is working well and fine. So I'm going to enter something random. Okay, terminating the program, and this testing is not getting printed. That means our program is getting exited here and like just over here. And if we are entering the right thing, the right username and password, and if our testing is getting printed, that means it's working. So testing is getting printed. Now everything is looking good till here. Moving ahead, let's give the user some options. Cout, please select an option from below. So we are going to give user, the admin, bunch of options to do. So what all things the user can do? User can do various things. One, add account for new user. For new user, 2, delete account for an existing user. 3, fetch the details of an existing user. What extra do you want it to do? Okay, as of now we have only 3 methods. Or deposit the money. Okay, or deposit the money. So these are the 4 things which you are giving. Or log out, even that is one option we are going to give to the admin. Okay, so add account to the new user, that is one thing. So I will definitely have one basic line which is going to create the division. This just looks good and does nothing. Okay, now here we are writing cout. The very first thing you can do is add a new customer. Okay, and del. Second, cout. What we are having next? Delete an existing customer's account. And del. Cout. What is the third option? The third option is something very, very simple, which is fetch the details of an existing customer. Fetch the details or look for details of an existing customer and del. Cout. What we have is deposit the money. Fourth, deposit the money, not money, money. And fifth is log out. Cout. Fifth, log out. Okay, cool. So we have created those 5 options. Let me click on run and see what's happening over here is. So it will very first say enter the username Prashant 1 2 3 4 5 6, and it is giving us that it is access granted. Please select the option from below, and then we will take one choice from the user. Based on this, we are going to have one choice from the user, and the user will be able to do various tasks. But I'm having little bit of problem over here. I really do not want to do this everything inside the main. I want to create different functions and add those functionalities over there. So what am I going to do is, it will just say welcome to the enter your credentials. Okay, or it will not say it, it will just say the slogan, and then we are going to have one value, which is if the user is granted access or not. Okay, or let me just simply call login. Okay, we are creating the login function on the top of the main. So void login, in which we are not passing anything. What do we have to do is we just have to copy the data from cout welcome admin, please enter your credentials, username if the access is granted, all those things from here, control X and control V. So what we did is we kept every single thing inside where, inside your login, and using which we due to which we also have to put this over here, due to which we also have to put username and password over there. Cool. I hope this is understood. Okay, cool. Now what we are going to do is inside the login only, once it is accessed, once the things are granted, we can even have return 0 over here, which will do nothing but which will end the program. Exit 0 is also going to work. Now we are going to call one function which is called as option, and let me actually put all the comments over here. So asking the user to enter their details if the credentials are correct, show them the options. So either we can directly use it options from there, or we can even call it from here. Okay, if the credentials were correct, display them the options. Okay, options. And now we are going to have one function called as options, in which we are going to paste this much data, in which we are going to do what? Paste this much data. So where our login is getting over here. Now let's create void options, and here also we are not passing anything, we are simply providing the options. Okay, not like this. What we have to do is copy from here to here, and we are pasting this to options. Now we did nothing, we just created two functions, one void login without any parameters, one options. Okay, so we can take the username then and there in the function itself. Let's not keep anything in the main, or else it is just going to have some trouble. So instead of taking everything inside the main, we are just doing what? We are just putting that inside your login function only, and once it is logged in, that is how it is going to come over here, because we are using the code exit 0, which is going to like terminate your entire program. And now if it is correct, then only we are going to display. So we have copied and kept everything over here. Let's see if it is working little differently or exactly same as above. So here I have to mention my name and password, and when the access got granted, then it is working. What will happen if the access is not granted? Okay, I'm entering the wrong password, so it says terminating the program and no options will be displayed. So this is the beauty of using exit 0, and this is the beauty of using functions. Now we have divided into two parts: one login, second options. Cool. Once we have given the options, what exactly we are doing in the option itself, we are going to take one input from the user, which is going to be your option or choice. So in choice, and we are going to take that as input. See in choice. Okay, let's see how this is looking, and if it is not looking good, we will change it little later. So username Prashant, password 1 2 3 4 5 6, it's coming like that. If we are entering 5, it's working. So let's make it little more good. We will write here, enter your choice, enter your choice from above options, and then we are going to ask the user to enter their choice so that they know that they have to enter something. Once the choice is entered, okay, once they have given the choice, from here itself we are going to do various things, or we can put that even inside our main function. And how to do this inside the main function? We will do int, and we are going to return the choice. We are going to return the choice. Cool, as simple as that. And we are going to have that over here. Let's have int choice as one variable, choice equal to options. So whatever choice they are entering, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or any other number, that will come over here. Now condition to check user wants to do what. Okay, or user selected which option, user selected which option. Okay, so let's run a quick if condition. If choice equal to 1, user is selected, add new customer, we are going to see out user, or let's add new customer, and for that we are going to have \n, which is just going to create one empty line. Okay, add new customer, and here also we'll have one handle. Else if choice equal to 2, what the user is willing to do, look over here, delete an existing customer. So see out \n, delete an existing customer handle. Okay, else if choice equal to 3, what exactly we are doing is see out \n, fetch the user's details handle. Next what we are going to do is else if choice equal to 4, in that case what exactly we are going to do is we are look at the details of the existing customer, deposit the money. We are going to deposit the money. See out deposit the money. Okay, though we may have to change this to some other function, we may have to create choice, but definitely hold on, we'll look how and what could be done. Don't worry, we will see and we'll check what could be done differently in order to make it a continuous process. Okay, so this program is going to work very properly, but in order to make it as a continuous process which keeps on going, we have to put something, we have to actually give something. We just have to put either in the while loop, or we may have to create one new function. Don't worry, we may have to do various changes here and there, and then only your final project will get ready. Okay, deposit the money and done, and let's also have \n. Next is logout. Else if choice equal to 5, what the user is going to do is see out \n logging out and done. And if the user is choosing logging out, we are going to do exit 0. Okay, we are going to terminate the program. Cool, good till here. So let's see if this much is working. So username Prashant 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, what did we make? PRA. Okay, I did a spelling mistake in Prashant. 1 2 3 4 5 6. I want to do 2. Enter a choice from the above options. Okay, deleting an existing customer. Cool, this is looking good. Okay, now whatever we were trying to do, it is doing that operation, and now we will create various functions to perform this operation, but using what? After having your class object. Don't forget that we created one class object and we have to add all that data then and there only. Okay, so now we are going to create one program to add one customer. And how exactly are we going to do it? Very first, let's have one quick object creation of the class. What is the class name? Account. Account ACC, and we are going to have 30. What is the meaning of that? That we are willing to store 30 members in the account. Okay, we are creating 30 objects and we will directly add that up inside the account. Okay, so we have created one array, but there is one problem, that it is a C based C++ compiler in which we do not have one by default constructor. What is the meaning of by default constructor? That these array values should have some values inside it, and as of now when they are not having it, it is causing some trouble. So how to go ahead and do it? We will write one quick by default constructor. We can have multiple constructors, and here we will write account and we'll keep it empty. Okay, and we are going to call it normally. So what I will do is, inside this I just want to pass some random values. Let's actually go and see if this method is working. If not, we'll assign that manually. Account number equal to 0, account holder name equal to empty, account type empty, and balance equal to 0.0, because that is the double value. Let's see if the error is gone. If not, we'll work on it and we'll change it a little later. Okay, as of now I can see that the error is gone because we have created the default function and we have given those values over there. Okay, PRASHANT 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, as of now the error is gone, and we can actually go ahead and work with our functions. Cool. So if in case we want to create a person's account, we have to do it using this, right? We have to do it using this, and we have to immediately do what? We have to immediately create the object like ACC of I and put the value there only. So what exactly we are going to do is, because we cannot send the we cannot create it using the function, it will become a little difficult. So in order to add new customer, we are going to do all the process here itself. Okay, so we'll have one current customer, or int customer equal to we are at customer 0. Initially we are at customer 0. We can have maximum of 30 customers only. So right now what we will do is, very first we are going to have our first customer, which will be at index 0, So what are details we need from the user? We need to have multiple details, which are account number, account holder name. Actually, let's get it over here. Okay, let's have multiple details from the user and put it over here. Cool. I'll give the tab to make it look good. These are the values for which I actually need the data from the user, or I don't even need them. I am just keeping it for my reference that these are the data which I need from the user. Cout. Okay, account number we are going to give automatically. So my current account number will be int account number Okay, this account number will not be given by the user, it will be given automatically. Why? Because this is going to be our primary key using which we are searching our values, and this could not be repetitive. Okay, so initial account number is going to be this, and we are going to add ++1 to it. Okay, so my account number, I know I need to take 3 things from the user: holder's name, account type, saving or current, and then balance. What is the initial balance they want to add? So this is something which we don't need. Let's delete it. We already have it over here. We will directly put it. Now enter the user's name, and we are going to put it over where? In the customer values currently 0, which is also your indexing. So ACC of customer dot what we are taking? Name, account holder name. This we are taking as input, so we will just write cin. We'll directly take this as input, cin. Okay, next what we are taking from the user is cout. Enter the account type. Okay, enter the account type and del cout. Okay, let's actually put it over here. Enter the account type, current, saving or other. So here we are going to take cin. What are we going to take N is account type. So ACC of your customer, which is your 0, okay, what we are going to take input is account type. Okay, this is done. Now we are going to take initial balance. How much is the initial amount? Okay, we are going to take that as input, C in ACC, which is our customers array or object array, and here we will have customer dot balance, and that is the input which we are giving. So we are not keeping any condition, they can have anything, any value over there. Okay, so this much data is given to the customer, and then what we are doing is we are updating the customer plus plus, because one customer is added. Cool. Now what we are going to do is we are going to call your this account. We are going to call your account, or we can even have this as void data, void customer data, so that you do not get confused between various things. So let's actually call this method over here. Where exactly? After taking all the input. This we don't need. This was just for our reference, like what all values we actually need from the user. Now we will use ACC of customer. This is done before customer plus plus. Okay, make sure you're doing it before customer plus plus. ACC of customer dot customer data. Here we are passing. Okay, we don't even need that. If you see, we are actually putting all the values directly. We don't need that, right? So we can actually delete that function. We don't need this. Let me just delete that. We don't need that customer data. And let's also delete it from here. We don't need to add customer data. It is already by default added. If you see, we are taking input in that sense that it is by default added to my customer data only. I'm doing customer plus plus. Now my first customer is added. What is happening over here is first customer is added, but one thing is missing, your account number, right? So what is my account number? This is my account number. We need to even give that. Okay, so let's give that directly over here. So ACC of your customer, and what we are doing is account number equal to account number plus plus. Every single time whenever we are assigning this account number, we are going to increase the value by 1, and it is post increment. That's why it will get updated with that value, and it will then increase later. Okay, it will then increase little later. So this much value is done. Let's understand what we have done so far till now is we have has include IOStream, which is by default present, using namespace std, so that we don't have to put std double colon always. Then we have class account, in which we are having 4 values which we are taking input from the user, and here we are having by default constructor, where we are just assigning your default values to the arrays. Okay, now here we have login. What this is going to do is this is going to ask the user to enter some data for getting into the system. Here we have options. This is for, we can even create one more class, bank, but I'm not going to confuse you. Okay, I know that things are really messy, and this will really happen whenever we are working with the projects, and this will be big, quite big. So here we have options, using which we are displaying various options to the user, and based on that, what exactly we are doing is we are putting in some different messages, like, okay, this is for login. Let me have some spaces so that you don't get confused, and this is for choice options, and based on that, if it is 1, I'm adding the customer, and if it is 2, I'm deleting one customer. In order to delete one customer, I just have to go ahead and set the value to be 0. I have to do what? I have to delete the customer and set the value to be 0. That's it. I don't have to do anything. Though there's a method to delete one customer. How to do it? If you're storing it in an array. So if in case you get time, you can learn it, but we are not going to do it because we have maximum limits of 30. We can even keep it as 3000. But what you should actually do in order to delete one customer is, let's suppose there's one number. This is customer 1, this is customer 2, this is customer 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, there are 7 customers. Now I am willing to remove my customer number 3. In array, this space is left vacant, and because we kept on adding at the bottom, and we do not have any data for this. So instead, what we have to do is we have to shift it one step ahead. So there's a method using which we shift it. It becomes 4, 5, 6, and 7. So that spot is now again empty. That spot is empty, and we will remove the number of customers in the system. So that is how we actually do it. And how to do it? Very first, what we need to get the index from where we are deleting it, and we need to swap the values. This data will replace by 4, this will get empty, this will be replaced by 5, this will get empty, this will be replaced by 6, this will be empty, this will be replaced by 7, this will be empty, and we will reduce the length of the array. So this value will be gone. This is what we do in order to get the real-time deletion in the array. But we are not going to do it because this is going to make our project a little more complex. I just explained you so that whenever you need it, you must know how to do it. If in case you don't want to, that is completely up to your choice. Okay, now what we are going to do is deleting an existing customer. We are going to set their value to be null. Okay, and we won't be able to fetch their details because it will be by default 0. Now what we are doing is we are requesting the user for their account number. Okay, cout, enter the account number. Okay, this is what we are going to do. Enter the account number, and what if, let's suppose they are entering the initial number is this. If they are entering this number, which is 0, 1s, 10s, 100,000, 10,000. Is it 10,000? No, it's 1 lakh. So if they are entering 1 lakh or 1 lakh 1, 1 lakh 2, based on that, we are going to delete that. So cout, enter the customer number, and here we are going to have the space. We will have one simple variable inside it, int account number, okay, AC num, and we are going to take that as input. We are creating the local variable so that it will only get activated when we are calling it. It will get deleted whenever we are leaving this else if condition. Cin AC num, we are taking that as input, and now we are going to run a loop over your what? Over your this, over your array, and using which we have to do one thing. We have to do what? We have to fetch the customer's detail. So either we can do it here or we can create a separate function for that. So let's create the separate function for that. Okay, delete customer. Okay, and we are passing the account number, AC num. We are deleting the account number, we are passing the number, and here we are going to have one more variable, okay, work, and we will mention it over here. If it is returning 0, that means the work is not done because the customer's data was not found. And if work equal to 0, what exactly we will do is was not found. Okay, this is something which we are going to return to the user, that customer's data was not found. And if it is 1, cout customer deleted successfully. Okay, enter. And how are we going to get a 0 or 1? Else, let's actually put it as else if work equal to 1. Okay, how are we going to get 0 or 1? Based on what we are returning from the user from this method delete this. Let's actually copy and get it over here into main, and let's put the function over here. So int this, we are going to get int account number, and let's create it over here. So what exactly we are going to do is we are going to look at this object. We are going to delete using this object, and how exactly we are going to have that object is we have to get that as well. So we are taking account obj. This is how we get an object, and how exactly we are getting that object is also very important. we are going to pass over here is comma ACC. Can we do that? Okay, let's actually give all the accounts over here. Okay, and here inside this we are going to run a loop for int I equal to 0, I is less than 30, I plus plus, if obj of I dot, what we are going to do is we are going to search for the account number. Account number equal to AC num. If it is found, what we have to do is we have to make the values as 0 and return 1. We have to return 1, but before that we have to make all the values as 0. And after the for, if it is not found, we will return 0. If it is not found, we will return 0. So obj of I dot account number equal to 0, obj of I dot, and let's see what all values were there. We were having account holder name, type, and balance. Okay, let's actually, okay, there are some errors. Account does not provide a subscriber. Okay, so here we are taking the entire array as input, that's why it was giving us the error. And here we are going to have account number is done. Next is account holder name. Let me just copy it. Copy object of I dot account holder name equal to blank, and obj of I dot, we are going to get account type, and we are going to mention that also as blank string, and then obj of I dot balance equal to 0.0. And this, what is the meaning of this? The account number is 0. That means there is no element present like that. Okay, there is no member present like that, and it will not have any data inside it. And if it is deleted, it will return 1. And if this process is not done, if the person was not found, it is going to return 0. Let's see if it is working, and if it does, we will go ahead. Now see, you can have any order of the function. That does not matter, that you have to add there only. I just go ahead before the main and add it over there. Let me put it as Prashant, and then 1 2 3 4 5 6. I want to very first add the customer. Okay, one more thing, if you're adding the customer, that's good. I'll show you what is the problem over here. Okay, the customer name is Prashant. See, these are the errors which we really need to fix up immediately. Here we have to give a space, here we have to give a space, here already we have spaces. Okay, as such, okay, SHANT here, because customer's name will be in the spaces, and we have to use get line in order to get that. That is one more error. Okay, because it will not have the entire name. Get line, here we will write C in comma that, and here we will end it up so that it is taking the entire name as input. Okay, Prashant. Okay, this happens with me every time. Then account type, it is saving, initial amount very big. Okay, now how will you delete it? How will you delete the customer? So in that case, we have to make this run continuously. We have to do what? We have to repeat this process continuously. Which process? Basically, I'll show you that this process should be repeated continuously unless and until we ask it to stop. Okay, which process exactly? This process. So we have to keep it as while 1, and we have to keep everything of the choice, only. Okay, inside that while. So what will happen now is, if I click on run, it will keep on running continuously, but it will wait for your input. It will do what? It will wait for your input. Let me show you. Prashant Mishra. Oh, I gave the wrong username. I will write it as Prashant, and then 1 2 3 4 5 6, And then what I'm doing is I'm adding one customer. Enter a new customer, Prashant Mishra. Okay, here we have some issues while taking the input. C in. Okay, let's actually take only one thing. I know what is the error, but I really want you to look at this first, and then we'll fix that error a little later. Okay, don't worry. And let me also remove the C in and the brackets. That is happening because of the extra thing, and we have to take one blank input, and that will actually not make a lot of sense if I discuss that over here. Probably towards the end I will show you, but as of now we cannot take name with the spaces. That is going to cause the error. Prashant 1 2 3 4 5 6, and I'm going to add the customer. It is Prashant. Account is saving. Initial amount is 1 lakh. Okay, add new customer's name. Enter the user's name. Okay, now this is something which we have to avoid, because again choice we have to take as input from the user. When this will go inside here, we don't have to give choice, we have to take that as input from the user. Those are the small mistake which we have to avoid. Control X, Control V. Let's run it again and see if it is working. So username is Prashant 1 2 3 4 5 6. Enter 1, enter new customer Prashant. Okay, it is going to be saving, and initial amount is, let's suppose, 1000. Okay, again it is giving us various things. Now what do you want to do? I want to delete it. So this is what I was talking about. Once one process is done, it will give you again various options, all those options which were there. And how this is coming using this while one. What is the one? That while is continuously running. If I keep while one, it is an infinite loop. It will not stop unless and until I hit it as 5 over here, and which will do what? It will log out. Okay, now I want to delete the customer. Now it will say enter the existing account number. What was our existing account number? It was this 1 and 5 times 0. Let's see if that is able to find 1 1 2 3 4 5. So it says deleting, enter the account number, customer deleted successfully. What is the meaning of that? That my account actually got deleted. Okay, if I try to get the data again, that I want to get the data, and for whom you are telling 1 2 3 4 5, it will say what? The customer data was not found because it was already deleted. It was what done? It was already deleted. Okay, let me have some \n over here, which is not creating a lot of space, due to which you're not able to understand the output. Let me actually run this again. Okay, so here we are doing what? Prashant 1 2 3 4 5 6, and says do what? I'm going to delete the data. It will say account number 1 1 2 3 4 5. Why 5? Because that is an initial number which we gave for the account number. Let me go to the main. If you see, this is my initial number, and I just kept on increasing by 1, so it will be 1 0 0 0 0 1. The next account number will be that. Hit enter. It says delete an existing customer, enter account number. The customer data was not found. Okay, it is saying that customer's data was not found. What is the meaning of that? There is no customer like that. Let me just quickly add that customer. 1 says enter the user's name. Okay, I'm entering the username as Prashant. Enter the account type, saving. Enter the amount, 1200. Enter the choice from the above. Now I want to delete it. 2, enter the account number 1 0 0 0 0 0. That is my account number. How did I get to know that? It is the initial account number. That is my first customer. It says what? The customer deleted successfully. What is the meaning of that? That it found the customer and deleted it. That means our code is working very well till here. Now exactly what we are going to do is, we deleted the customer and we are actually working, enter the user's detail. Okay, what exactly we are going to do is, we are going to call one function fetch details. Okay, and here we are again going to ask the user to enter the account number, so we can copy it from here, or we can even get it on the top. If you don't want to pass it over here, we can even get it on top. So let's actually get it on top itself, because do we have to return something? No, we can actually do everything on the top itself. So let me just go here, write void, and the function name. fetch details, and inside this details, inside this we are going to ask the user to enter the account number, and in order to have that we need to actually take AC's num, which is the account number which the user is going to enter. Now I don't have to call anything because this is my function where we are going to fetch the details. Account number is done. Now what I need to do is I need to run this loop again. So I'll just copy this loop from here to here, and if the account number is fetched, I'm going to do what? Or let me actually do it separately so that you do not get confused. For int I equal to 0, I'm going to run till 30 because 30 is the maximum number of my customers, I++, and I'm going to check if any object of I is matching this value. Okay, we need to actually pass object of I. So account obj arrays. This is something which we need to pass. Where is my fetch details? Okay, ACC, and yeah, remaining thing is done. So we passed one array obj, and using this we are going to fetch our data. So obj if obj of I dot account number equal to AC num. In that case you have to do what? You have to display the output. You have to do what? Display the output. See out customers account number, customers account number, and here we have to write obj of I dot account number. Okay, let me actually put this aside, handle, and let's have some backslash n so that it is coming to the space. See out customer's name. Here we are giving obj of I dot account holder name, and we are giving handle. Okay, see out. What do we have next? Account balance. Account balance. Here we are going with obj of I dot account balance. Okay, we can also display the account type, handle, and the last which we have is account type obj of I dot account type, and then enter. Okay, and if it is found, we will have one variable as found equal to 0, and if it is found, we will convert that to 1. We'll convert that found to 1, found equal to 1, and we are going to break the loop then and there. Why are we breaking the loop? Why exactly are we breaking? Because we already found it. Why? We don't need to go ahead. Okay, so it is found already, and then what we will do is we will check after the loop where my loop is ending. If you see, this is getting highlighted, and here if I will check that if found equal to 0, that means my data was not found, and that's why this is not initialized as 1. And what is the meaning of that? My data was not found. So I will do what? I will just print one message that customer was not found in the system. Customer was not found in the system. Simple. Now let's actually stop and run, and let's see what we are getting over here is we will be asked, okay, enter your username, Prashant, enter your password, this, welcome admin, I want to add data. Every time you run, the memory is erased, so you have to do it again and again. Prashant, account type saving, okay, initial amount is 1200. Okay, now I want to look for the details. 1 0 0 0 0 0. Okay, so this is the data. Accounts number is this, accounts name is this, current balance is this, account type is saving. Okay, I would have made the mistake over here. That means my fetch is also working. What is happening over here? That my fetch is also working. What is the next thing which we have? Is deposit the amount. Okay, so here we are passing we are calling the deposit function, and here we are passing ACC And we are going on the top, as again we are creating one more function, void deposit, and here we are taking account type of array, obj, object array, not obj. Then we are starting and we are doing the same thing. Okay, int ac, actually let me just copy it again because we don't have to repeat that. Okay, though instead of displaying we just have to add data, so let me just copy and paste because the same details are there. So if the account is found, instead of displaying the data, or let's actually display the data as well, but along with that what we will do is we will also update the balance. Okay, we'll also update the balance. So obj of I dot balance plus equal to what exactly we are going to deposit. Okay, we also need to get that int amount, or we can get the amount over here directly from the user, comma amt, what the user is willing to deposit. Cout, enter the amount to deposit, and user will enter that amount, cin amt. Okay, we got that. Now what we are doing is we are just adding that amt over here, and now we will display the user details, and if it is found and if it is added, we will have one more cout message over here, cout money deposited successfully. Okay, money deposited successfully, endl, and we'll remove one \n from here and we'll add 2 \n over here in this one. Cool. If it is not found, it will directly say customer was not found in the system, returning the amount to the user. Cout returning the amount to the user. Cool. And then we will have endl. Okay, cool. Now let's check if this is working, or shall we actually create one more? So okay, deposit is already done. We just have to log out. Let me just run it, and our program is successfully completed. So enter the username Prashant, enter the password 12345556. Okay, access is granted. I am in. I want to do what? I want to add one customer, Prashant. Okay, I want to keep it as, let's suppose I want to keep it as current. Basically, I have not added any condition that I am entering anything other than current and saving. It will not give me any error, or it will not ask me the input. So you can go ahead and put some conditions that if it's saving, it should give it as saving. If it is current, it should give it as current. And I'm not putting any condition to just keep it simple. How much initial amount do you want to put? 56,000. So please select an option from below. That means it has got added successfully. So you can also have one more thing. So you can have that customer added successful message over here. Okay, what do I want to do is I want to check for the customer details. So what is the current value of the customer? 150,000,000. That is the detail which I want to add. Okay, let me actually keep this little above, or else this will get cut in the editing, which I don't want. Okay, so what exactly we are passing right now is we are passing some data. Let me just move it along. We are passing some data to the customer. What that data is going to be? It is going to be enter your choice from the option below. So we added the person. Now let's look at the details. So fetch the user's details. So it is asking us the account number 100,000. So it says, okay, customer's account number is this, name is this, account balance is this, and account type is current. Now I want to do what? I want to deposit the money. Okay, so it says enter the amount to deposit. So it was 56,000. I will enter 44,000. So it becomes a total of 1 lakh rupees. Enter. Okay, it got added successfully. Okay, we have the problem in the deposit. Let's see what is the problem over here. Our deposit is not working. So void deposit account obj, account number find amt. enter the amount, account number. Okay, we actually have to enter the account number as well. Okay, and fetch is also not working very properly. Enter the account number. This details was not given, due to which it started giving the error. Now if you see fetch, there also we have some problem. So it is in fetch details. Okay, so here we are going to give the call cout, enter the account number. Okay, and then this is done. Enter the account to deposit. Okay, cool. Now it should be working. Let me stop it and run it. Cool. It says enter the username. I'm entering the username. Prashant. Enter the password 123456. Access granted. I'm adding the user. Prashant. Saving. Amount is 56,000. Okay, it got created. Let me add one more account. Mishra. Current. And amount is 33,000. Then what do I want to do is I want to check for the customer's details. So enter the account number. I'm entering 100000. It will display me Prashant's detail. If you see over here, display me Prashant's detail. Now let me search for the customer's Mishra detail. So I want to look for the details. Free. Enter the account number 100001, because we are incrementing the value by 1 every single time. So it displayed me the Mishra's detail. Okay, so that is how it is working. Moving ahead, I want to deposit the money for, enter the amount to deposit. I want to enter 45,000. Enter the account number 100000. It will be deposited in the Prashant account. Okay, so money got deposited. Now let me again see if the money got added successfully or not. Look for the details. Free. Account number is 100000. So if you see, the amount is actually bigger than what it was over here. Okay, it was money deposited successfully, and it is even displaying the amount, which is the total amount. Okay, which is even better. So the amount was deposited successfully, and this is the total balance. And we can see that this is the data after fetching the details. And this was the data after fetching the details. Over here it was for, let's check for Prashant. This was for Mishra. Okay, it was 56,000. So let's actually delete Mishra. So we want to do what? We want to delete. Which one do you want to delete? 100001. Okay, then it is deleted successfully. If we try to look for it, 100001, it will say that customer was not found and it is deleted. And now I want to log out. Logging out, completed. So this was all about your project. I hope you would have understood this. If not, you have to watch the recording again. I will do one thing. I will explain the entire project one by one, line by line again, and you have to watch that very carefully. And along with the explanation, I'm going to share some of the details. Moving ahead, let me just put this aside. What we've done is, very first, we have include IOStream, which is required for actually what? For getting the input output from the user using namespace std, so that we don't have to use standard input output or standard code and double colon for every command. Then we created one class for getting or storing more than one data of the user, and we don't have to create multiple arrays to keep the data together. Then we have multiple functions over here. For what exactly? Let's actually go to the main and then understand. Int choice account number ACC30. I created one object array of type account. This is the data type which I'm passing. This is also one type of data type which I'm passing, for which I created the class. You can also do this using a structure, and that is very much possible. Now I created int customer and my current customer index is 0. I'll be starting from 0. Every time I add one customer, I'll increase it by 1. Int account number equal to 1 lakh. Welcome to ABC Bank. Connecting to global. This is the first output which you will be seeing over here if I show you. Okay. This is the first output which is visible. And then it will say enter the admin credentials. So why it is saying that? Because we are using, or we are calling one function which is login. So let's see where is login. So we created one login function over here. We are having two variables, username and password, which we are asking the user to enter over here. Then using the if condition, we are checking if the access is granted or not. If in case the password was not correct, either the name or password you are using ampersand and or logical and condition, which means both the conditions should be true. If it is not true, if any one of them is not true, it will get denied. If you remember the table, it is more like this. 0, 0 is 0, 0, 1 is 0, 0, sorry. 1, 0 is also 0, okay, and then 1, 1 is 1, which means if both the conditions are true, then only my project is going to work. What I did next is, if it is not true, I terminated the program using exit 0 command, and if it is working, then only it will go to the next line, else my program will get terminated then and there. If it was true, I am using 1 while 1, and why 1? Because it is, if I pass any number more than 0, 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, 5, 10, 20, 15, whatever number I pass more than 0, it will run the loop continuously, which means that it is by default true. Okay, the value is by default true and will keep on going and will be true always. Now choice equal to options. I created one options function using which it is giving us the different options. If you see over here, it was giving us various options. So we took the choice from the user and we returned the value. We returned the value over here in the choice variable, and then we used if condition to check if choice equal to 1. If 1, that means we are willing to add the customer, if you see over here. And if you are trying to add the customer, it is asking us to enter the name. Okay, enter the name. Why name? Why not account number? Because we are having by default number as 1 lakh, and as soon as we add that number, we are doing plus plus, which means we are going to one number ahead of that. Okay, now enter the username which we took, enter the account type which we took, enter the balance which we took, which is the initial balance. And if the choice was 2, what we are doing is we are deleting the customer. So in order to delete the customer, what we are doing is, look at this, we are even taking if it is returning 0 or 1, based on that we are returning the customer data was not found or customer deleted successfully. How exactly we are deleting it? We are taking one account number from the user. We can either take it inside the function or we can directly take it over there, and then we are taking the object array in which we have to find. What we are going to do is we are going to run one loop from 0 to 30. Why 30? Because 30 is the maximum number which we are having, and after running that big loop, what exactly we are doing is we are deleting and setting everything to null or 0, and then once that process is done, I am returning 1, which will break my function and will return the value. If it is not done, that means this condition will run continuously and this condition will never get true and 1 will never get returned, and due to which it is returning 0. And once 0 is returned based on that condition over here, look at that condition. If it was returning 0, I have to say customer data was not found, but if it returned 1, the customer data got deleted successfully. Then the third choice is for looking the details of an existing customer. So we are doing what? Fetch details, and we are passing the object array. Okay, so where is fetch details? Over here. So we are taking the account number input from the user, and we are taking one variable found equal to, and we are keeping it as 0 initially. If it is 1, then we will be able to work on it. So we have I have shown you multiple ways to break the loop or show or get the output. I have done using return in the previous one, and in this I'm doing it then and there inside the function only. Now what I did is asking the user to enter the account number. We found the account number, we got the account number, we are checking, and if my account number is found inside it, I will make it as 1 and I will break the loop directly, so that I don't have to go to 30 if I am getting it at number 1, number 2, number 3 only. Let's suppose if it is 3000, it has to go and search for the entire 3000 details, which is unnecessary, but is finding the data at 1 itself. As soon as we'll find the data, we are going to break it, and we are going to convert the variable as 1, And after the for loop, how exactly I'll know that this is the end of for loop? If I click over here, see, this is also getting highlighted, which means this is my end of for loop, and using which what I'm doing is if found equal to 0, what is the meaning? That this condition was never true. How will I know that? That if it was true, found would have been 1, but initially it is 0. That means customer was not found, and I have displayed that data. Next is you have to deposit the money. What I did in order to deposit the money, very first, I directly called the function. I didn't ask anything over there. In this, what I'm doing is I'm asking the account number empty, and I'm keeping the variable found as 0. Now enter the amount to deposit. We are asking, okay, enter your account to deposit the value, and then we are asking in which account do you want to deposit. So I'm submitting, like I want to submit 56,000 INR, and then I want to deposit it in the account number, which is 1 lakh or 1 lakh 1. Okay. After that, we are finding the value using the same method what we have seen in the delete one. If the account is found, we'll update the very first balance. We'll update the balance and we'll say money deposited successfully. Post that, what we are doing is we are displaying the result of the account details of the user. So if the money is deposited, it should get reflected in the total balance of the user. That's what we did. And if it is found equal to 0, that means the customer was not found. So customer was not found in the system, so we are returning the money back to the user. And this is what we are doing. In the number 5, what we are having is, in the number 5, as soon as the user select 5, we are exiting and keeping the 0. Now I'm giving you one task. Add one more condition, number 6, in which user can display all the members. If account number is not equal to 0, display the entire details. So that is your task to do. So this is it. We won't meet in the next video, and you may have assignment towards the end or anywhere between this video. Please do find that assignment, and that is your practice sheet. Solve as many questions as you can in order to see where you are lagging, which topic you need to revise. If in case you are getting stuck with the loops question, please find the loop video again and try to revise it, and then again try to solve that question. Try to search your answers on various online platforms. Most of the time your education system will say that you are not allowed to use Google, you're not allowed to use or surf the internet in order to learn something, in order to like put your answers. But on the other end, as a person who is very much into technologies, I will say please go ahead and do find your answers on Google. Do not sit with it for a very long time. Give it a try 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. That's it. Don't waste your time. Go to the Google, look at the solution and see what you were doing and what has to be done. Look for different solutions and see if it was matching your approach. If it is the syntax error, if it was the logic error, you know where to improve or which topic you need to improve. Then go watch that topic or improve your logic, improve your thinking capacity. There's no way if you have not solved a question, you will not have a difficulty. You would have seen me getting different errors or different difficulty inside various programs. And that usually happens with all the coders. You need to understand that. And this is very common. Okay. You have to go to Google. You have to find the errors. You will get the errors, copy paste the errors, go to Stack Overflow and see what is the solution mentioned. Try to put that solution if you understood. And if yes, voila, you are going ahead and you're going to become a good and pro coder. So that's it in this entire course. I hope you loved it. If yes, do shower with your feedbacks. If in case you think I can improve somewhere, do mention in the comments, and I would definitely improve in my next courses if in case I'm creating any for this platform. So yes, the journey ends over here and your journey begins from here. So all the best. Take care. Bye-bye.